Chapter 15, Calm Before the Storm. Sasuke didn't much feel like sparring anymore after Naruto whipped out 6 arms equipped with metal praying mantis-like blades, all sparking with the Chidori jutsu that he'd copied from him years ago in the exams. And thankfully, Naruto quickly gave up his typical beating of Sasuke for fun, at least, that's how Sasuke perceived it, and set to talking about the future of their home. "I think we need to do something about our compound," Naruto reveals. "We should search all of the houses and seal everything away in the shrine." Sasuke nods in agreement. The dilapidated state of the Uchiha compound makes it an unworthy eyesore, and that's just the exterior. Roots growing under the walls from unmanaged foliage have lifted them and caused imbalances and cracks in the roads. Shrubbery has invasively climbed the homes, and feral fauna seem to be the only thing giving the abandoned homes some life. Dust cakes the inside of the windows, and rain and storm damage have been left unmanaged, causing all kinds of paints to fade. The once bustling little corner of the village has become nothing more than a secret hideaway for vagrants to commit acts of vandalism and exchange illicit goods. Tsunade-sama once told him that she'd seen to it personally that anything of sentimental or secret value is now under lock and key in the Senju compound. Very few Senju still live. About as many as there are Uchiha now, and Naruto seems to find that as tragic as he does. So while the jutsu and memories of the fallen are safe, anything else has been left as free game. Doors ripped off their hinges by looters have littered the porches of these homes. Sasuke seethes at the disrespect. "It'll take a while to clean up. Maybe even too long for the two of us." Sasuke doesn't trust anyone with handling Uchiha property. Yes, he's loyal to the population as a whole, but the remains of the Uchiha compound are far too close to his heart to let anyone but Naruto and himself to handle. It might be easier to just dismantle everything and start from scratch. "I can rebuild what we need, but the maintenance costs will only continue to go up. This way I can find anything that might have been sealed and dispose of the rest." Sasuke hesitates. He doesn't like the idea of everything being discarded like that, but he knows that Naruto has a point. It would be expensive to try and maintain the compound with just the two of them, and these grounds are hallowed. Allowing non-Uchiha to live here will only invite difficulties once Naruto inevitably kicks them out to make room for future generations of Uchiha families. It can wait a while. Naruto catches on to what is probably blatant on his face. "But you should still look through everything." Sasuke nods slowly. It's a surreal experience, walking through this compound after everything that's happened. He has scarcely been here after the incident. Most of his memories in this place are of people who aren't around to share the creepy aura that empty and abandoned space gives off. "How was your training trip?" Naruto asks suddenly, dragging him away from doomed thoughts. "Not as eventful as yours, clearly." Sasuke sends back dryly. "I, for one, didn't kill a renowned traitor to Konoha or awaken a new dojutsu form." Naruto lays back into the long and wavy grass. "Yes, I should have expected that your efforts would pale in comparison to my accomplishments. How silly of me." Sasuke's brow twitches at the teasing. Naruto states it as an absolute fact, which is even more annoying. "I've come far using Matatabi's chakra. I think in ways that would surprise you. The creature gave itself a name? How cute. And it's only natural that the seal allows you better control over its power. That's what it's designed for, after all. Anything else would restrict its power." Sasuke isn't comfortable with the callous way Naruto refers to Bijou. After training and speaking with the cooperative Nibi, he sees that the Bijou are more than just weapons to be pointed in the direction of an enemy. Matatabi cherishes her name, despite deviating from the path that the Rikudo Sannin put her on. The Rikudo gave her that name, she didn't pick it. Sasuke states with some annoyance on her behalf. And the Bijou are misunderstood. They aren't just monsters that we can use at our whims. Bijou have historically aligned with humans to achieve feats that aren't normally possible, with the exception of the Ichibi and the Kyubi. I will admit fault on the behalf of humans for inspiring the world to attempt to control that power, especially in the case of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, but it is ultimately the choice of the Bijou that leads them to facilitating that fear against them. For what reason other than pride or stupidity would they continue to align with human beings? In that way, mankind and Bijou are alike, always wanting to prove themselves superior. Naruto stands up and shakes off the bugs and grass, looking to make himself busy elsewhere. "Don't take it as too disparaging of me to assume the worst of anyone or anything that I do not implicitly trust. There are too few people that can earn it. But Bijou are just as accountable for their actions as humans are. If they're truly sentient, that is." Ringed eyes gaze down at Sasuke's dark ones, curling up with his smile. "But maybe your naivety will help the Bijou understand that. Maybe they can learn from an Uchiha who hasn't been taught how to hate yet. Don't forget, however, that even if they speak like humans or help humans on their path, The bijou are not humans and their motivations are beyond our understanding. Look out for yourself, Sasuke. Sasuke's lips pursed in discontent. You think I haven't learned to hate? Not in a way that gives you power. Naruto vanishes, and Sasuke is left with only his thoughts and his partner in crime. For all his quips and jokes, there is an unusual wisdom in Naruto Dano. Really? After he just trash-talked you and your siblings? Don't always take what someone says at face value. Your sensei told you as much long ago. Remember? Look underneath the underneath. On the surface indeed, he did make a crude assessment of us regarding our power. But what if he's right? The weak look at us in fear and the strong think on how to use us. Humans do the same with each other. It's up to your sensibilities to think critically about whether or not you trust us in the same way. But I will say one thing. My behavior reflects how I wish to be seen. Always. Sasuke ponders that. Is he being too idealistic? And besides, sealing a bijou and using its power is far, far more benevolent compared to the atrocities committed by shinobi over the centuries. Your village is quite a bit more benign compared to where I was before. It is my choice to give you my power. Know that you are worthy of it. Naruto is perusing jewelry stores when a purple-haired ANBU drops in to relay a message. Naruto-sama, Hokage-sama wishes to see you. Very well. I'll find her shortly. The ANBU nods and flitters away. Naruto reaches out with his mind's eye of the Kagura. Tsunade isn't in the Hokage Tower, that much is evident. It's not too difficult to find her however. There are very few people in the village with chakra as strong as hers. Curiously, her chakra feels fogged. Perhaps there's a barrier designed to interfere with sensing abilities where she is, but evidently she knows that he's adept enough to find her if she didn't make the ANBU escort him there. He slowly makes his way through an unfamiliar part of the village. There doesn't appear to be any markets, and the only shops appear to be minor convenience stores. The homes aren't derelict by any means, but the absence of much activity makes Naruto think that this area may be something of a retirement plaza for shinobi who lived long enough to tell the tale or simply couldn't go on with the life and desired some separation from the rest of the village bustle. The beginnings of Konoha's signature architecture can be seen as a prototype or origin point here. Strange bright paints and near-vertical boards of wood acting as spillways for rain. The streets fluctuate up and down through compressed streets like a maze of a rabbit warren. His eyes fall upon something curious. A great red torii gate, leading into an estate with walls that are nearly as high as it. It appears to be a heavily private villa with very, very few active homes in it. One of Hashirama's sealing jutsu? Naruto speculates to himself. It would explain the heavily muted sensation of chakra from within the compound. It's not applied to anything, but even being present would be good at fogging anyone sensing jutsu. Given their suppressive nature, it would be a surprise if even a dojutsu could see into this compound without getting blurry vision. The Rinnegan is a different matter entirely, the core purpose of it being complete control over chakra of any kind. On entering through the gate, Naruto can feel more ambient senju chakra coming from merely 4 people. Tsunade stands out distinctly but the others are weak. Or rather, untested by training and battle. He takes in the surroundings with keen eyes, seeing how it has changed since Madara's snooping around the village back in his day. The homes are of a traditional variety, well kept but cold and quiet. The sounds of chirping birds nesting in the gutters is prominent, along with some of the soft splashing of a fountain. Naruto's languid walk through the main path of the compound takes him to a small lake, with a quaint gazebo and a small jetty halfway to the other side. He sees Tsunade resting on a wooden rail under the shade, resting her bare feet up on it and seemingly at peace with the environment around her. The usually overt and testy woman is relaxed, even sipping away at a small jug of sake as she looks over the sun-reflective pond. Placing his gun by against a wooden support, he approaches the Hokage. Her gaze is set on a young boy, sitting on the jetty and splashing his feet in the water and looking rather sad. The last of the Senju. Tsunade says without looking back at him. This is what we have been reduced to. An old woman, 2 cowards and a child. An S-rank missing mean problem child, a hardliner loyalist Jinchuriki, and I can think of a bunch of nasty things to describe myself. The Uchiha aren't in a place to judge what has become of our rival clan. And that's not to mention that there may be a 4th. Tsunade hums dully. 2 missing mean? You failed to mention that on your return. I don't know if he's alive. Naruto admits readily. Tsunade turns to him, more alert although her head now rests on her propped-up knee. You know things. Things that I should know. Yes. This information needs to be handled with more care than I can trust Jiraiya or Kakashi with. So they have personal stakes in the identities of these menaces. Tsunade reads through the lines quickly. She is quiet for a moment. She takes another pensive glance at the lonely boy on the jetty, who is gazing down at the fish swimming under him. Tsunade seems to be in deep contemplation. Naruto waits and simply watches alongside her as the boy picks himself up at the behest of his parents, before they walk out of the compound the way that Naruto had come in. I don't know everything, she says after a while. But I can tell you some truths about the Uchiha incident. Why tell me anything at all? Naruto's curiosity piques, but he knows that knowledge can be a double-edged sword. Because it may pertain to the downfall of my clan as well. Now that surprised him enough to turn him silent. You are too young to remember this obviously, but don't you find it odd that the two premier clans of Konoha are now nearly extinct? The Uchiha clan disappears in a single night, and the Senju clan are slowly whittled away until we are in the same position. At first, I thought it had been the wars. The Senju were steadfast and always on the battlefield. But then I started looking into the deaths of the Senju who were getting sent out to the battlefields over the past 2 wars. 70% of them died before their 16th birthday. The average age of a non-Senju on any battlefield was 20. Naruto's eyes lock onto hers. Senju died younger before the founding of Konoha. The entire point of founding this village was to allow Uchiha and Senju children to grow into adults. Why were they getting sent out that early? Tsunade looks back, mouth twiddling in a gesture that shows her discomfort in talking about it. At first, I thought it might have been hero worship on the part of Sarutobi-sensei. He fought alongside Senju Tobirama, who was his sensei. He knew firsthand what kind of potential is in the Senju bloodline, and he saw how quickly I excelled as his student as well. And as stupid and misguided that naive mistake could be, Sarutobi-sensei wasn't the only one drafting missions in wartime. All requests went through him though, and he had to approve them. The mission archive shows that every member of Tobirama's personal detail was responsible for drafting those missions with only one exception. Uchiha Kagami. The only Uchiha on the team. Nothing concrete. Coincidence at first glance. Naruto nods along anyway, waiting for anything else. The Second Shinobi World War is in progress. Senju Tsunade is recommended by Hitaki Tsukumo to be dispatched with Orochimaru to the battlefield against Iwagakure shinobi through Takigakure, stating that the more atrocious nature of that front would require skilled medical nin. The request is unanimously denied by the War Council consisting of the Sarutobi Hiruzen, Udatane Koharu, Mitokado Hamura, Hyuga Akikazu, and Shimura Danzo, despite the tactical advantage of it, and Senju Nawaki is sent in her place. A 12-year-old boy who struggled with any kind of ninjutsu is sent to replace the most skilled medical nin in Konoha. He dies on the battlefield to an explosive trap. Naruto doesn't say a word about her quivering voice, but he is still failing to see how exactly this pertains to the Uchiha, his main concern. This is a rather tragic set of circumstances, but I want to hear about the Uchiha clan first before we continue. Why do you think these incidents are tied together? Naruto goes straight to the point, not unconcerned with the current fate of the Senju, but he has his priority set. Tsunade exhales something of a frustrated sigh. The date of your birth, reports come in that some shinobi had seen the Sharingan in the eyes of the Kyuubi when it was released from your mother. Subsequently, after the Kyuubi incident is resolved, the Uchiha clan are placed on the border of the village where they are easily monitored and controlled. This decision was made by the ruling council of Konoha at the time. Naruto nods along, motioning for her to proceed. This isn't surprising news, and it would be logical to an untrained ear. 6 years after the Kyuubi incident, Uchiha Itachi is recommended for ANBU instatement by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. It was refused once by team captain Hitaki Kakashi on the grounds of poor mental health, before later being accepted once that improved. Naruto's head tilts while his eyes narrow on Tsunade. Sasuke is under the impression that his father wanted Itachi in ANBU. And Fugaku, being a parent, merely congratulates his son on his feat of achieving ANBU status of his own merits and desire, all the while unaware that someone behind the scenes wanted Itachi. Fugaku had been against the idea of the Uchiha clan being in ANBU, citing that it would make it more difficult to protect the Sharingan if the clan isn't aware where the clanmates are during deployment, given the clandestine nature of the missions. Dark clouds roll overhead, casting the compound into shadow. 1 year after Itachi's induction into ANBU, he brings forward news that the Uchiha clan is planning to revolt and stage a coup. The Uchiha clan believed that it had been the victims of unjust discrimination by the higher-ups, and plans to take control of their village back. Diplomatic attempts by myself to prevent this from occurring ended up in failure. Uchiha Fugaku claims that this had been happening since before his time, and increasing as time went on. If they abandoned the village, they would be hunted down as traitors. If they stay and don't do anything, they face more isolation and propaganda against them. If they fight, there may be a few of them alive to take what belongs to them back. 2 of these scenarios end up with the same result. The extinction of the Uchiha clan. Naruto hums, unintentionally clenching a fist. So Itachi takes the initiative and strikes at the Uchiha clan before they can make a move either way. On orders of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. He hadn't been a part of that sect of the clan, being raised in his own isolation compared to them. But they had spawned Sasuke, so they couldn't all be as bad as Madara wanted him to believe. And who's to say such an event wouldn't be attempted again? That's right. After the incident, I put Danzo under permanent house arrest and stripped Sarutobi of all political power and official influence that he held over my shinobi. However, that's where more problems start. Some of my ANBU must have been collaborating with those two because it was made clear during the Chunin exam invasion that Danzo had still been operating a private division without me finding out about it. 2 elderly shinobi still being helped by members of my forces despite having all official power stripped from them. Don't you find that as strange as I do? Presuming that you're telling the truth, yes. Naruto hasn't decided if he actually believes her yet. He still needs to fish for more information. He couldn't have done it alone. Naruto shakes his head. Itachi is considered a prodigy by everyone in this village, but even he wouldn't be able to wipe out the Uchiha clan on his own as a child. Even if he was groomed from the start. You're right. Tsunade confirms grimly. Itachi came into contact with a masked man claiming to be Uchiha Madara, who told him that he would assist in the Uchiha massacre and leave Konoha alone in exchange for joining his organization. Naruto stares into Tsunade's eyes and he knows that the answer is also a question. She is providing sensitive information for equally sensitive information about the Uchiha clan. It's not Madara. Naruto denies quickly. The old man died in his sleep and I incinerated his corpse. This man is still strong enough for Itachi to think that he is Madara. No surprises there. He is Madara's apprentice. Uchiha Obito. Obito? Tsunade struggles to remember the name. I don't believe I'm familiar with him. You weren't in the village as I recall. He allegedly died while on a mission, but not before giving Kakashi his Sharingan. Madara found him and put him back together to achieve his goal posthumously. Obito was the one responsible for releasing the Kyuubi. I just didn't know for sure if he managed to survive my father. His goal? Naruto doesn't even know how to begin to explain the convoluted plan. Look, you're already aware that the Akatsuki is hunting down the Bijou. The Eye of the Moon plan is based on an Uchiha relic that explains the history of the Uchiha and Senju. The ultimate endgame of the plan is to merge all of the Bijou into the husk of the Jubi that the Rikudo Sannin sealed in the moon before he split it into 9 separate beasts. The Jinchuriki of the Jubi is said to be able to reflect a powerful genjutsu off the moon that would capture the entire world, and place every last soul in it in an eternal illusion of catered happiness. There would be no more winners or losers, and the world would be at peace. A tempting idea. That's insane. Tsunade blurts out with wide eyes. I can't even begin to describe Dash. I know, and that's why it complicates things to know that Obito is still alive and working towards that goal, with the help of several S-rank missing nin and a wielder of the Rinnegan. The downfall of our clans is tragic, but there will be nothing left if we don't stop this plan. Tsunade looks pitying. Kakashi's teammate. No wonder that you don't want him to find out. I know you probably don't want to face him battle Dash. No. Naruto cuts her off. Obito has to die. If he succeeds, the entire world as we know it will cease to exist. There will be no winners or losers, there will be only flat, colorless, lifeless existence that is worse than death. He's a member of my clan and another of my grandfather's mistakes. It's now my responsibility to put him back in the grave. Also, he killed my parents. We both have a lot on our plates right now. Something in Tsunade's eyes seems to glimmer approvingly, like she has discovered something about him that she didn't know for sure. But I still don't understand. If Madara had enough love and compassion in him to raise you, then why would he groom an apprentice to kill his daughter and steal the Kyuubi? A person who possesses the Rinnegan is capable of bringing the dead back to life at the cost of their own life force, and when that person has eternity at their fingertips, the dead are theirs to do with as they please. Madara believed so much in this plan that it never mattered what got in his way. He never learned to accept death until he finally realized that his way of doing things had killed his daughter and orphaned his grandson. He understood that he had the chance to make peace with reality and he had squandered it, so he took a page out of your grandfather's book and left the future to those who are here now. He leans against the wooden rail once more. Right now, it doesn't matter if the Uchiha clan revolted on their own or if it's an active conspiracy against us. I could have handled the Akatsuki alone, but Obito is on a different level to the rest. Conventional tactics and ninjutsu will not be enough. I need time to prepare, and the status of all Jinchuriki and Bijou in the world will need to be assessed to make sure that they aren't stolen in one fell swoop. I have a few ideas. Go on. Tsunade gestures to him, leaving the jug of sake she'd been nursing forgotten. You could call for a Gakage summit. The first since Hashirama's time, but it would absolve Konoha of some of the responsibility if the nations are warned beforehand about the impending threat. And if we publicly announce that the Uchiha and Senju alliance is still going strong, it might be enough to dissuade certain factions in the village from moving. Mobilizing shinobi of all backgrounds in Konoha may stir enough chaos that they'll put the welfare and continued existence of the village first. The first sign of any Akatsuki members will need to be dealt with swiftly, and we need to weaken them as much as conceivably possible. They'll go for the Ichibi first, and then Sasuke if they don't decide to capture a stronger Bijuu and rend it under the Genjutsu of the Sharingan. I'll summon the council. Tsunade bounds to her feet. You'll need to be present as well. Tsunade whistles loudly, an unfamiliar tune and sound amplified with chakra. Naruto can feel it resonate over a long distance before the cat-masked Anbu who'd been absent since informing Naruto of his little meeting appears before them in a flitter of motion. Yugao, I need you to gather the council for me. Tell them it's an emergency meeting. 2 hours. Understood, Hokage-sama. Yugao nods professionally, before presenting a small box. And your previous request. Tsunade takes it from Yugao before the purple-haired woman flitters away again. I know this might not be the ideal time now for what you were planning, but... She puts the box in his hand and opens the lid. A glimmering ring shines from its decorative casing. It doesn't take a genius to know what you were looking for when Yugao told me where you were. You're young, but if things get too busy, you might not get the chance to ask again for a long while. Chakra crystal? Naruto looks closely at the shining teal gem. This is no cheap item to come by. Thank you. Price matters very little when it comes to my family, Naruto. I wasn't sure if you were aware, cousin mine. Tsunade winks. Don't be late. Tsunade. Naruto calls out, to get one last word in. Why did you tell me this about the Uchiha clan? Do you not fear retribution from me? Because you've never given me a reason to doubt your ability to view everything as objectively as you have. I've watched you from the start of your career, Naruto. I know that you give everyone a fair chance. I know that you don't hide things without a good reason, and I know that you'll want the complete truth before you act impulsively. Just because others in the village don't trust you, does not mean that I don't. I wanted to tell Sasuke, but for all the progress he has made, he doesn't see things the same way that you do. Naruto stares deeply into her eyes, her own amber orbs not flinching at his eerie gaze. I'll train the boy. Her eyes widen a bit in surprise before she smiles again. And I'll hold you to it. He's still reeling a bit from his newfound knowledge when he finally returns home. You might not get the chance to ask again for a long while. Naruto ponders Tsunade's words as he enters his apartment. He doesn't want to do it right away, he wants it to be special for Karen. For him, he could just sign a piece of paper and be done with it, but... Naru, welcome home. Karen wraps her arms around his waist. He responds in kind and hugs her tighter than he usually does. She sinks into it expectedly, letting out a content hum that practically sings and gives him an emotional reaction that he just can't find anywhere else. You're cuddly. Karen snuggles in more. Unusually so. Have I finally broken through that cold exterior? Naruto's lips twitch up. The cold exterior had been a running joke between them after eavesdropping on some of Sasuke's fangirls that were gushing about how dreamy he is. Finally, my heart has been yours for a long time now. Naruto speaks out with something intense in his voice. She looks up at him, scarlet eyes shining with what he understands now as love. He didn't really know what it was like to be on the receiving end of it until he met her. Everything about her is addicting. Those precious, big eyes. The beautiful hair that frames her fair-skinned face. Every movement, every smile and gesture. I love you. She goes red, and conquers her embarrassment with an overt display of affection. Karen leaps onto him and wraps her legs around his waist. She pushes his hair out of his face and gives him a tender, long-lasting kiss. He continues to hold her up by her hips after their lips separate. I love you. She gives him another kiss, fueled by emotion. I really wish we could continue. Naruto bemoans, dragging Karen to the couch and trailing his lips up her neck, making her gasp in desire. You better come back from whatever you're doing quickly. Karen whimpers as his hand crawls up her blouse, fingers rubbing her nipple teasingly. Oh, I will. Naruto kisses her again. He would always return to her. The love of his life. Naruto is pleasantly surprised when there is a seat next to Tsunade's with the Uchiha crest painted caringly on it. So he sits next to her, but understands that this is already a non-verbal statement to anyone in the room. Soon enough the other clan heads and advisors trudge into the room, seemingly not understanding what an emergency meeting is. If Naruto can be here on time, then they can too. At least the ANBU commander got here early, before he did even. Thank you to those who arrived on time. Tsunade's words are biting and it's nearly enough to make Naruto grin. Tsunade-sama, may I ask why Naruto Dano is present? Hamura questions immediately, stern and dignified. The purpose of this meeting is not to discuss the leader of the Uchiha clan's presence on this council. I will be sending qualified members of the Shinobi Corps to deliver a request for a Gakage summit. We'll be assessing any neutral territory that may be used to convene everyone, so that we can play fairly by their rules and keep the 5 greater nations civilized through diplomatic negotiation. For what purpose? Koharu asks, experienced in getting to the point rather than wading through veiled insults or posturing. The ongoing threat of the Akatsuki and the repercussions it poses to all human life and free will. Tsunade states bluntly. I have conferred with Naruto Dano regarding intel Konoha has uncovered since the Kyuubi incident, and Naruto Dano believes he knows what the ultimate goal of the Akatsuki is. And why were we not informed beforehand? Koharu asks crossly, narrow eyes sparking with unease. Because the man with the master plan is an Uchiha? Naruto speaks up before Tsunade can give a half-truth answer. Tsunade conferred with me due to the sensitive nature of the situation. We pieced together what we know to uncover the identity of the leader of the Akatsuki and have determined that an Uchiha. Hayashi spits out, cutting Naruto off and evidently seeing it as a political opportunity. That makes 2 missing Nin Uchiha criminals. This is not a matter of Konoha but whether or not the Uchiha clan will continue to defect. Naruto stays silent and calm as several voices expressing the same sentiment pipe up unsolicited. His face is set in stone while insults are thrown by the less than tactful representatives of smaller clans. It's certainly different to the grateful well-wishers that he is exposed to in the streets. It seems the common folk like him a bit more than some rotten politicians. Go figure. If I may be allowed to speak again? Naruto's voice is quiet but not unconfident, and it carries over the room using the same technique he'd witnessed Tsunade use earlier to amplify her whistle. His ringed gaze goes from person to person. Some flinch at the eyes, but the most indignant see them as nothing more than another shinobi parlor trick. He wonders how confident they would be if they knew just how much the eyes are capable of. I will spare you the legends and historic conjecture and give you the quick and easy rundown of why all of Konoha must band together. Firstly, the Akatsuki is composed exclusively of S-rank missing Nin, 2 of which are Uchiha with an advanced form of the Sharingan and another who possesses the Rinnegan. A myth surrounding the Uchiha and Senju and exemplify their own sense of self-importance. Hayashi interrupts again. Part of Naruto wants to roll his eyes. Are these people even looking at him right now? They can quite clearly see that he isn't parroting the Sharingan around anymore. He knows that Tsunade won't be too pleased either, but she has literal decades of experience in controlling a temper tantrum. Secondly, Naruto continues as if uninterrupted. The surface goal of the Akatsuki is to acquire all 9 bijou. The bijou are historically used as weapons by the nations who control them, and in doing so maintain a geopolitical balance of deterrence. If one organization or nation came into the possession of several bijou, let alone all 9, they could either seal them into more cooperative hosts or use them as immediate weapons of destruction. With the Sharingan and Rinnegan capable of manipulating and controlling a bijou respectively, you may be able to see the issue approaching. This is a tangible threat that cannot be ignored, seeing as the existence of the Akatsuki has already been proven. Naruto is careful with his words, using half-truths of his own instead of giving them a lecture on unproven history that has been forgotten by nearly all common folk and clans. He idly wonders how Nagato learned to believe it, or if he even believes it at all and is instead working towards a different endgame than Obito. And the Uchiha clan's role in this threat? Shikaku's question cuts across the room like a knife. His narrow and dark eyes are focused and his posture is upright. It seems if nothing else, he is willing to listen and ask hard questions, not what takes him up the ladder to a higher position in Konoha's control hierarchy. I take responsibility for the wrongdoings of my clanmates. Naruto states stoically. But do not mistake this as any more than what the average shinobi does for Konoha. It was always the responsibility of the Uchiha clan to handle these messes. Another member of a small clan erupts. Jeers and revolting comments make Naruto disappointed with the proceedings of the council. He'd tried to do things their way, but he is so utterly above their level that he can feel his brain cells dying to even attempt reaching that low. You are, of course, correct. The Uchiha and Senju have traditionally been the most powerful clans in Konoha based on shinobi skill, and there are no others capable of handling a threat like this within Konoha. So naturally, the continued existence of the village is dependent on our actions as per usual. It is unsurprising that 2 of the greatest threats from the Akatsuki are Uchiha. There are too few others to pick from in Konoha. Tsunade's lips twitch behind crossed fingers. And as I recall Naruto speaks up again before any dissenters can interrupt. The actions of these few criminal outliers have impacted the Uchiha clan most of all. Do you know how old the youngest person killed by Uchiha Itachi was? He was a 6-month-old Uchiha boy. Naruto takes in a breath while council members look at each other unsurely. So yes, I will be taking a direct hand in this situation in order to protect future generations. I know that many of you are living in your own little bubbles of safety, turning against each other and vying for imaginary political power, but dedicated Konoha shinobi are out there in the wilds gathering intel on threats like this, and to waste time as pathetically as you have tonight is a disgrace to their sacrifices. While you are squabbling, an ANBU dies to send word of the identity of an Akatsuki member. While you argued whose daughter will marry who, I killed Orochimaru, a long-standing traitor to this village. There is stillness in the chambers, but Naruto isn't done yet. This is why this is all you will ever be, sniveling politicians incapable of seeing the big picture. But do not forget, you obey the Hokage under all circumstances. Shinobi culture doesn't work as democratically as you may naively think. It is based on the tangible conception of physical power through chakra and shinobi arts, and nothing will change that. You will obey the Hokage, or you will be left to the wastes that exist outside of this village. If you are lucky. His chakra unintentionally permeates the chambers, leaving everyone sweating and struggling to take in air. We are not here to talk about the Uchiha clan, because these menaces will be handled as all Konoha traitors are, irrespective of clan or creed. We aren't here to talk about how a vaunted council member only 3 years ago was found dead with Senju cells and 11 implanted Sharingan. We are here to stay alive. Naruto stands up, not bothering to reel in his chakra, and simply flexes it some more to compound the issue. In 1 month, I'll be heading to Kirigakure to assess the status of the Sanbai and Rokubi Jinchuriki. I hope that you don't disappoint as you already have by not making yourselves useful. In a control hierarchy that isn't based on strength, Naruto would be reprimanded for disobedience, making thinly veiled threats and making his own decisions. But this is the way of shinobi, so Tsunade nods and bids him good luck. Politics. Naruto spits out spitefully. It would be too soon the next time he is forced to sit through this nonsense. The Uchiha clan status can come after this threat is dealt with for good. 1 week later. How much will the world take from you before you're willing to give it your lives too? Senju Takahito and his wife Mika are startled when Tsunade barges into their little part of the Senju villa with a giant of a man in tow. She demands of them an answer, not asks for one. He knew that a confrontation would be inevitable after Fujita's birth. Tsunade had been patient for 8 years, letting them raise their boy in peace and by their own desires while keeping them out of political affairs. Fujita's civilian school teachers had been warned extensively that the boy's surname is not to reach the ears of other children or parents. Strictly. But their clan had dwindled away. Takahito had been too fearful of shinobi life to continue past his genin days, when his family had been cut down before his eyes during the Third Great Shinobi War, taking up work as a carpenter instead. There had only been 3 of them left after the war, but the unease he felt at being the last of Senju Tobarama's descendants had never left him. His childhood had been lecture upon lecture of shinobi arts and studies and the importance of the continuation of the clan. He doesn't want that life for his boy. As much as Fujita had cried and begged to go to the Shinobi Academy, both Takahito and Mika had been too scared that they would lose their only child to the tumultuous nature of shinobi life and refuse, letting him go to civilian school instead. Please, Tsunade Takahito lets out a weary sigh with his request. Mika gives off a little noise of distress too, looking like she's fighting the urge to run up the stairs and run away with their son. I understand, Tsunade nods but does not break her posture. She is a woman on a mission and would not be dissuaded, it seems. But this is the future of our clan. I cannot and will not let us go quietly in the night. I will fight for our survival, and it's more important now than ever before that the boy becomes capable of defending himself. Mika shrinks into herself as she realizes the determined nature of Tsunade's spiel. Indignant aggression wells up in his chest. You should have thought about that before abandoning us. Takahito hisses, spittle flying from clenched teeth. We were dying. My brothers were getting killed before my eyes while you ran off and drank away your sorrows. You had the chance to spawn your own progeny and you didn't. Tsunade is famously an aggressive woman, but she has a unique patience with her family that she does not exercise anywhere else. So she merely puts up her hand as a polite gesture to make him stop. I am taking my own measures to ensure the continuation of our clan. Tsunade subconsciously rubs the waistband over her stomach and both Takahito and his wife's breaths shorten. So I'm catching up on my part. Even at my age, a Senju can still continue the legacy. They're speechless and can't respond to that bombshell. I'm not pushing this lightly. Tsunade goes on tiredly. But the world is about to become a dangerous place. I've uncovered something that might not end until certain people are convinced that the Senju will not be an entity in Konoha any longer, and there are madmen preparing to assault the entire world to achieve their own lunatic goals. What I need you to do right now is trust me. It will be all of our lives if you don't. We have a wealth of resources to help begin anew. I suggest you read up and practice a bit to pass anything on to your son while you can to make his new apprenticeship easier. This is too much, Tsunade-sama. Mika looks on the brink of tears. Mika had always been a shy woman since Takahito had first started interacting with her. Born as the bastard daughter of a wealthy family years ago, her noble blood had meant little to a clan that sought to sell her off as good stock and be rid of her and keep her distant from their name. Takahito met her once when he'd still been a genin. His Jounin sensei unintentionally interrupted her transport to the family she was to be wed into while fighting off Asuna Jounin. The escorts had been killed in the process, and feeling responsible, his sensei had offered her safe passage to Konoha. Takahito offered her a place to stay. After all, there weren't any people around that really cared what the Senju had been up to after the death of Senju Tobarama, so the clan welcomed her in with open arms, and after a decade of getting to know each other and helping her feel like she had some control and order in her life, she leapt into his arms after he'd asked her to marry him. Her existence had been swept under the rug by those close to the Senju clan in order to prevent her former family from collecting some good Senju stock, blood with a prestigious name. And with that control rapidly depleting, Mika becomes increasingly distressed. Tsunade stands up straight, and Takahito knows that no will not suffice as an answer. This is happening regardless of what they want. You won't get to choose your destiny without strength on your side, because conflict is gonna come knocking regardless of how low you keep to the ground. The best chances for your and the boy's survival has already been organized. Uchiha Naruto will be his sensei when he is ready. Uchiha Naruto? Takahito whispers. He doesn't keep up to date much on shinobi names, but even he'd heard about the rising star. S-rank war machine as the stories go, whose every jutsu was another shinobi's final trump card. Tsunade turns to leave. I'm not taking chances that I don't have to, and I know that Naruto values the Senju for his own selfish reasons, but those reasons will see to it that we stay alive and we can build our legacy again. If it really turns out that it had never been our fault from the beginning for the decline of our clans, I will be the first to demand answers. Naruto and Karen are laying in bed, not eager to get up and make the day theirs just yet. She preens as his hand snakes through her hair, and he just admires the little grin on her face as she rests against his bare chest. "Wanna go out tonight?" Naruto asks candidly. "Yes. Somewhere nice." Her body arches in a stretch as the sun peers through the bedroom window. "Good thing I made reservations for somewhere nice then. I was worried I might have to ask my side bitch." Naruto hisses as Karen pinches his nipple for the teasing. She wriggles on top of him to a straddling position, letting the sheet fall from her shoulders with little regard for modesty in the privacy of their home. Karen is thin, with defined abdominals as the visible merit of her hard work. Her breasts are inviting, but no more than the hips spread across his own, with the visible, tidy red strip drawing his attention. His hands move of their own accord, scaling up her smooth and flawless skin. He subtly uses the Azura path to make two arms under his shoulders, pushing them both into a more upright sitting position, and they're quickly face to face. Love, devotion, honesty, hope, legacy. There is so much in this woman, so much that exists and so much of a future that he can see having with her. And he hardens his resolve. Tonight is the night. Very funny. She whispers huskily. Now, get in the shower. Can't forget that she's a total babe either. Naruto really does think he's the luckiest man around. Tonight. I'm doing it tonight. Naruto pulls his hair back into a low ponytail, not unlike Jiraiya's, with his hair parted to the sides of his face similarly. Not for the first time, seeing as he keeps pulling off the hairband and messing it up in nervousness. "Yes, Naruto, I got that after the 5th time you said it." Kakashi and Jiraiya watch in amusement as Naruto paces back and forth and Sasuke tries to calm him down. What if she says no? Oh, for dash. Sounds like you're going to have a wonderful night. Shizune spends an inordinate amount of time styling Karen's hair. It takes more willpower than she cares to admit in order to stop herself from even dropping a hint. "Shizune." Karen laughs it off. "Come on, you're not usually this hennyish." "Karen-chan, I want to help you out sometimes too. I can't trust girls your age to teach you everything about fixing your hair." Shizune plays it as well as she can. Minako looks on in awe. "Karen, you're so pretty." "Nah, thank you, sweetie." Karen tugs her into a mini hug. "Your hair's next, you know that, right? Does your Tusan know how many boys he's gonna have to scare away?" "Karen, Minako turns red. Shizune hides her sly smile and the two babble on. "All right, I'm fairly convinced that he's actually gonna go through with it." Jiraiya tells Tsunade readily. He damn well better. I didn't commission that ring for nothing. Then I suppose it's high time that I get one for you. The slight pause before Tsunade's answer made his heart thump in his chest in fear of her response. You damn well better. She shuffles into his side without turning to look at him. Jiraiya grins, heart rate slowing. Turns out he'd been right all along. Senju and Uzumaki simply view relationships very differently to the average person. But one thing is consistent. They find someone, get glued to them and refuse to part ways until something catastrophic happens, and the grief that overwhelms them. Tsunade's life has been wrought with tragedy, but she is a strong woman that can bounce back and find motivation and meaning in her life. Age and time matter little to these peculiar specimens. He just counts his lucky stars that she chose him after all this time. Even if it's not normally viable to have kids at their age, Tsunade is equipped with the knowledge and genes to make things work. It takes many nails to build a crib, but only one screw to fill it. It's a hard time for Konoha right now. Their relationship has been on the down low for a long time, but the world has gotten to the point that Konoha doesn't need one grand spy master to do all the work for them. It's time to guide the next generations, not do everything for them. The coming battles will be hard fought, but Konoha will pull through. Such is the will of fire. Shame you have to quit drinking too. Jiraiya tacks on unhelpfully. Tsunade's groan tells him that she's already aware. It's happening. Sakura hushes the hiding crowd outside. Many of them are transformed into pot plants and tables while the others hide behind cover and observe impatiently. The darkness in the street is but a weak background to the bright and decorative lamplights of the restaurant. It's not even near closing time, but the restaurant staff appear to wait with bated breath, subtly moving over to various tables and asking for a minute of quiet. They can practically hear Naruto's heart thudding in his chest. He looks ever so handsome in his indigo yukata, and Karen is unimaginably beautiful with her flowery patterned one of her own. Naruto and Karen stand up, giggling and practically all over each other already. Come on, Naruto. Sasuke quietly cheers on his friend and Sakura feels much the same. Kakashi and Shizen look on with delight, already knowing what's going to happen. As Karen begins to peel away to the door, Naruto drops to one knee and grabs her hand, making her turn on heel. He pulls out a small box and presents it to her. Karen's hands fly up to cover her mouth, and her knees grow weak. Naruto's mouth moves wordlessly to them through the windows of the restaurant. Karen's head bobs rapidly 3 times. She leaps into his arms with a screaming yes that can be heard far outside. Every single person hiding and in the restaurant leaps to their feet with crying cheers. Chapter 16, Hard Truths. The encroaching darkness in his eye never fades away. It does not give him pain, nor does it ever feel strained. But there is an absolute truth in the secret power of the Sharingan for one who hasn't been born to use its cursed power. There is only one natural child born with the unholy union of the Uchiha and Senju, but he himself is not Madara's progeny. Through already unnatural means, his eye clings to the light for far longer than it should have. By all rights, he should have been blind well over a decade ago. But the patchwork is not flawless, and one day it will become a burden too hard to ignore any longer. He will lose his light if he doesn't do something to evolve. To become the greater version of himself. What little remains of his actual flesh on his right side aches predominantly. The scars warping around his face are familiar creases, and the softest blow of the wind can make them tingle uncomfortably. But these minor things are parts of what little identity of his own that he has left, and he clings to it. It is motivation, this burning hatred that screams in his mind whenever he sees the injustice of this disgusting world. Every pore of his body emanates rage that those born lesser in this world are doomed to be ruled and abused by the strong. It would end, of course. For that is the persona that is Uchiha Madara. There will always be an Uchiha Madara, for Madara is he who rejects this cursed world. Madara is he who commits the foulest, most evil of deeds so that none more may ever need to. It is a life of sacrifice in the name of absolute, inarguable peace. His real self will be allowed time to flourish in the dream. He will shed the skin of evil and rejoin a pure life that was robbed from him for the crime of being born in an evil world. Obito stalks through the walls and rooms of Kabuto's underground lab. He keeps his chakra clamped in his body while his Sharingan scans each and every surface for traps and anything that may be capable of surveillance on him. His decision to turn Kabuto into a research slave had paid off immediately, but he is no fool. He knows that having Kabuto do this research in the first place is a risk, so naturally he learns as much as possible from the boy's notes now while he can before Kabuto decides to get too big for his britches. The plan is ever in motion, and sometimes that requires him to consider each factor contributing to its ultimate fulfillment. Whether or not Nagato becomes disagreeable and attempts to forge his own cursed destiny, or whether or not Zetsu as an extension of Madara's will, also becomes sympathetic to Naruto, who has shown no inclination to follow Tsuki no Mi. Irrespective of reason, he has to try and make things work, which is why he approached Kabuto in the first place, so that maybe he could discover the power required that he wouldn't have to rely on subordinates to get things done for him. That had been why he'd helped that poor child Itachi in his quest to destroy the Uchiha clan. You never know when you need spare eyes. Madara would have been able to acquire the Bijou in one fell swoop back in his prime, provided that he had the Rinnegan. Swift like the wind and like a ghost, but Obito does not possess such velleity yet. For as unnaturally powerful his chakra and Sharingan are, he isn't built like Madara. White Zetsu's matter had been an expedient solution to replace his limbs and organs, but it does not contain the same innate potential that human flesh does. Naruto is proof enough of that. Obito glides through a wall and spots Kabuto toiling over a microscope. The lab is surprisingly well lit for one of Orochimaru's musty old hideouts. The new lamps on the walls decorating dark spiral architecture make an almost stylish picture. The scent of burnt Zetsu is prominent, not unlike that of natural forest ashes after a purging fire. Zetsu clones are lined up against the walls, some of them malformed from Kabuto's prodding experimentation. One of them has taken an appearance similar to that of Orochimaru, although the strange quiet chittering coming from it and the other Zetsu makes it seem as though they are struggling to let their typical strange eccentricities surface while under the influence of foreign chakra. Kabuto. Obito greets almost casually, and the boy doesn't startle. He has good training as a shinobi, such talent has been squandered until now. What do you have for me? The silver-haired boy takes off his glasses, showing Obito dark orbs that are transitioning into slitted yellows, not unlike his traitorous mentor. He is calm, sometimes smug, and other times has an inkling of childish joy at success in his field. He is a prodigy of research, it is his calling and he loves it clearly. It is his purpose and his passion. The modifications he is performing on himself have seemingly stripped the deep-seated genjutsu that once rented him under Sasori's control, and he seemingly relishes it. He'll have that and more. Later. Every last being will. Your theory was correct about the white Zetsu not being capable of producing chakra. Kabuto waves an arm gaily over his requisition test subjects. They aren't good for much more than infiltration. Once the chakra that they steal has depleted, they're basically useless. I'd say that they're better off being farmed for prosthetics for a living chakra source. Obito rolls up the sleeve of his right arm, showing the spongy matter that replaced his arm. I am aware of that utility. Obito drawls, embellished in Madara's own smug persona. Hashirama was not a gentle fighter. Enough of my body has been replaced that I do not need much sleep. Kabuto's sharp gaze assesses it curiously. It's a good replacement, I'll give it that. It's like you said, it can take on the traits of a human while passing on the benefit of a weaker Mokuton to its user, but it consumes chakra far quicker than natural organs. I'm surprised that you can walk around and fight at the rate it eats your chakra. It has too many fringe benefits not to have an equal cost. Ah, Kabuto. People have always underestimated me. Obito feels his cheeks pull into something nearly like a smile under his mask. Can these traits be transferred to human flesh? Obito questions. It was his original question that he acquired Kabuto as an asset for, after all. It's been done before. Kabuto reveals simply, making Obito blink somewhat confusedly. Orochimaru-sama, he catches himself for a second. Orochimaru successfully implanted Senju Hashirama's cells into a human child. It's dangerous, but the boy was compatible enough with the cells to receive every one of the Shodai's genetic chakra traits, just not nearly as strong as the man himself. He was the only test subject that survived a full transfusion. Is this procedure theoretically possible for an adult? Obito asks, knowing that it's possible to obtain the Mokuton at least but not for his current survivability. Kabuto shifts somewhat. Only if the recipient has extremely powerful chakra, and a body strong enough to withstand it. I'm sorry to say that your current body wouldn't be a viable candidate. The Zetsu research has helped show a safer way of performing it and other Kekkeigenkai ability transmission, but without real flesh, I would die. Obito nods stoically. Kabuto nods as well, eyes calculating. Very well. Your research has been a boon to me, so name something that you want in exchange before I give you your next project. Kabuto looks openly surprised before it shifts into something of an understanding expression. I take it my next study is finding out how to regenerate original flesh and bone. Kabuto sighs, but his demeanor is confident. All right. I want you to keep Konoha off of my back. Obito nods. Is that all? Kukuku, anyone else would pale at the thought of fighting Konoha now. Kabuto chuckles. That's all. I have everything else that I need. In that case, Obito walks over to a glass cabinet containing Orochimaru's statue ring. Then there's only one thing left. He picks up the ring and offers it clearly. I am presenting to you the opportunity to officially join the Akatsuki. You are free to refuse, but you may come across some interesting things for your personal research should you choose to become one of us. Kabuto looks at the ring and takes it gently out of Obito's hand. You know, Madara-san, Kabuto slides it onto his finger. No one else has ever given me a choice. It's always, do this or die. Obito puts his hand on the boy's shoulder, and Kabuto looks into his Sharingan. You and all others will be a part of the world I am creating. A world where everybody will be ruled by their own choices, and not of others. Where every soul has the agency to choose their destiny. The goal of the Akatsuki does not discriminate by the circumstances of one's life. Kabuto is a frail and easily manipulated boy, lost in a cruel world. But a useful tool in securing the fate of their entire species. But he is like a cornered animal that can only run away so many times. Best keep a person like this close to him. Kamui. He whisks them away with a whirl of space. Saraku. Kabuto blinks when he's suddenly in a completely unlit room. His enhanced eyes help him see that it's barely the size of a bedroom, and there is moist dirt under his sandals. The only feature of the room is a stairwell with roots seeping in from the trapdoor access. Madara pokes his head through the top of the entrance, appearing to be intangible. He seemingly assesses the outside before he bobs back down and knocks open the hidden entrance. A dark canopy of leaves shadows much of the light that might seek to enter, but the rushing winds and gray background make it clear that the beginnings of a storm wouldn't let much light through anyway. We have some rules. Madara explains briefly, not so much as motioning for him to follow. You are to never divulge the nature of any goal of the Akatsuki, short or long term. You will represent an image of strength when in battle, no matter how deviant your personality you choose to wear. And lastly, never take action against a potential asset of the Akatsuki. What constitutes an asset? Kabuto asks, wondering just how much it will take to actively piss off a man as powerful as Madara. If Orochimaru could slither around for as long as he had, then it must mean that Madara didn't consider him even worth taking out. You'll get the full list and induction from Pain, the full leader of our organization. But the closest asset between your bases of operations is here, Saraku. It's a remote city in Hino Kuni, bordering on AIM. Kabuto could probably have thought as much on his own. They step out of dense woodland to see a near-abandoned city. Few strangers bustle around with raincoats and dark clothes. Some buildings have lighting and others look destroyed. Perfect for covert gatherings. Madara continues, small droplets of rain beginning to fall on his mask. It is a city of those who have been abandoned. The Uchiha clan once had a strong presence here as a hired police force for the local lord, but they weren't easily replaced and this place has since been claimed by every kind of scum you could imagine. Black market contraband, human traffickers, murderers, rapists, and everything else. Uchiha Fugaku's occasional presence here was enough to convince AIM that this place was more trouble than it was worth. If this exists in Hino Kuni, I'm surprised the Hokage has done nothing about it. Kabuto says, pulling his hood up to hide from the increasing downpour. The wind seeks to drive it off his head and they both have to raise their voices to be heard over it. Being this close to AIM is its greatest deterrent. Tsunade, pitiful as she is, may still be fearful of Hanzo of the Salamander. Any mobilization of her shinobi anywhere near this place will be retaliated against with extreme prejudice. War takes a very large toll on any nation involved, and fighting AIM after many consecutive tragedies in Konoha wouldn't be wise when they're already aware of Akatsuki's goal of taking possession of Bijou and Jinchuriki. They need to gather their strength if we're to even capture one Bijou, and that gives this town some safety from external conflict. Kabuto toils over that. He wonders just how much Konoha can know about the operations of the Akatsuki at all when they're so busy contending with Bijou attacks, clan massacres, increasing missing nin numbers and multi-nation invasion attempts. It would be impossible to police a place like this when they have so much on their plate to deal with as it is. You must have a leak for that kind of information to be out in the wild. Kabuto comments idly. I am aware, and don't think that it isn't intentional. The 5 great nations are greedy. If even one speaks up about a threat to all of them, then it will immediately be presumed as a power play to lower their guards and steal from each other. With a nation as hated by the entire world as Konoha, the risk of all the nations mobilizing is low compared to the benefit of sowing more discourse between them, and the addition of nurturing Uchiha Itachi's eyes full of potential should I ever need some spares. Even if I'm bound to hold my word to leave Konoha alone for now, Itachi will end up getting himself killed sooner or later. Hatred runs strong in that boy. My. You really do think everything through. Kabuto can't quite hide the admiration in his voice. Beware of an old man in a profession where men usually die young. Be on your guard, Yakushi Kabuto, else you may just learn something. They weave through the streets and not one person gives them a side-by glance. The pouring rain is annoying but not completely intolerable, with a smattering of rusty metal sheets forming verandas. Kabuto notes that many buildings that he presumes to be apartments do not have stairs or ramps leading to their doors. Instead, it seems that the high-density apartments must be accessed by walking up the walls. A haphazard strategy to fit more people into what few of the habitable buildings remain. This place is where the ultimate truth of shinobi culture rears its head. Madara speaks up as they stop in front of something a bit more cozy looking. This is where all of the platitudes of peace and loyalty will fall apart, and everyone defaults to their true selves. The only truth a shinobi understands is power and order through it. They step into the well-lit warehouse. Dust cakes every crate and surface, but there seem to be a few spots where animals may have been sitting that have a lesser gray layer covering it. His enhanced hearing picks up purring and an occasional meow. He didn't even know pet life could survive in a desolate place like this, and happily too. About time. An old woman's voice summons from a living space. Nikoba. Madara nods to her, presumably in a kind of respect. Is my order complete? The old woman blows rings from a thin pipe, looking upon them both casually. Her head ticks in the direction of some fresher-looking crates. Everything. Giant shuriken, metal stakes, standard weapons, and your cloaks. And your end. Nikoba is not subtle with her demand for recompense. I will personally escort you and your granddaughter away from this place. Madara ensures. I'll take you to Nami no Kuni. It is remote enough from shinobi conflicts, and I'll give you double the price of this requisition so you can settle in easier. Nikoba nods. Tamaki. A teenage girl steps out from a storeroom. Or bedroom. Kabuto can't really get a handle on the ridiculous layout. Cats are walking around and hissing at him or running away, from all kinds of directions. Are your belongings packed? Hi, Bachan. Tamaki confirms shyly, not wanting to glance at Kabuto himself. Probably not too keen on strangers. A loud crash from behind them has Kabuto whirling around to face the disturbance. As I said, Kabuto. Madara says as if nothing is happening. These people are governed by power alone. Leftovers of the great nations. I told you, there's a girl living here. Fresh and pretty, she'll fetch us a good price. Madara is unmoved. Tamaki-chan, please help my new employee find a good fit for his clothes and cloak, Tamaki shakes violently but gives him a weak, "Hi, Tobi-sama." There were light steps of what had to be 20 experienced, strong shinobi that had once been gifted and functional members of their villages. And then there was a lot of screaming, agonizing screams of terror and pain that shattered the silence of the warehouse. The girl doesn't speak a word to him, she only holds up Akatsuki uniforms to his body and judges if they're to his stature. Kabuto doesn't try to entice anything out of her, keeping to the rules about Akatsuki assets. And when he comes out of the storeroom with new clothes and spares, Kabuto says nothing of the splattered pieces that were once human beings, all skewered by roots and ripped apart or had their bodies crushed or sliced open. It is a veritable shower of blood, and if he didn't have a healthy fear of Uchiha Madara before, then he does now. To think that this is Madara's weaker self. Nami no Kuni. In contrast to the bleak weather in Soraku, there is sunlight shining in a thriving seaside village, complete with signs of life as far as the eye can see. Seagulls harass the locals for pieces of food and dolphins splash playfully further out. The citizens of this place are happy, Kabuto can tell. After leaving Nikoba and Tamaki to their own devices with stern warning not to reveal anything about them, Madara gives him the quick rundown before his official induction. The ring will allow you to communicate with Pain when he summons you and the other members of the Akatsuki. You won't be involved in the process of sealing the bijou until we start losing those who are involved. I need you to do those little important things we've been talking about. Madara takes out a ring and puts it on his finger, and suddenly Kabuto is submerged in darkness. Phantom images of other Akatsuki members start appearing before his eyes, although much of them is obscured by their flashing forms. The red clouds stand out, as do their eyes. A pair of Sharingan stands out the most, along with the rippled purple eyes. "Ohio, Pain-sama." Madara screeches out in a high-pitched voice. Kabuto blinks in confusion. Tobi. Pain, the man with what is quite clearly the Rinnegan, greets deeply. Such powerful, mystical eyes. It seems the legends are true. I did as you asked and got a new recruit for the super-secret plan. Tobi, Sasori interrupts, a grating growl of a voice. Deidara is rather upset that you stole his ring. Eh? Deidara-senpai? Tobi flails his arms around fearfully. Oh no! I just wanted to help Pain-sama. The silhouette of who Kabuto supposes is Hoshigaki Kisame chuckles openly with mirth. Don't worry, Tobi. I'm sure your senpai will forgive you if you apologize. Phew! Tobi wipes imaginary sweat from his mask. The new member. Pain's voice crackles over the dramatic acting. Introducing Left. Yakushi Kabuto. He's strong, smart, and he can keep a secret. Perfect for what you asked. Good. Pain seemingly picks up that as a full leader, he is taking responsibility for Madara's recruit. Welcome to the Akatsuki. With this organization, you will be a part in changing shinobi history and culture forever. Speak with me when the others leave, but to reiterate to the other members, infighting is forbidden. You are never to hinder your fellow members in any capacity. Kabuto listens to Pain's drawl as the other members slowly flitter away, and thinks that this man and Madara truly believe in what they're saying. They want to change the world. Even for people like Kabuto. And it was his own choice to join. Sounds like something he can get behind. Unknown location. The blizzard pelting him begins to let up for the first time after many months. He is hidden. He is distant. And he has been learning to master himself so that no other may take domain of him against his mighty will again. He has a hunger not for food, but for a different kind of fulfillment. He had a purpose once. Those wicked children of a man who let him feel love had robbed him of his purpose. He was a weapon. A being that could be subdued. He is that no longer. They toyed with a force beyond their ken. He would remain loyal to that man and his vision. He too, can change and move past years of tragedy for the sake of a dream. It is his time to return to the world left to him, left to all of them. That fiery woman was a vessel of base instinct. She was a lesson in learning what you truly yearn for. She made a sacrifice that too few others would, and it has inspired him. He admires this world now. Not for what exists in it, but for its future and potential, and perhaps it has taken him too long to understand himself in order to see it. To think as that man did once, as that woman did. To earn a better future through action and hope, and he is strong enough. The strongest of all of them. His breath melts the snow in a desolate wasteland of pure white. It takes more than a moment to remember how to move all of him. First come his paws, then come his claws. And with one great flick of his 9 glorious tails, the sky clears and radiant light shines down upon him. It is the turning of an age. Best be present to see it. Konohagakure. A small unit of Naruto's close acquaintances and friends are present in the Hokage Tower, waiting for him so they can say goodbye. It's hardly private, with Genin and their teachers running around and giving him scared looks, but it will do. Don't suppose I can talk you out of doing this alone? Kakashi is persistent. I am enough for whatever is happening in that wreck of a nation. Tsunade can only spare so many strong shinobi for a mission that might not even be successful in the way that we want. He's right, Kakashi. Sasuke affirms. We need to be here or warning the other nations. If what Naruto said is true about how strong the Akatsuki is, we're in deep now. I know, Kakashi sighs in defeat. But I still worry. Me too, Kaka-sensei. Sakura frets, bounding over to Naruto with her long pink hair dancing behind her. She locks him into a bone-crushing hug. You're ready? Tsunade leans forward in her chair, fingers clasped in front of her mouth. I am. Tsunade nods and slides over a small scroll to him. Good luck. Karen looks at her fiancé and thinks on how he has grown. Not physically, as impressive as his stature and muscle are. She thinks about how all that selfish focus had been simple, young child that he was. And now he is taking the continuation of the entire human race on his shoulders, a soon-to-be wife, the legacy of the Uchiha clan, and maintaining himself as a figure of strength and deterrence against those who would even dare to touch a hair on the heads of Konoha citizens. He sees things very, very differently to others his age. He has a calm, accepting attitude to the world as it is and doesn't think about how it should be. Naruto once told her that to remove all struggle from the world was to remove its soul. No one can truly accept a perfect life because it is one vacant of the sensations granted by success. He sees conflict of the mind and body as the perfect crucible to ascend to higher levels than humanity is on right now. When Naruto told her of this dream world, she had to admit that the temptation would be far too strong for someone like her if she hadn't met Naruto. Her life had been nothing but suffering with no reward. She would have taken any escape to give her some agency in her life. But she still has her struggles, only now with a bit of help, she understands that they make her stronger than ever before. She would achieve her dreams on her own terms and the reward would be ever sweeter. Her love looks to the stars when he speaks of these things. He ponders if they're alone in the vast blackness of the sky. Naruto is always looking towards the future, to a hope that no one else sees yet. And he tells her, what if we're not strong enough? It's hard to grasp that Naruto might not think that he's strong enough as a protector to save them. But what if he's right? It would be their end, to surrender completely to a dream instead of the eternal struggle, the eternal growth of humanity. These thoughts send chills through her and make her stomach sink, so she tries to leave the worry-wording to him. He prefers it that way. A soft clinking drags her from her doomed thoughts. Naruto's crimson plate armor is quite vivid. I'm ready. He breathes out, saddling his gunbai to a hook on the shoulder plate. Do you have to? Karen asks weakly, desperately, wanting to spend every waking moment with the love of her life. For your sake. Naruto nods resolutely, eyes determined. And for the sake of all of us. Inaction will only make things easier for them. She leans on the tips of her toes and throws her arms around his neck. She breathes in his scent, and the metal and oils. Come home safe, love. Always. She walks outside with him, eyes never leaving him as he slowly rises into the sky with light blue chakra fluttering around him. He takes off in his perfect Susanoo to the awe of many spectators. She can't be impressed with the light show. She just wants Naruto to come back. Chapter 17, Bloody Mist. Naruto makes his Susanoo dive into the ocean several kilometers from the coast of Mizu no Kuni. His arrival is far, far quicker than it would have been by foot, and he hopes that this is what gives him a bit of time to figure out what the best course of action is. Kirigakure is so far removed from the majority of the shinobi nations that it's often hard to get any information from them. But his mission remains: ascertain the status of any Jinchuriki and only take action if the situation isn't viable for defense against the Akatsuki. It might be too much to ask for a warm welcome, given that someone of his growing reputation would be seen as a potential invader, which is why he decided to kit out with armor. He is strong, not stupid. It's said that the Mizukage has something of a temper, and the 7 ninja swordsmen are all powerful shinobi. Presuming that there are any left that haven't gone rogue in some capacity. So he would approach as diplomatically as he can manage. Not worried about his own safety, but more so for the success of the mission in warning them of the Akatsuki and asking them to agree to a Kage summit. The mist is honestly the biggest pain. It's so loaded with chakra that even his sight can't penetrate all the way through, but it's raising red flags in his head. Such a dense Kirigakure no Jutsu would only realistically be used in an actual battle scenario unless it's how Kiri detects intruders. Resurfacing on the sea water by foot, he starts walking his way to the nearest chakra signatures to try and find out exactly what's going on. Using the affinity to Suetun given by the Rinnegan, he draws all water from his form and lets it rejoin the sea. A slight flitter at the end of his senses has him on guard, and the tiniest poke against his sandal has him leaping into the air and drawing his gun by. He swings it forward to meet a slim blade with alternating sharp prongs. A good 10 feet behind him, its twin launches out of the surface of the water, riding upon a thin fang and heading straight towards his back. Half a dozen more water fangs spear out with precision and chase him. Naruto swings across them, punting one of the swords into the water and dodging the spearing torrents. The oppressive mist is making things harder, so he charges his gunbai with wind chakra, making it glow white. He whips up a gust, not enough to agitate the surface anymore but to at least make it clear who he's fighting. But the mist regenerated quickly, and he didn't spot anything within his vicinity. The water under his feet is extremely dense, but he can't pinpoint the person or people doing it. It's disturbing that even his legendary sense can't accurately find anything. Fighting Kiri shinobi with their home field advantage is proving more annoying than expected. But he can adapt. Uchiha Naruto doesn't give up. He makes a few signs with his left hand and dips it into the water. Raitun, Bakurai, depth charge. The dark blue water glows and crackles as the lighting chakra spreads through it, but all of it is channeled and caught into a network that sends it straight into the twin blades. They come back swinging and stabbing, now sparking with lightning. Naruto narrows his eyes. Even through the mist, he could see the resemblance between those pathways and a human chakra pathway system. And then he grins, now understanding just what kind of threat he's facing. He focuses chakra to his eyes and uses them to send a genjutsu straight into the water. Fuzikoi, malfeasance. His chakra overpowers the control needed for this shinobi to stretch themselves over the large body of water, and the glowing ley lines shrink to human size. The tendrils holding the blades sink in and vanish. Hozuki clan Hiden-jutsu, hydrification. Naruto speaks to the mist and sea, wielding blades that perfectly circumvent its weakness to lightning chakra. Are you one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist? You could say that. A man's voice reaches his ears from every direction at once. You're in the bloody mist now, stranger. I'm on a diplomatic mission to speak with the Mizukage. I guess you haven't heard, Kakik. The Mizukage went nuts and started killing every Kekiigenkai shinobi in the village. You won't be able to talk to him if you tried. Naruto exhales a sigh of annoyance. That makes things complicated, and he hasn't even really started yet. Who do I speak to then, to resolve this? Naruto dodges 2 charged blades with a cartwheel backwards. Kiri shinobi are quite clearly mad without an insane Mizukage. We got something of a resistance going if you feel like helping out a bit. Another high-speed slash, blocked with his gunbai before the man immediately retreats into the mist. Even as he gives the olive branch, he still won't stop attacking. Why don't you stop attacking me so that you can introduce me to your faction then? Kakik, sorry Konoha Shinobi. It's just customary to greet outsiders warmly in Kirigakure. Ah. Kiri doesn't want to let outsiders in at all, so they're trying to scare them off before they get close. Things must be bad. As much as I love the thrill of the fight, I am here on business. Naruto stows his gun by. Evidently, it's not enough to dissuade the Hozuki, and Naruto feels several dozen projectiles of water launch at him quickly. Naruto sighs again, flipping through the volley and dashing towards his original goal, actual land. You're holding out on me, Konoha Shinobi. The voice follows him eagerly. You have no idea how much. Believe me when I say that I don't like being interrupted when I'm busy. Show me. Another enormous volley of water projectiles are sent straight at him, along with lightning currents from every direction. Naruto raises both arms out, projecting a translucent shield in front of his form. Gakido. Every shred of chakra being sent at him and permeating the atmosphere is steadily absorbed into the shield. The Kirigakure no Jutsu vanishes quickly. When sunlight finally peers through, the stunned man that had been fighting him is revealed to be barely older than Naruto himself. Well, the man starts uncertainly, but with his shark-tooth grin widening. You certainly made me eat my words. And you ruined my silent killing technique too. The man readies his dual blades again, sparking with chakra. I'm Hozuki Mengetsu. He introduces merrily. And is stabbed from behind, through his shoulder with a black rod that completely annihilates any control over his chakra. I am Uchiha Naruto, is Naruto's whisper into his ear. And you're going to show me where I can find your leader. The Naruto that absorbed the ninjutsu splashes into the sea, revealing it to be a water clone. Mei-sama. Ao calls upon her, taking her attention away from grimy maps stained with dirty handprints. Ao. Mei greets in return, blowing a sweaty bang of auburn hair from her eyes. She took a while to adjust to being called Mei-sama with reverence rather than standard formality. True, she did come from a well-known family famed for various Kekkei and shinobi skills, but she'd always been treated with disinterest and later on, disdain by the general population once whispers began to spread about the abominable mutants known as Kekkei shinobi. Mei becomes increasingly bitter when she understands that Yagura's crazed behavior had been leading to this from the start. The vast majority of the resource-providing civilians had been of the mind that since it didn't really affect them, then they could remain apathetic to the decreasing human condition of genetically gifted people. They'd stayed in Kirigakure, providing their trades and services to the people that would hunt them down for the crime of being born. The resistance has survived this long on strength and hardiness, thieving when needed and dominating territory to gain tactical advantages with their superior power over the opposition's numbers. Some hadn't stood for the blatant tyranny of the Mizukage, even without having a Kekkei for some extra sympathy to their cause. 2 of the 7 ninja swordsmen were displeased with the bloody mist culture that engulfed their nation since Yagura had gone nuts. Mangetsu doesn't care as much for the survival of Kekkei shinobi alone, but rather for the state of weakness that their village has been reduced to. The constant infighting is leaving them vulnerable, and even a bloodthirsty fighter like him is questioning the endgame of Yagura's plan. Their isolated island is not completely invulnerable to the woes of the world. Enemies would find easy prey if only they looked. Mangetsu is back from border patrol. Ao continues stiffly. Good, we're about to strike a dash. He's not alone. Mei narrows her eyes. An intruder? In a manner of speaking. A deep voice echoes through the hall before the meeting room. A pair of footsteps break some of the silence of the dank hideout. Mangetsu is first, with a black rod poking from his shoulder. Water splashes ineffectually around it, making it clear that it's not a wound but something that's preventing him from completely liquefying. Mangetsu gets pushed forward and he stumbles to the floor. The figure behind him retracts the strange rod into his hand and steps out of the shadows. Mei and Ao harden their guard, and Mangetsu doesn't bother to redraw his kiba. I wouldn't bother, heh. Mangetsu chuckles darkly. Guy coulda killed us already if he wanted to. Like that somehow reassures Mei. The giant of a man looks like he's equipped for a war. Crimson armor clinks in a distinctly unstealthy way, and the gunby on his back is already eye-catching on its own. The Konoha forehead protector hiding under a long bang is still clear against above eyes unlike anything she'd seen before. And his chakra. Never has she felt anything more powerful in her life. Who are you? Why are you here? Mei questioned sternly. I am here on behalf of the Godame Hokage. My mission is to confirm the status of your Jinchuriki, and to give the Mizukage an invitation to the Gakage summit. I've been made aware that particular goal may be out of the question, so I sought to meet the possible replacement of this mad Mizukage and aid them in exchange for an agreement to attend the summit. Why is the Hokage calling for this summit, and why do you need to know the status of our Jinchuriki? In addition to that, who are you and what good is one man against the majority of Kiri's military force? Mei rapid fires her questions, thinking this to be a Konoha trap. Tsunade requests the summit in order to negotiate a ceasefire between the 5 great shinobi villages. The status of all Jinchuriki is being assessed because of this. A group of S-rank criminal shinobi have allied in order to obtain all of the bijou and use them against the greater nations. Doing so will give them absolute military superiority, which is the barebones ultimate goal of this organization. A tumultuous village is one that is easy to infiltrate and acquire a Jinchuriki or a bijou, so the Hokage sent me just in case there's trouble. Mei watches stiffly as the man approaches casually and unconcerned with them. I am Uchiha Naruto, leader of the Uchiha clan. I am more than enough to end any conflicts occurring in this village, with either faction. So I implore you to consider me carefully. She recognizes the name. An anonymous drop of intel from Konoha's Monster Genin team under Hatake Kakashi listed this boy as the greatest threat on the team 3 years ago. And now he's all grown up and claiming to be the perfect solution to their woes. He looks like the picture, she just hadn't imagined that child could grow up to be this frightening. Chojuro, escort him outside please. Amige cure. Pain isn't too pleased with Madara's prodding. The man had pulled 2 syringes and taken a sample of his blood, along with poking another into his eye after applying some eye drops. The vision in his left eye is blurry, but Madara assures him that Kabuto's solution is safe and would wear off in a few hours. It's always wise to have a backup plan. Pain. Madara slots the blood and enzyme vials into a clear bag. Pain has never lost in battle. Konan defies Madara's word with little inflection. But he is still not immortal. Madara counters. The Rinnegan is an exceptionally versatile and powerful dojutsu, but even a master with a pebble can defeat a novice with a shuriken. Why not just take the Rinnegan? If you believe yourself so infallible, you could take these eyes from me and get the job done yourself. Pain interrogates boldly. Think before you speak, boy. It would be a complete waste to rob you of your power for an eye that my body probably can't control. But if it's any consolation, I'll pluck those eyes out if you fail the plan and find someone who can control them. This is part of your destiny as a wielder of the Rinnegan. To be a savior of this world. Don't demean yourself with such things. Madara shakes his head in clear annoyance. Madara looks like he's about to whirl away until Zetsu comes sprouting out of the floor. Uchiha Naruto has arrived in Kirigakure. How exciting! Pain's eyes narrow. Madara is unperturbed. I'll make sure that Konoha doesn't acquire the Sanbai, one way or another. Mizuno Kuni, Resistance Camp. Naruto perches cross-legged on a rock with his gunbai beside him after being dismissed by Mei while she discusses this development with her council. He is surrounded by a large number of beaten-down shinobi, though he isn't responsible. It seems that this civil war has run them ragged, but they jump up at the opportunity to serve this strong woman. He keeps his amusement hidden as a timid young man shies away from his gaze. Any censor in their group would easily be able to tell just how out of their league he is. It doesn't seem like any of them know who he is, however, which leads Naruto to believe that information going into the country is just as scarce as anything going out right now. Who is this guy? One fighter whispers to another. Beats me, but you saw how he manhandled Mangetsu. Crazy strong people shouldn't be here. He's scary. Look at the size of him, and that chakra. Naruto thinks that Mangetsu is strong, but below the pay grade of someone like him. He has potential, but then again, Naruto had only seen him with the battlefield advantage. He wonders what else that man has up his sleeve. Kiri's trials of ritual combat to determine who would be the next wielder of one of those legendary blades had produced exceptionally powerful shinobi swordsmen. It is something bloody and unlike anything in the other nations, save for maybe anyone stupid enough to try training shinobi to be completely emotionless. Even Konoha, famed as it is for producing a single genius shinobi regularly every generation, doesn't have anything quite this brutal, with academy spars being non-lethal. Every generation in Kiri has the 7 swordsmen, and they are always powerful. At least that's what they teach in the academy, but it must have some merit if the intel acquired on this culture long ago was accurate enough to teach to shinobi students. Stay where you are. Chojuro, the boy who escorted him away from the others, keeps a massive blade pointed towards Naruto. Ho! Is that another one of the 7 legendary swords? Naruto asks casually with a tiny grin. That's 4 of you that I've met now. All of you are quite strong, I wonder how you compare to the rest. Chojuro scowls and grips the sword, as if to strike at a moment's notice. What do you say, up for a spar while we wait? Naruto's hand shuffles over to his gunbai. Enough. Mei thunders from behind. Uchiha Naruto. Come here. Naruto stands up and stows the gun by, walking past Chojuro, who refuses to put his own blade away. At least one of them has good instincts. Maybe the myths about the swordsman have truth to them. Here's the deal. You help me overthrow Yagura, and I'll agree to attend the summit as the Mizukage. You'll do your utmost to not destroy the infrastructure of the village, and leave as many civilians alive as possible. Mei arbitrates. I can agree to that, Naruto acquiesces easily enough. But I'm also here to verify the safety of your bijou. Mei, Ao, and the two swordsmen exchange uncertain looks. You know our nutcase Mizukage? He's the Jinchuriki. Mangetsu provides. We believe that he's under the control of an enemy. His personality has taken a drastic shift over the past years. Ao speaks up, likely to convince Naruto to stay here rather than to go over to the Mizukage personally and aid him instead. We don't think that it's a mental illness, per se. His change was overnight. He started making strange choices like sending unqualified shinobi out on dangerous missions, and when we got tired of it and rebelled, all of his efforts went to putting all of us down instead of continuing like he had been. It's like his only goal is the destruction of our village. Mei explains coolly. Naruto considers this, not really caring if it's a lie but seeing an opportunity to gain agreeable representatives to meet at the summit. The chaos happening in the country would have to end. A united nation would be far stronger against the threat of the Akatsuki than one that is divided. And what of the bijou? Naruto asks, getting to the point. We will try and capture Yagura, Mei states. If we can do that, then we can seal the Sanbai into a new Jinchuriki. And if he dies? Mei's eyes harden in a scowl. Then so be it. It will give us time to set this country in order before it regenerates. Naruto likes this woman. A leader with her head on straight. Very well. In exchange for my help, you'll attend the summit. Deal? Mei puts her hand out, and Naruto takes it. Deal. The dark alleys of Kirigakure are encompassed in a fine mist. The paths have little visibility after a few short feet, and if not for the street lamps and house lights, it would be nearly impossible to navigate the streets without knowing them like the back of one's hand. Thin wires can barely be seen overhead for long wire fighters. They'd be invisible if not for the tiniest glimmers of light reflecting off of them. This district is isolated by comparison to the rest of the suburbs, being accessible by only 2 bridges over a wide moat. But ever vigilant, loyal Jounin patrol the streets and keep trained eyes on any suspicious movement. Any signs of rebellion are put down swiftly, although civilians have little to worry about in that regard. Some wonder how long it will take before they are targeted to satisfy the Mizukage's bloodlust. Most shinobi loyal to the Mizukage's bloody mist regime are all for the idea of civilians earning their keep through conquest and battle. To take the fight against each other to the rest of the world. Anyone criticizing this has their life swiftly ended. Or at least, live to fight another day with Terumi Mei's pathetic rebellion. A Jounin looks up as a wire slaps against another, and another wire launches across the rooftops. He straightens and puts his respirator over his mouth, not wanting his lungs burned from the inside out by boil shinobi. He looks down at his gloved hands, and sees faint speckles of green dust sweep across them. Glancing up, he feels a cold wind on his exposed cheeks and eyes. Around him, civilians returning to their homes begin to stumble. Chemical attack? He asks himself, catching a woman before she and the baby she is carrying fall to the ground. He looks at the pale and unhealthily skinny child, and wonders how long it will take for the terrorists to be put down. He jumps at the sound of an explosion, but it sounds muffled. Almost inert. It's like thumping noise, coming down the street and getting closer and closer. He shimmies the fainted woman into a stall and lies her and the child down. He peeks his head back out and sees flashing coming closer, along with the terrible noise. He readies his kunai. All of a sudden, a great thump sends a person practically rolling down the street. He assesses this man, and sees a large signature sword in his hands, less of blade and more of a reel of explosive tags. Shibuki. He sputters, looking at the foggy blast's word. The bearded man holding it growls at him and bares jagged shark teeth. Don, stand there boy. The bloodline mutants are here. Swallowing, he readies his kunai and dashes horizontally along the building to flank from the trespasser's side. He can see a white glow in a strange curved shape through the mist. Several of his comrades converge on their location, and they leap into the mist to attack Jinpachi's foe. As their various blades strike, they are all stopped by thick roots that spontaneously erupt from the ground. A hollowing scream echoes through the street, and the Jounin only has time to register one skewered torso fly past him and land with a wet slap. "And my legs." The other man rasps weakly through his own respirator. He faces forward after glimpsing at the mutilated Chunin, knowing that one would only have a minute to survive at best. A massive wrapping of explosive tags launches around the mysterious assailant, all of them pointing directly towards a singular, contained explosion that would vaporize anything inside its radius. He doesn't bother moving, he instead looks for other threats. He doesn't see or smell anything, but another mute explosion is a strange thing to hear when Jinpachi is the one fighting. He's right next to the action and yet, the entire battle doesn't seem chaotic. There are flashes of light where the explosions should be, but looking at the scroll of explosive tags, he sees that each explosion is seemingly swallowed by a translucent shield that's transferring all of the energy into a fan-like weapon. On closer inspection, it's almost as though the man's armor is glowing white, and is absorbing much of the explosive force and diverting its energy as well. And then he is looking at one eye. It's not a familiar one. There is something eerie and frightening about this inhuman eye, and it feels as though time is slowing down as he aims his kunai straight for it. Uchiha Geshi. Everything feels hot, scorching and blinding. A single second feels like an eternity as he tries to chase away the flashing in his eyes by blinking. The chaos around him doesn't stop, but everything feels so gone. When the brightness in his eyes leaves, his respirator falls from his mouth with a long trail of spittle. He realizes that he's propped against a wall. Everything still feels hot. He tries to move but only his eyes obey. They trail downwards. Stumps is not the right word, given the shattered bone fragments poking out from where his elbows used to be. His breath stops entirely. He can't drag in any air, and his eyes go further and see that there is nothing left from his ribcage down. Blinding panic consumes his mind, but what is left of him does not respond. As if by instinct alone, his mouth opens and shuts soundlessly like a fish out of water. The mysterious monster deflects another onslaught of explosive sword swings before stopping right in front of him. This will all be over soon. A hand is placed on top of his head, and his world is plunged into blissful, unsuffering darkness. Naruto withdraws his hand from the little Jounin's mind after doing a bit of searching in it through his last moments. Suetun Ninjutsu. An upcoming birthday. How to surf and surf life-saving techniques. General hints towards what life is like and the different kinds of struggles they deal with in comparison to Konoha. It's all very interesting, but there is an explosion-happy swordsman trying to kill him, so he supposes it's not the best time to scour through the minds of dying men. The blast from using his jutsu had virtually obliterated a building, so maybe it would be best to use a few less destructive jutsu in order to keep to his word about leaving most of the infrastructure intact. This is sad, Munashi Jinpachi. Naruto taunts provocatively. Zabuza was far more competent than you. Is this really the best you can offer? I thought that the 7 swordsmen were meant to be strong, but I see they were scraping the bottom of the barrel with you. Jinpachi bares his jagged teeth but doesn't bite. Seems this one is smarter than he looks. What will you do? To Naruto's surprise, the swordsman shouts a retreat from the district. Regroup. Fall back. The mist begins to dissipate and every shinobi in the area flees to the lake-like moat surrounding the main village district. A huge home field advantage, and a massive wall to add to defenses. Tactically sound, at least. He catches one shinobi lagging behind the rest and focuses chakra to his eyes. Fuzikoi, malfeasance. We need the advantage, get on the water and prepare some Suetun ninjutsu. Jinpachi growls out. That jutsu of his, he can absorb energy and send it straight back at us, but there's gotta be a limit. If you're shit at ninjutsu, use weapons and tags. I gotta look at his headband, he's a Konoha shinobi. One Chunin points out, who'd been slower than the rest. We should sound the alarm that we're under attack. As soon as the man is finished speaking, sirens begin ringing with deafening loudness from the main district. They had a good way on the water surface before Jinpachi speaks again. I get the feelin', Jinpachi spits, that he's workin' with the rebels. Never mind, get ready. The Chunin nods and pulls out a kunai, and goes to stab Jinpachi. What the hell are ye doin'? Jinpachi deflects the attack. You gone mad, boy? No more than your Mizukage. The Chunin smirks, voice smooth and calm. He weaves through the men trying to stop him with unseen grace, continuing to assault Jinpachi. I don't wanna kill you, boy. Snap out of it. The Chunin smirks at him and continues to attack. It's Jinjutsu. We gotta snap him out of it. Jinpachi would have just killed him, but they're low on healthy troops as it is. That prick is controlling him, then it's probably to see what I can do to break him out of it. Kai! A Jounin attempts after grabbing the still Chunin's shoulder. Nice try, but you'll need more control to throw off my chakra. The possessed Chunin grabs the hand, pulling it into a lock and snapping it at the elbow. Jinpachi unreels some blank scroll paper from the blade, but before he can try and seal the Chunin to snap him out of the Jinjutsu, a wire goes spearing through the Jinjutsu victim's heart. The needle sweeps around as if by its own will and lands in the hand of a tall and gangly blonde man. Hey, you've gone soft, Jinpachi. Kushimaru. Jinpachi nods at him. At least that's one problem solved. Someone tend to that broken arm. I could tend to that, I'm something of a medic neen. The possessed Chunin speaks up, seemingly unaffected by having his heart skewered. A talking corpse? Hee hee heh. You should be dead. Kushimaru chuckles flamboyantly. The persistent smile on the Chunin's face doesn't leave. He pulls one explosive tag out of his pouch. Gojo Kabaku Fuda, mutually multiplying explosive tags. One tag becomes 2, then 4, then 8, and the remainder of the squad only has time to run before the inevitable consecutive explosions. One of the braver ones dives into the water and pulls the Chunin under, and essentially defuses the walking bomb at the cost of his own life. Fuck. Jinpachi curses. The ability to control another's actions is a trait of the Uchiha clan, Kakik. I suggest not looking at his eyes, you might yet live to tell the tale, Jinpachi. Here he comes. Jinpachi mutters, eyeing the armored monster casually approaching them on the water. They should really be with the main force to stop the rebel invasion, but this man. I am Uchiha Naruto. He introduces with the same nonchalant inflection he used when speaking through his genjutsu captive. You're dead meat, boy. Jinpachi snarls. You're in shark-infested waters now. Looks like sashimi from here. You've been struggling as it is. But since I'm generous, I'll give you one chance to surrender and join Terumi Mei's resistance before I skin you alive. Should I keep my eyes closed to make things even, or are you perhaps overconfident? Those abominations are more dangerous to Kiri than we are. Jinpachi readies himself. Don't underestimate him, Kushimaru. You know what these Uchiha are like. Jinpachi gives some signals behind his back, ordering the other shinobi to engage in some preemptive action. They circle around Naruto, who does nothing to dissuade them. It would be wise for you to surrender. I have you surrounded. Naruto states with offhand, joking arrogance, grating on Jinpachi's nerves. Heavy rain starts pelting the lake surface, but it's turning the surface black and murky. Rain? Naruto holds his gloves hands out, wiping the black droplets from his wrist as if to test what it is. Jinpachi slams the blast's word against the darkening water, causing it to erupt in fire. The surrounding shinobi all weave hand signs without pause. Oil! Naruto exclaims, appearing to be excited at the unique fighting method. Suetun, Bakusui Shoha, exploding water colliding wave. An eruption of water makes the lake unsteady as it's dragged into the giant, oil-filled flaming well. The wave itself eclipses the wall surrounding the village. Thin, nearly invisible wires circle around Naruto, limiting ways of escape. Jinpachi throws out a long scroll from his blade, filled entirely with explosive tags. Naruto gives a light swing of his gun by. It generates the tiniest of gusts to redirect the oil rain to in front of him rather than on him, and as he stows the weapon and puts his hands forward, the oil is seemingly drawn off of him and ditched into the lake. Most impressive dash, Naruto smirks darkly and uses the horse sign. Katan, Goka Mikyaku, Great Fire Annihilation. A wall of flames unlike anything Jinpachi had ever seen collides with the wave and to his frustration, actually contests it with sheer velocity alone. But to him, it doesn't matter. The fool has failed to consider Jinpachi and Kushimaru's attacks. Or so he thought. Until the etheric blue glow of a demonic ribcage simply absorbed most of the explosive force of the tags and keeps the wrapped wires tight around its form instead of Naruto himself. The blue construct appears fractured but not broken. The skeletal shield unravels into dozens of similarly colored chains, tipped with dragon-like heads with glowing yellow eyes. They spear out and begin a deadly chase of every one of the Kiri shinobi. Very quickly, many of them find themselves staring at their own hearts that are plucked from their chests in the mouths of the shackled dragons. If they aren't already dead from the quick maiming, they soon would be. As the chains crash into the waves through the inferno, the oil in the water is either burned away entirely or dissipates as uncontrolled chakra does. Jinpachi manages to deflect the fast-moving chains and dodge them with some effort, but his explosive weapon is rendered seemingly useless against the chains. Touching them makes his weapon harmless, so all he can do is try and set it off mid-air with a carefully manipulated suetun against the edge to knock them back. Kushimaru has less trouble, being far quicker between the two of them but can't find an opportunity to attack. But they are whittling down, already it's just the swordsman remaining. If they don't act now then they wouldn't live to fight another day. This is getting boring. Naruto's lips tilt down with dissatisfaction. Kushimaru, Jinpachi hisses. Listen, he can deflect kinetic attacks and ninjutsu but he hasn't shown he can do both at once. All in. Let's end this prick. And look, his feet are exposed when he uses the skeleton chakra, and he doesn't move. Gotcha. Kushimaru makes some water clones under his feet, and they all swim out with speed for his next assault. Jinpachi forces as much chakra as he can to force it to spawn more tags, and unleashes everything he has in loops around Naruto. Have you gone senile? You've tried this one already. Naruto casually dodges multiple wire blades thrown from the clones. Suitun, Suryuden, Water Dragon Jutsu. Jinpachi cast with anger. Naruto leaps into the air after needle blades poke at his sandals, right into the effective radius of the explosive reel. The water dragon surrounds him in laps and the wires thrown seemingly at random, suddenly tighten with extreme speed on Naruto's form. The water dragon drags the explosive tags closer and the wires all align within an unsafe area for Naruto to deflect. You're fucked now. Jinpachi grins wickedly. Naruto grins back, equally evil. Shinra Tensei. Yagura stands with his arms behind his back, chuckling carelessly as he sees the massive shockwave expand and push all the air and debris in the area away. A veritable tsunami is pushed around the moat before it settles not long after, albeit not as calmly as it was before. He knows that the swordsmen are dead long before anyone else. Yagura-sama, please. The rebels are here to seize control, we must push back with full force. Yes, yes. I understand. Yagura turns away from the window to his emergency council. All reserves should be deployed at the main battlefield and at the moat with those intruders. Intruders? It's just one man, dear counselor. Yagura giggles. Yes, perhaps it's best that I make an appearance personally. Looks of relief spread around the room and Yagura's smile widens. Who will be handling troop deployment in your absence? One asks greedily. None of you. Yagura replies, spectacularly candid. Before they can even blink, he whips around with his staff and uses its hooks to dismantle every last person in the room. Yagura laughs madly, leaping out of the window deftly and leaping through the mist of the village, cutting down any of his allies as he did so. Yagura's on the move. Ao, having witnessed the meeting with the Byakugan, informs Mei. All right. Mangetsu, Chujiro. Take our troops and mop up anyone who doesn't surrender. Ao and I will tend to Yagura before he gets out of hand. Mei barks out. Gotcha. Hi, Mei-sama. Naruto spots the massive moving ball before he bothers to try and sense it, but it rolls through the village and crushes every building in its path without losing any of its momentum. It's coming straight for him, however, which makes things a bit easier. He doesn't want to be responsible for more carnage right in the middle of the village, so he takes the active measure of retreat to find some open space without anything at risk of damage or death nearby. But the transformed Jinchuriki bounces off the wall like a child's ball, leaping straight after him and bounding off the air itself. Naruto substitutes with multiple imprinted items that he'd left a trail of before finally arriving on the beach that he'd landed at when first coming to Kiri. Mokuton, Hobi no Jutsu. A dragon-shaped wooden mask combination of Mokuton and Fuin Jutsu sprouts from the beach sand and conceals Naruto. The technique and the ground shake violently from the force of the curled-up sandbai, colliding multiple times as Naruto collects its energy into his gunbai. The mouth of his jutsu opens up, and Naruto expels as much wind chakra as he could back at the sandbai before it smacks down again. Naruto hasn't fought a fully transformed Bijou before, but he certainly wasn't expecting it to shrug of the jutsu in its entirety, so he is forced to leap away and assess the situation while dodging. Too fast to catch with my chains, but too eager to press the advantage for single attacks to deter it. A repeated assault is the next reasonable step. Determine how much damage it can take consecutively before it budges and gives an opportunity to disable it. A full frontal assault may be key, seeing as it can bounce off of anything else. Kanzeon Renjo, Lotus King. A construct of wood sprouts from the sand, armed with hundreds of arms stored behind its back. Naruto strikes quickly as the sandbai makes a returning run, using every hand to smack into the Bijou. The arms get blasted away, virtually into sawdust by the spinning monster, but the creature slows down just enough to engage a different way. The almost ornamental faces decorating the wood statue above its forehead all shoot out ninjutsu of each basic chakra nature. The sandbai howls angrily and stops in motion entirely, being pushed back by the force. Mokuton, Mokuryu, Wood Dragon. Naruto summons wood dragons to bind the three swishing tails, effectively capturing them and preventing the Bijou from becoming mobile again. Almost got you. Naruto huffs, not quite used to rapid expenditure of chakra on this scale but with plenty left in the tank. He looks at the sandbai in its eye and attempts to subdue it with Jinjutsu. But it seemingly slips off, not unwilling to rend it under his control but almost as though it's being blocked. His mouth turns down with confusion, but he soon realizes that if Yagura is already under someone's control in his poor state of mind, it wouldn't be so easy to get through to him. Someone as unstable as this couldn't simply be coerced into doing what he wants, especially with the Bijou defending its territory, so to speak. Either one alone would be easy. Together, Genjutsu doesn't have much of a chance. Near-translucent blue orbs and dense red ones start appearing in front of the Sanbai's face, and Naruto thinks he may be a bit too close for comfort. Mei and Ao startle at the explosion, more so when an arm of wood as tall as a building lands beside them with a deafening thunk. Naruto lands in front of them after fleeing a barrage of Bijudama. We should retreat, Yagura's transformation is perfect synchronization. Mei looks at the rampaging Biju fearfully. Don't be so hasty. Naruto disregards her fear, remaining in a crouch. Boy, I don't think anyone is strong enough to defeat that. Ao grabs Naruto's shoulder, trying to pull him away. Naruto shrugs him off and brushes his bang off his eye. His two Rinnegan observe the Sanbai as it charges another attack. Focus. Naruto orders for himself. We need to go. Not yet. Naruto leaps into the air, suspending himself with the gravitational forces provided by the Rinnegan. The Bijudama grows to eclipse the Sanbai. This would be much easier if I could use Susanoo. Naruto sighs, but the destructive force of Susanoo versus Biju would certainly leave nothing left to defend against the Akatsuki. He sees this as even more motivation to stop them before they can get the Biju. The destruction they wrought is far too potent for anyone to stand a chance against, let alone the Jubi or its Jinchuriki. The Sanbai launches the Bijudama, and Naruto looks directly at it. Limbo, Hoken, consecration. Mei honestly thought she was about to die. As did Ao, given the way he dropped to his knees. Right above them is the massive Bijudama. Motionless. As if time itself had stopped and left it paused in the world, a dangerous thing that no one alive gets to look at this close. It's almost mystifying. But Naruto puts his hand on its surface, and sends it straight back at Yagura at the exact same speed. It collides and explodes against the Sanbai's shell, sending chunks of its tail sailing through the air and into the ocean. Her jaw hangs open as pieces of the Sanbai tear away and slowly, all of it is in the ocean. Magnetized to itself, but Yagura is separate. His corpse falls lifelessly to the beach, and the killed Sanbai dissipates into chakra to reform elsewhere. Naruto lands back in front of them, fetching a scroll from his coat. Set your nation in order. I expect you to attend the summit, Mizukage Dano. Looks like you didn't need to do anything, Madara-sama. I would have preferred to keep Yagura locked up somewhere safe, but this is fine as well. Predicted regeneration? A few months at most. I'll be watching. Notify me as soon as it reappears. Chapter 18, The Big Picture. Tsunade tries not to get too distracted from Naruto's slow pacing from one wall to another in her meeting room. He looks twitchy, unable to stand or sit still. He's at least discarded his armor to the floor so it would stop the annoying rattling, but he seems mentally exhausted more than physically. His hair is all out of his face, something unusual to her given how long he's kept it over one eye. He has mastered a prototype of Mugen Tsukuyomi. Naruto reveals grimly. She doesn't need to guess who he is. The Sanbai Jinchuriki was under a powerful genjutsu unlike anything I've seen before. I believe it exploited the Sanbai's chakra to increase its power. Yagura was seeing something that no one else was, living his dream in reality and completely unaware of what he was actually doing. The perfect tool to cause national chaos, using a village's weapon against them, yet alone that weapon being hosted by the Mizukage. I'm confident that he was behind it. Probably saw it as an opportunity to test his jutsu and get revenge on Kiri. So what actually happened? Naruto, I've never seen you like this before. Naruto shakes off some of his fatigue and gives her a brief rundown on what happened. The Mizukage was killing off Kekiigenkai shinobi in Kiri. I ran into a civil resistance that was trying to overthrow him and offered my help in exchange for a guarantee that the new Mizukage would attend the summit. She'll be corresponding soon. And the Jinchuriki? Dead? Yonde Mizukage Yagura transformed into the Sanbai and I couldn't hold it down long enough to seal it. I had to kill it, so we have a few months tops before it regenerates. The Akatsuki won't sit idly by while we track down all the Biju, my actions will spur them into motion. Has Suna been informed? They have. Tsunade nods, trying to ignore how he casually stated he'd killed the Sanbai. What's the concern? It won't make a difference anyway. Naruto mutters with a shake of his head. It'll take time to extract the Ichibi. We would have better luck preventing the sealing into the Geto Mazo than we would actually saving the Jinchuriki. It has now been proven to me that Obito may not actually need all the Biju to engage Mugen Tsukuyomi. As long as he has a good lot of them and a decent amount of chakra from the rest, it's now feasible that he'll be able to use his prototype version once becoming the Jubi Jinchuriki. It's more important now that we find where the statue is sealed and destroy it. Tsunade stands up midway through his rambling and approaches him. How do you know it's sealed? She asks, leaning against her desk and being more face-to-face with him. Naruto's ringed eyes look down at her and he pauses his pacing. Because I can't summon it. I should be able to with the Rinnegan, but it has to be locked down somewhere that keeps it hidden and disconnected entirely to anyone besides the other Rinnegan wielder. I should begin to search for it, but I can only think of a few likely places. Naruto. Tsunade interrupts sternly. He doesn't deflate. Naruto only looks at her, posture rigid and dare she say, stressed. She touches his collar, dragging out the trademark high brim from where it was tucked on his neck. The smell of his sweat escapes, but it doesn't bother her. One thing at a time. Tsunade ushers him over to the cushioned couch. You have to remember that we don't have another you. What you need to do right now before shit hits the fan, is take some deep breaths, relax a bit, spend some time with your fiancé and let others carry burdens too. It will make them strong, and it won't leave you doing 1,000 things at once. Tsunade pushes him down into the seat and sits across from him. He lays down on it, arms going slack and legs hanging over the armrest. Naruto is mostly quiet. Deep breaths from strong lungs and the ticking of a clock are the only sounds in the sunset-lit room. Do you know what will happen if they're given a taste of a perfect life? Naruto asks after a moment. I like to imagine that they would take strides to improve their lives so they could get as close to it as they could. Tsunade returns. I am not so confident in them, Naruto retorts, voice reduced to a quiet timbre. Even in our walls, there are fiendish degenerates whose most wild, happy dreams are those of horrors best kept from their victims. They fantasize evil and chaos, but they are kept in line by the light. For as long as moral scrutiny keeps them in line, then they stay their corruption. For as long as there are powers to protect the weak from them. If this dream comes to life, do you think they would accept being broken from it? Do you trust that they'll stop at nothing to achieve their perfect life at the expense of all others? That does not sound any different from how the shinobi world is already. Tsunade counters. Many times it's not a deviant, but simply a powerful person that seeks to gain joy by exerting their power to abuse the resource that is the weak. How many have been ripped from their potential because of you? You seek power to gain what you want, and it is those weaker that are than you that pay the price. And yet, this harsh reality based on the hierarchy of tangible power, is a vital tool in the development and continuation of humanity. What good is the escapism of a perfect dream if it costs you your entire species? While everyone's heads are in the sand, they'll be blind to the snakes and spiders that lurk within it. I will concede that my ambition has cost lives, perhaps many innocent ones too, but I will not roll over and die. It is the natural order of life to endure competition. This dream is as good as giving up. There is no room for growth, there is only temptation to give up all your worldly woes when the truth is, that is what makes you strong. Naruto turns onto his side and looks at Tsunade once more. What do the weak do when they do not get their way, and yet they still live? They drag the names of their heroes through the mud. They take out their frustrations on the innocent instead of taking responsibility for themselves. What makes you think that they won't want to be in a reality that is free from all earthly concerns, where they can live out their fantasies and grow fat and weaker from a lack of true struggle, the fight to survive? And that is something very easy to say for you. Tsunade states bluntly. All things considered, you have a good life, Naruto. You were born with the most powerful genes the world has seen up until now, you were mentored by people who understood exactly what you needed, and you were blessed with a cunning and intelligent mind. Not everyone is so lucky, and so they have their own struggles that aren't comparable to yours. Perhaps it's time to accept them for all their faults, and learn to see the good in them too. They have potential in their own ways, and they're struggling to survive in the same systems that you are. Maybe it's time for you to grow in not just your power, but in your mind, and overcome your cynicism and turn it into wisdom. From the time they started talking, the sunlight fades away completely. Dim lamps are all that light the room, casting shadows of their figures on any surface that would take them. Naruto sits up, and for the first time that she can remember, actually looks like he's having a struggle in his own head. Maybe you're right. He gets up shuffling over to scrape his armor and gunbai from the floor. He looks at them dispassionately before making his way to the door. He turns the handle. Maybe it's time that I grow up. Naruto, Tsunade calls out, one last time. You're young, and you have time to learn that you can't take on everything yourself. Don't spread yourself so thin. You've got a lot to live for these days. The old man once told me something about picking my battles, HMPF. Naruto chuckles wryly. The next morning, Kakashi and Shizune are surprised to see Naruto and Karen appear at a taijutsu practice and minor examination of their daughter's class. The parents were there partially to see how Minako is doing, and equal parts of having nothing better to do. All of the students had been carted away by Irika and another teacher to the Chunin exam stadium, likely to see how they would fare in a larger environment to spar in. Didn't think this was your kind of scene, Naruto. Kakashi comments idly. Karen shakes her head. I don't know what's gotten into him either. Probably wants to make the kids cry with his scary face. He definitely has a face that can do that. Kakashi thinks with some amusement. Konohagakure is no stranger to scary and eccentric appearances, but Naruto can be a different beast in that regard if he's annoyed or angry. Naruto looks uncharacteristically serious, not a smile nor a deep frown to be seen. He's in his usual getup of the black Uchiha coat, and his spiky slate hair is in its usual place over his eye. Kakashi can't even remember the last time he's seen Naruto's full face. Just checking in on my new apprentice. Naruto shrugs in a nonchalant manner, unconcerned with the awe-filled looks from the parents who know who he is. Apprentice? Shizune asks with wide eyes and more than a little alarm. Understandable, given that Kakashi doesn't think that Naruto would be a very good teacher either. A few of the spectating parents only heard apprentice and all but flood around Naruto. Some of the kids look over curiously, but Iruka manages to rein them in. Are you scouting for an apprentice, Naruto-sama? One hopeful father asks, eye gleaming at the potential opportunity. No. Naruto shuts him down curtly. Without a word or a stray look, Naruto walks away from the pack and towards a nervous man and woman who only have eyes for one of the children in the class. Kakashi shares a mystified glance with Shizune and Karen before they follow along, leaving behind the somewhat indignant group. The two are very formally dressed. The woman in particular has an aristocratic beauty that some would slave over themselves to get. As they get closer, the two realize they're being approached. Naruto Dano. They dip their heads respectfully. Naruto is fine. Naruto corrects casually. How is the boy doing? He is struggling. With the training, that is. The father gets out with a wince. That's to be expected. This is new to him, it'll take a bit of time before his body adjusts to the new stimuli of physical conditioning and chakra awareness. Naruto explains clinically, but Kakashi feels it's something reassuring to the parents. So it's a common problem? The woman asks hopefully. That's right, Naruto nods, gaining his signature lecture pose that nearly made Kakashi want to tune out. Once he learns to control his chakra, his body will slowly adjust and his tenketsu will train themselves to express it. The human body has 8 natural gateways that regulate the flow of chakra so that it won't flow too quickly and burn through the paths. Physical training will help those gates ease up just a little so that he can get a good feel for it. But that is with time. How about his classwork? Good. She beams up at him, perhaps unintentionally but excited at the prospect of her son doing well academically. Fujita is in the top bracket in his class for his studies, or so Iruka-sensei tells us. The father responds, rather proudly. Ah, Naruto? Care to introduce us? Shizune asks, somewhat sheepishly. Naruto turns to her with a smile. No. Kakashi hides a snicker as his wife huffs in annoyance. I'm Hatake Shizune, I'm the mother of that little silver-haired menace over there, and this is Kakashi. Shizune introduces, purposefully standing between Naruto and the two unknown parents. Not that it did much, given that Naruto is annoyingly tall and he could just peer over her. Said silver-haired menace is in front of Naruto in a flash, hugging his legs just as she used to. Kakashi and Shizune both roll their eyes, knowing that Minako's attention has been stolen by her big brother and Iruka is unlikely to get it back. They separate and Minako does a little dance, a seemingly familiar game with how Naruto copies what she's doing flawlessly. Seeing him act so ridiculously helped dash some of the uncertainty in the eyes of the unfamiliar parents. My name is Takahito, and this is my wife Mika. Takahito responds, formal and dignified. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Mika dips her head courteously. Without further fanfare, Naruto picks up Minako and holds her behind his head. He vaults her straight back into the makeshift ring of students. Takahito and Mika gasp in horror. Onii-chan. Minako screams at him while flying into the fray. Go back to class, brat. Minako huffs midair, twirling gracefully and landing on her feet in the middle of the wide ring. Minako has volunteered for our first match. Do we have any volunteers for her opponent? Iruka calls out to the kids. The prodigy girl? A parent mutters to another. Kakashi feels Naruto bump his elbow. He looks at his former student as he creates a wooden stake and tosses it next to Minako. The wood vanishes, and in its place is a boy with the same spiky silvery hair as the father beside him. The poor boy appears startled and frozen in place. You're cruel, Naruto. Karen shakes her head exasperatedly. Fujita and Minako. Seal of confrontation. Minako does so without pause, left hand held in the seal while Fujita mimics her shyly. He flinches a bit at the jeering whispers of his classmates. Not much to pick from in the class. Naruto comments candidly and none too quiet. Best get the two with the most potential out of the way first. Kakashi thinks that's a poorly veiled excuse to just do what he came to do and leave. A busybody like Naruto wouldn't want to lurk around for an entire field day for the academy. Hajime. Minako dashes at Fujita, no doubt used to roll her classmates with ease, and this boy is no exception. The clumsy guard he puts up is swiftly locked behind his back and Minako forces him into a kneeling position, arms held in each of Minako's. Kakashi feels Naruto vanish and appear next to Irika. The sensei was about to call an abrupt victory to Minako through the cheering, but Naruto put his arm up to stop him. Irika feels like he's in the presence of a different kind of beast whenever Naruto is nearby. It hadn't been so bad when Naruto was just a student. Irika's rudimentary ability to sense chakra had been used to assess just how well students were adjusting to learning how to use their own. There are a few outliers in every class that are just a little cut above the rest, showing off reserves just big enough to illustrate to each other that they can keep going when others lag behind. Naruto's class had been full of students from shinobi backgrounds, clans at that. People who live for the trade and pass on unusual traits to their kids. Across the board, that class had many children with larger than average reserves. But even back then, one boy dwarfed them in their entirety. The teachers would often discuss Naruto's frightening proclivity towards anything they had to teach him. He devoured it, mastered it, and met everything that was meant to be challenge for experienced students and crushed them like he was born to do it. And now, as if a terrifying premonition is coming true, he stands beside Irika as one of the legendary shinobi of Konoha who stands as of the present day, peerless. And as much as he doesn't want to admit it, Naruto's outright inhuman ability scares him. Don't call it. Naruto puts an arm up to stop him. This match is finished, look at the boy. Irika hisses. Monster Naruto may be, but Irika is the teacher between them. You haven't been out in the field for a while, have you? Naruto's mocking mutter tests Irika's nerves. Letting him struggle when he has already lost is just going to give his peers another reason to bully him. Letting him give up without a struggle will destroy his ability to claw his way back from defeat. At least this way he can have a chance to test his tenacity. Would you surrender just because an enemy has a kunai to your throat? Irika bites his tongue, wanting to snap back but finding himself answering the question in his head. He teaches his students to maneuver situations like that very carefully to preserve their lives, primarily through negotiation. It's not until they reach Jounin or primarily ANBU that they learn the whatever-it-takes style of missions. He probably would surrender, knowing his limits and that it's not possible for the average shinobi like him to make the best of all outcomes possible in that scenario. This boy can't be taught the same way you teach your normal students. He is destined for more, and he won't reach that potential unless he has a teacher that understands what he needs to grow into that. This is hardly the first time an academy student has been poached by a skilled shinobi. There are channels so that you can ask for permission to take on an apprentice, and I'm telling you that no one in their right mind will give control of training a boy like this to you when he's clearly not ready. Irika does not appreciate Naruto's offhanded comments about the quality of the academy training. I have permission from the only people who matter. His parents, and the Hokage. I dare say that the old witch is happy about the arrangement. And besides, who could stop me from training him anyway? Well, maybe the ANBU. But Konoha doesn't do brainwashing anymore, does it? Irika feels cold at the insinuation. Does Naruto really think that entities in Konoha would conspire to manipulate a child to hate someone? And don't fret too much. The boy still needs to be taught the basic crap that I can't be bothered to teach. Reading, writing, blah blah. He'll have as normal a life as he can, but I will be primarily in charge of the rest of his studies when I'm not busy. The sensei looks at the struggling boy, miraculously still holding on despite Minako's attempts to get him to surrender. Fujita's arms very slowly edge forward, showing unusual strength for a child, especially when placed into such a helpless lock. With a roar, Fujita swings his arms overhead and throws Minako off of his back. Minako lands on her feet, still holding his arms, but the boy pushes her forward, inching her towards the edge of the ring to win on the technicality of out of play. Minako rolls like a crocodile on the rough ground, spinning Fujita across it and putting him in an armbar. Irika thought this would be the end of it, but the boy surprises him again by overcoming the pain and throwing Minako to the ground on his other side again. The moment of triumph doesn't last, however, and Minako regains control one last time with a deterring punch in the ribs and a kick to his collarbone. With little fight left in him, Fujita goes slack on the ground. The Uchiha hums, apparently satisfied with what he's seen, and Irika takes that as his cue to actually call it. Winner, Minako. What did Naruto say the kid's surname was again? He didn't. Takahito and Mika look nervous and it's somewhat revealing to Kakashi. Despite being awful at fighting, the kid has some insane physical strength for his age. To outright overpower Minako, who has been training virtually from the day she could walk on her own 2 feet, is something that is not ordinarily possible. To have that kind of natural tenacity, you'd have to be seriously genetically gifted. Oh. We won't say anything. Kakashi assures quickly. And it's probably best that Naruto got this out of the way now before anyone picked up on it. If he's publicly stating that Fujita is his apprentice, that'll deter pretty much anyone from trying to get him. He thought it odd that Naruto would do the same thing that other academy teacher did at Naruto's graduation. Let a fight go on for longer than it should and see what arises from it, but he sees that the decision had been made before Naruto had some here in the first place and that his former student was just testing to see how much work would be needed to bring Fujita up to speed. Kakashi has to wonder what Naruto's motivations are in all of this though. It's hard to read into what Naruto is up to most of the time actually, and committing to train a child from a historically rival clan is definitely up the list of weird and quirky decisions that he's made. But then again, how much can he expect from a man who was taught by a ghost? 1 week later. Naruto watches as his new student slogs through a brutal physical regime that he'd set him on. He's a little surprised that the kid is doing it without any complaints, but the frustration Fujita has at his inability to use ninjutsu thus far is starting to get to him. So maybe Naruto was wrong in his initial assessment and things might need to change. This isn't working. Naruto's lips purse in thought. Kid, see me a minute. Fujita doesn't drop the log he's pushing up and keeps it above his head as he approaches Naruto. Sensei? Blue eyes peek up at him through white spikes of hair. Sit down kiddo, catch your breath. Naruto sits down with him on the grassy plains of the training ground. The ambient noise of the adjacent river is calming, but it's barely heard over Fujita's panting. Did I do something wrong? Fujita rasps out. No, what? You've been doing what I've told you to do just fine. Naruto assures. How much do those academy bullies knock down newbies? They'll be in for a surprise when the brat comes back swinging. I still can't use jutsu. Fujita explains his insecurity, disheartened. We just need to figure out how to best bring out your chakra. I want to try something, you know the leaf-sticking exercise they teach you in the academy. Yeah. Fujita nods simply. Naruto puts his hands into a ram seal. Alright, try the ram sign. I want you to try and focus on calming down, take some deep breaths. Fujita mimics with some confusion. What are the two main components of using the chakra that's inside you? Physical energy and spiritual energy. Fujita parrots the academy lessons. That's right. Now focus on the physical, what's happening in and on your body right now. Keep holding the sign. Naruto nudges Fujita's elbows up when they droop. Fujita takes slow and deep breaths. My arms feel sore. I can feel my heartbeat. Good. Now what are you feeling? Are you happy or sad about anything? Are you excited? Do you feel angry? There's a pause before Fujita can answer, with Naruto bumping Fujita's elbows up again when he fails to maintain form for the sign. I feel bad. Why do you feel bad? Naruto presses, but quiet. Private. I don't have friends. Fujita sniffles. And the kids at school are mean to me because I'm not good like they are. It's okay to feel that way sometimes. Naruto assures. Because when things are bad, they can always get better. You're starting at the bottom, so you've got everything to win and nothing to lose. Remember your match with Minako? You didn't give up just because she was more skilled than you, you kept going. Why? To prove myself. I don't want to disappoint anyone. I saw you and didn't want you to not train me because I sucked. Fujita chokes out. Turn that into focus. Feel the rhythm of your heart, feel your desire to prove yourself, feel the hot wind in your lungs and your arms hurting to keep going. Feel it, and know that you can only go up. Fujita straightens and keeps his arms up alone this time. His eyes are clenched shut and he breathes deeply. A noise of strain comes from his throat on the exhale. It's right there, Naruto coaxes. It's in your body and your mind. All you have to do is drag it out. A thin veneer of turquoise chakra begins to leak from the tenketsu on his arms. Naruto watches eagerly as Fujita finally manages to access his latent power. The chakra builds up on the boy's skin and flicks off like waves into dust. With excessive effort, Fujita screams and pulls out as much as he can at once, causing the chakra to burst outwards and knock the sitting Naruto on his back. The boy nearly faints, splaying his limbs out on the grass, and Naruto laughs. You did it, kiddo. Fujita manages to huff out an elated giggle before fainting. Sasuke looks up at the ceiling of the seal's cape. He is laying in the ankle-length water, a soft purple glow emitting from the floor but with no obvious source of the light. What is above him appears to be a curved dome of dark, curving clouds with dense and artistic outlines. I don't know what I'm doing with my life. He says aloud. Matatabi pauses her grooming, tongue flicking off fiery paws. The bamboo gate does little to show that she's a caged animal. I feel stagnant. I don't know if I should be going vengeance like I was before, or giving myself to the village entirely. I feel lost. Do you think that perhaps you need a goal? Something to strive for? Matatabi rests her head on crossed paws languidly. Killing my brother was at the top of my list for a long time. Kakashi kind of broke me out of it and helped me find value in things that aren't death. My family. Sasuke breathes in and out while in thought. Naruto. Sakura. Jiraiya-sensei, and everyone in the village that's helped me become more than the child I was before. But where am I supposed to go from here? I know not the motivations of Itachi, but I would not discredit the threat he may still hold to that which you have gained. Matatabi's voice echoes, but it's the wisdom in the words that makes something in Sasuke's spine tingle. He's still out there. Sasuke pushes down his personal horror and fear. That will not be changing anytime soon, unless action is taken. How many lives is he destroying out there? Perhaps you could inquire into avenues about confronting him at long last. If it will bring you peace and allow you to search out what you desire to do with your life going forward. Be wary, however. Defeating your brother poses a great challenge, but I do not imagine that he will be the feat that will satiate you for the rest of your days. Think carefully on why he must be removed from the equation, think what may come after he is gone. What if by destroying one evil, you allow a worse one to take its place? And that is presuming that the evil is outside the walls of your home, rather than in. You said it yourself that Konoha is more benign than Kumo. Sasuke points out. You should also be speculative of everyone and everything at first glance, especially if you do not completely understand them. Being able to know that you trust someone is a gift, but every human has their own motivations that may clash with your own. The ambition of man leads to butting heads, as you say. Be sure of yourself when you say that you trust someone or trust your village. Matatabi's head nudges forward, a gust of hot wind huffing from her nose. So, what is it that you want? Sasuke is quiet for a few minutes, clearly in thought. He vanishes from the seal's cape as if he were never there. Sasuke manages to find Naruto after asking Karen where he disappeared to this time. The redhead was willing to lead the way and show him just where he was haunting, all the while filling up a picnic basket and idly mentioning that Naruto would probably be spending a bit more time in the village from now on. Why do you want to find him anyways? Karen asks, dumping the basket in his arms and letting him do the carrying for her. I just need to ask a few people what they think about what I want to do. Sasuke says with a shrug. What, get a girlfriend? Sasuke manages to smile at the cheek. Nah, more like, get permission to kill baddies more, . I have no idea what that's supposed to mean, so I'm going to ignore it. Karen walks faster toward a training ground. Naruto really is lucky to get a girl like Karen. Fiancé, even. Sasuke will admit that such thoughts hadn't really crossed his mind yet, but figures he has the time afforded by youth to figure it out as he goes along. Naruto's training again? Sasuke asks idly, knowing that's probably the case if he's gonna be in the village more. Kinda, Karen alludes. He's on standby in case there's news from the Akatsuki, but he's getting training in here and there between all the other crap he does. They're in the massive field in no time. Sasuke spots Naruto easy enough, given that he's awkwardly perched on a training post with his legs crossed and his arms clasped into clap. His eyes are closed, and it's something kind of weird to see Naruto so perfectly still. You told me you were training. Not relaxing. Karen shouts indignantly. Naruto seemingly ignores her, or at least isn't aware of her, which is even more unusual. Karen seems taken aback by the lack of reaction and huffs. Under the dense shade of a tree is an ornamental wooden bench, and resting on it is a white-haired child. Conked out and drooling a bit. Clearly exhausted. Hey Munchkin, Karen coos sweetly. Big blue eyes slowly open. The kid sits up, blinking and rubbing his face. Sensei's girlfriend? Sensei? Someone gave Naruto permission to teach a child? Aha! You can call me Karen, sweetie. I bought you both some food so you can get back to training. Cool. The kid perks up. I can't believe he just let you lay here like that. Karen ruffles his hair. What's the big bad Naruto doing anyway? Dunno, just woke up. Let's go wake up that lazy bum. Sasuke, help yourself. Sasuke takes Fujita's place on the bench and does exactly that. Karen makes some good food, he'd be stupid not to get some before Naruto can devour what's left. He observes as Karen lifts the boy onto her shoulders and lets him pull on Naruto's face, making him do silly faces while the two giggled happily. Alright, Naruto shouts at the top of his lungs. I get it. I'm paying attention now. Satisfied? You should be paying more attention to me in the first place. Sasuke felt the raw emotion in Naruto's groan of pure annoyance. Naruto picks up Karen in a bridal carry and shakes her threateningly over the river. Don't you dare. Karen laughs, clutching onto his shoulders. Yes, yes. I suppose I should take care of you. Just this once. Gross. Fujita cringes, making Sasuke smile. Naruto and Karen make their way back to the bench, swinging around and in their own little world before Naruto extends it into a loop. What's up? Naruto asks, diverting attention from his needy fiancée. Know anything about ANBU? Mid-sip, Naruto looks at him directly. I can answer that. Karen states matter-of-factly and puts on her best Uchiha Naruto impression. Killed a few in my day. Not really sure about M to be honest, they're just masked fodder to me, same as everyone else. Sasuke's lips twitch. Naruto's quiet protest of "I don't sound like that" is resolutely ignored, despite it being way too accurate. Look, she's right. I don't really know much about ANBU at all. I know Kakashi had a long stint with them, same with that Mokutan friend of yours. But if someone as prolific as Kakashi can get in, I think you probably have a good shot at it too. That's what I'm confused about, actually. Lots of ANBU are recognizable, even in uniform. I think Kakashi used to tell us that he used Chidori and his Sharingan on his missions, so I'm starting to think it's not entirely about just being stealthy and covert. Sasuke utters his skepticism. Fujita chimes in shyly. Tsunade Ba-sama told me that different teams do different things. It, might be the same, right? A reasonable comparison. Naruto acknowledges quickly, making the kid beam. Come to think of it, actually, I know that Iwagakure has a famous ANBU division based around demolition specialists, some of which are shinobi using the Bakutun Kekiigenkai. The Nidaime Hokage fought an ANBU division of 20s rank shinobi from Kumogakure, and there's the hunter division in Kirigakure. There's bound to be sects of ANBU that do different things or simply act as elite unit versions of genin squads, covering each other's weaknesses and taking on the most difficult missions. Sasuke listens carefully through the nuggets of truth that Naruto sometimes deigns to let free. But on the other hand, I haven't been in ANBU so I don't know how it works internally. There's probably a whole bunch of bureaucratic crap you'll have to slog through too. I guess I'll go see our sensei then. Thanks for the food, Karen. You're welcome. Karen chirps. The food makes it all worth it. Naruto puts an arm over his eyes to block out what sun is coming in through the leaves, but the tiny smile on his face lets Sasuke in on something already. Oh? Karen sounds unimpressed. Am I not enough on my own? You might be too much for me to handle. Karen flicks her sassily. Yep. I'm definitely too good to you sometimes. It's hard when you don't treat me like I deserve. Yep, the smile on Naruto's face widens as he looks cheekily at Sasuke. Never seen her satisfied. Sasuke lets out an uncontrolled snicker at the surprise innuendo. Karen's face matches her hair. Not in front of Fujita. Karen hisses in embarrassment. And you? Don't encourage his stupid jokes. Gross. Fujita proclaims once more, accurately guessing weird adult stuff. Yeah kid, Sasuke agrees with another snicker. Gross. Sasuke explains his talk with Naruto and his motivations for asking about it in the first place to Kakashi, who listens carefully as usual with his students. We do have a hunter division. You might call them bounty hunters, even. Kakashi reveals calmly, almost reminiscent. But the risk can't outweigh the reward when it comes to hunting missing nin from Konoha. Orochimaru got away with it for so long because realistically, he was too strong for so long and it's too much to expect an ANBU squad to be able to take him down. ANBU will go after easier targets simply for the fact that they're less likely to die, or they pose a security threat in the way of intel. When it comes to people like Orochimaru and Itachi, all you can really do is change security in the village and try to gather intelligence on what they're up to so if they come back, you'll have the home field advantage. ANBU have to get paid too for various personal reasons and if they have responsibilities like families, they can't really go out of their way to kill nin of that caliber only to die and leave everyone behind. But it's possible that someone skilled enough could be sent after threats of that level to the village? Sasuke questions, not concerned about money or strength. Fact of the matter is, he has grown strong and Matatabi has only exemplified that. If your name is Naruto, sure. Kakashi says offhandedly, making Sasuke scowl a bit. Don't take this the wrong way. Getting into ANBU is the easy part, it's gaining a mission record and definitive accolades that warrant risking your life to take these people down. That's the hard part. You've been gone for 2 years and the only person who really knows what you're capable of is Jiraiya-sama. Naruto taking down Orochimaru means he would be a shoo-in for basically any threat that might need to preemptively need action taken on. You'd need some experience on paper if you want to go after Itachi. You'll be starting from the bottom. That's fine by me, but Itachi and the Akatsuki won't wait. ANBU or not, I'll do whatever it takes to protect Konoha from them. Kakashi slumps on his sofa. Look at you kids, all grown up and talking about stuff like this. It's enough to make a man feel old. You are old. Sasuke gets out before a bottle cap nails him in the forehead. But in all seriousness, ANBU isn't just about covert ops like some believe. The mask isn't about hiding your identity, it's a personal acknowledgement that you're surrendering your very being to the village and all its inhabitants. Sometimes, you're gonna do things that you don't agree with for the sake of Konoha? Are you prepared to sacrifice your life, knowing what you are and your deterrence value to the village? Could you risk your life and Konoha's possession of the Nibi? I'm certain of my power and my devotion to the village. There are things I want to protect, and I'll do it from the light or the shadows. Kakashi heaves a great sigh as he stands up. He puts a fatherly hand on Sasuke's shoulder. All right, I'll draft up a recommendation for you. Sakura shifts uncomfortably while reading through a stack of papers. Sitting across from her in her new apartment is Niji, who'd asked her to look into the damage caused by cursed seals a while ago. Initially, she hadn't thought much of it. But Niji had presented a very real and non-theoretical mark, and offered himself and his father as subjects to evaluate the progressive damage over time that prolonged activation of it could cause. She was fascinated, and that fascination turned to acute horror on realizing that Niji had been getting exposed to it for as long as he could remember. I'm pretty sure this is illegal. Sakura bobs her head with wide eyes and pursed lips. If Tsunade-sama knew that the mark actually did damage, she'd say hell to the Hyuga and either kick them out of the village or force them to remove the marks. And that's only a part of the issue. Niji daintily puts his teacup down. As far as I've been able to gather, the seal only came into use a few years after the Sandaime Hokage came into power. It was pitched as bloodline protection that would destroy the eyes of a dojutsu wielder in the event that they passed. It doesn't get used outside of the compound, and with clan Hiden Jutsu protection laws, I can't really go up to Tsunade-sama without any proof that it's essentially a slavery and torture seal. Niji looks tired and burnt out. The bags under his eyes are getting worse every time that she sees him. On his shoulders is the freedom of his clan, and potentially their lives as well if the situation isn't handled delicately. If Tsunade-sama finds out the truth, then she will act as she is wont to do, quick and decisive action to remove the problem from the equation entirely. Niji has the chance to figure out how to protect the innocent ones in his clan and to remove the wasteful stains that are the abusers and manipulators, but Sakura thinks that this is a bit much for someone their age to have to do. To be honest, Niji, I can only assess the damage done by it. If you want to figure out how it does, then you're probably better off going to see a Fuinjutsu specialist. Sakura feels her lips purse, dissatisfied that she hasn't figured it out entirely yet. You've done enough, Sakura. Niji soothes with a crooked smile that comes out more like a grimace. It's what comes now that has me worried. You're going to take this to Hokage-sama? Sakura asks quickly. No. Sakura feels disbelieving and confused. What? What do you mean no? I can't. This is written into the law. If Hokage-sama abolishes it, it will reflect poorly on her, and any opposers to her leadership will be up in arms to drag her down for interfering with clan protection laws. She can't be seen making moves to change or abolish legislation like that. It'll stir up civil conflict when Konoha needs to be united to take on the threat of the Akatsuki. Sakura's jaw clamps shut. Niji heaves a weary sigh. Nothing can be done. Propaganda can only really work after this international crisis is done, so all I can really do is wait until they slip up, which they haven't for nearly 50 years now. I don't know if I can petition the daimyo either. For all I know, he's in bed with them too. I don't know what to do. I think you shouldn't underestimate Tsunade-sama. Sakura insists firmly. I'm not, but she can hardly go marching in through the Hyuga compound and demand clan secrets. Sakura thinks hard about what can be done. Her thoughts travel to her teammates, thinking on what they would do in this terrible situation. Sasuke would probably have the same approach as Niji himself. Wait until just the right moment and exploit it as much as conceivably possible, but only after this time of strife is over. Careful and calculated. Watching with the eyes of a hawk, always. Butcher them. Naruto would say. Can't torture you if they're dead. Thanks, you brute. Sakura unintentionally scowls. Maybe. Sakura trails off. I'm all ears if you have anything. Niji's wry comment comes out like a question. Maybe you don't have to spectate your own clan. Maybe you can find out who the big boys are friends with, and wait for them to trip up and make a mistake. Build a big profile of whispers that turn into a shout that no one in the village can ignore. The general population can worry about shaming them and keeping them under wraps while Tsunade-sama doesn't lose manpower dedicating her smart and strong shinobi on figuring out how to do it. Niji's face locks into a stony visage, clearly lost in thought as his mind toils through the possibilities. I think, you may just be onto something. A panicked Chunin is on the warpath. Tsunade-sama. What's got you in a tizzy at this time of the day dash? Tsunagakure requests backup? The Kazekage is in critical condition and the Ichibi Jinchuriki has been taken by the Akatsuki. Damn it, just as I told them to take a break. Get me Naruto, Sakura, and Team Guy. Chapter 19, Reunion. The morning skies of Sunagakure are lit with etheric, blue starlight. The massive winged humanoid glides toward them, and the rising panic of exhausted Sunanin is swiftly seen to by their current security team leader. Settle down. Temari orders stonily. That jutsu belongs to Uchiha Naruto, he must be the aide Konoha sent. Naruto Susanoo shifts into an upright position above the great wall surrounding the village. It sinks down, slowly dissipating from its armored legs upward until the Konoha shinobi deftly land next to Temari. Sakura takes the lead. Where's the Kazekage? What's his condition? She and Temari are already leaping across flat rooftops. Poisoned by Akasuna no Sasori. We can't measure how much is in his system, but we know it has some unfamiliar metals that attack muscle cells. The only reason that he isn't dead is because he's kept himself awake for the past 36 hours and used his Jiten to stop as much of it as he could. Temari spouts clinically. Sakura will tend to the Kazekage. Have there been any further breaches? Naruto delegates the most experienced hand to the most delicate job. None. Temari shakes her head, leaving the that we know of unspoken. We need a report on the combatants, names, abilities, who and how they fought, and where they went. Sakura nearly opens her mouth to protest, to say that the Kazekage is the immediate concern, but Temari beats her to it. How can you say that right now? My father and brother are dying and our village is in shambles. You were warned. Naruto snarls furiously, making Sakura jump, and something unpleasant rakes across her shoulders. Tsunade notified you well in advance that the Akatsuki was mobilizing. How many were there? 50? 100? How many shinobi did the Akatsuki enlist to capture the Ichibi? Naruto dash. Guy tries to quell his rage. Temari swallows in discomfort, refusing to look back at him. Naruto's brow twitches and his next question is accompanied by a low growl. Where's the Kazekage? So something in this situation might be salvaged. He practically spits out. A medical wing, in the tower. Temari stutters out with fear tinging her quiet voice. Sakura, go on ahead. Guy, I need you to be their bodyguard. Make sure that they're safe in case the Akatsuki comes back to put the village in more chaos and make it harder to regroup. Understood. Guy nods, perhaps unwilling to separate from his students but understanding that Naruto is Konoha's premier expert on matters relating to the Bijou. Guy can protect, Naruto can search for clues. Besides, Team Guy are equipped with radios, they'll be able to spread out and do welfare checks on each other through code. The rest of Team Guy, I want you to investigate the battle site. Question witnesses and try to determine the combat capabilities and numbers of the assailants. I'll do some external recon, and we'll meet at the tower in 3 hours unless you conclude your investigation sooner. Move out. Yes, Captain. The Konoha shinobi chorus. As they fan out, Naruto makes his way to the nearest messenger aviary. The distinct lack of strong chakra makes the birds easy to find in the wasteland that is Sunagakure, given the lack of many domesticated animals. He strolls past the Sunanin inside, and they are too fearful to question what he's doing. Fuzikoi, Densen, malfeasance, contagion. Most of the hawks and small birds appear to take on Naruto's Rinnegan. Will you make the voice go away? The weak Jinchuriki asks him quietly, nested in the mouth of his explosive bird. Yeah, kiddo. Deidara confirms, although uneasily. The sealing ritual is only just beginning when Zetsu decides it's a good time to inform Deidara and Sasori what to expect. Konoha has deployed Uchiha Naruto. I'd concentrate if I were you. We're well hidden, but don't underestimate that man. Fantastic, Deidara gripes sarcastically. And I thought it was going smoothly. The Jinchuriki didn't put up much of a fight. Neither did the Kazekage. Sasori's gravely puppet voice growls out, on his respective mark. The sealing will continue as planned. Pain cuts through the chatter. And when he finds us, Deidara challenges. We'll be finished by then. Do not engage him in combat if it can be helped, get away from the site. I have prepared a measure to ensure that even he will be delayed by. You will have your time to escape. Like I can trust you, Deidara doesn't care much for the organization, and the high he'd gotten from the freedom to practice his art is starting to wane. The fuck was I thinking, joining you cult loons? Oh yeah. They'd kill him if he left. So, what? You gonna get Kabuto to do it? 'Cause it worked out for his master, Deidara speculates, somewhat snidely. Focus. Pain orders instead of elaborating. Moron, who can stop that guy in his tracks? Is it happening? The Jinchuriki asks softly, as tendrils of red chakra are slowly wrenched from him. Yeah. Deidara replies without looking, not wanting to look at the pitiful kid. I'm gonna die. Yeah. Deidara repeats. The chakra spools out of him quicker. I can finally sleep? Deidara can't stand to look at him. He spouts off the rhetoric that Pain and Zetsu share instead, not wanting to lie to the kid in his last moments. You're gonna be part of a world where you can sleep as much as you want. One that you can be happy and have everything that you need. Why are you letting me be part of this world? Gaara asks, eyes fogged with exhaustion. I don't think anyone deserves to be left behind like that, Everyone gets to be happy in the new world, No one wants me. Gaara states factually. Kiddo, you don't have to worry about who wants you anymore. From here on, it's about the people that you want. Save me a seat wherever you end up after this, I'm probably gonna get killed with these assholes anyway. Deidara derides. Okay. Gaara surrenders his will entirely. In the next world. He puts his swirly orange mask down and wipes the moisture built up in the humid lab from his face. It lands next to Kabuto's glasses, now redundant and kept merely as a memento. Heading out so soon? Kabuto asks benignly, immersed in synchronizing the necessary Kekkeigenkai with the blood of his new subject. I have some business with a clanmate of mine. Do keep on your guard. Obito stretches his back out languidly after being hunched over microscopes and tests Zetsu all night. Of course. No mask? The truth of my identity will play an important role in stirring up Konoha internally. It's time I shed Madara's skin, so to speak. Leader Sama will not be so appreciative of the truth. Kabuto muses, actually unconcerned. Obito's lips twitch into a crooked, cruel smirk. There is only one thing that matters when it comes to controlling shinobi. Darkness. In darkness lies the truth that the lost souls of this world only care for power. He will fold before me as he always has, be my name Tobi, Madara, or Uchiha Obito. These structures grew organically with the advent of chakra in our race, and it has led to easily manipulable darkness in the hearts of man. A concept that butts heads with the logical part of the human mind. They revile their tools of war and their heroes when their use is not apparent and yet, still tolerate them on a base instinct guided by fear of the strong. Thirsting for peace but desiring conflict, leading to pointless suffering to the innocent. The threads of fate will be severed in this world. They wouldn't have to fear. They wouldn't have to desire power. They will all be happy and the cycle will never start anew, ever again. It doesn't matter who becomes the savior, so long as the world is rescued from its suffering. The people need to be saved. And Obito is going to maximize his chances of the dream coming true. Exploiting a bit of darkness here and there is a means to an end to bring in a final, glorious light. A thrum of excitement builds up in him and in a twisting distortion, whirls away to do his part in guiding the world to peace. Come with me, Kabuto. Naruto has quite a bit on his plate as it is, I see an opportunity to throw him off. You know that your preliminary procedures don't make you that much stronger, don't you? You're better off staying here and getting ready to have your real flesh and bone regrown. Ah, but you did say that being exhausted would likely facilitate the spreading of the Manjikyu and Rinnegan enzymes through my body, did you not? Kabuto shrugs, throwing on his Akatsuki coat. So long as you're careful, Obito. You're surprisingly compatible with the planned experiment, I'd hate to have to start from scratch. Seeing through many pairs of disconnected eyes is slightly disorienting but he gets used to it quickly. His genjutsu spreads from the hawks and into local fauna, releasing the birds from his control. Rabbits, foxes, parrots, owls and the like. Anything mobile enough to scout the terrain from this distance. Surely we didn't pass them on the way? Naruto thinks, discovering a general cone away from Sunagakure towards Kawa no Kuni where any animal that he is controlling would simply die without warning. Although his Rinnegan allows him to see through their eyes, he is limited by the senses and bloodline capabilities of what he's controlling and can't sense chakra with a natural species limited chakra accessibility. Kawa no Kuni is right between Suna and Konoha, how could he have missed anything when they came through? Unless, the Akatsuki already have their secure sealing site, hidden under a powerful barrier to avoid detection from sensory jutsu. Naruto scowls, a twitch plaguing his brow as he tries to contain his anger. It took 12 hours to get here flying at his top speed, and the messenger hawk delivering a backup request to Konoha had taken a full day, plus the 2 days it had taken for Suna to finally send a message that they'd been invaded. It could already be too late and the Akatsuki are closer to their goal. He releases all of the animals under his control from the genjutsu and leaps away to the Kazekage Tower, leaving behind bewildered bird keepers. 3 hours of standing perfectly still and staring off into nothing would probably unsettle most normal people. Sensing that Team Guy hadn't finished their information gathering but Guy himself is standing guard vigilantly over Sakura, he decides to get any information about the patients that he may have garnered. What's the Kazekage and his son's condition? Declining, quickly. Sakura is trying to divide her attention between them both but Guy trails off. Naruto nods at him with certainty, making his decision already. Sakura, you're to focus on the Kazekage alone. Ignore the boy. Kankuro will die if he's not given the same attention. Temari protests with wide and fearful eyes, turning to Sakura. You have to work on them both. Sakura disregards her wordlessly. Temari's pleading visage becomes disheartened. Naruto rolls his eyes and makes a hand sign. Moku Bunshin no Jutsu, would clone. 2 Narutos separate from his main body. There. One will try and save this Kankuro, and the other will assist Sakura. They can communicate telepathically, so what one learns can be actively applied to the other patient. But make no mistake, the boy is not our priority, and our time is running low as it is. As soon as Team Guy gets back with their findings, we're leaving and your medics will have to pick up the slack if you want either of them to live. Oh ho ho! An Uchiha who knows Iryo ninjutsu. Rare indeed. A distinct aged woman's voice chuckles mirthlessly. Chiyoba-sama. Temari dips her head immediately. Naruto pointedly ignores the hag, and sets on Guy again. Did you learn anything more about this Sasori and his accomplice? Akasuna no Sasori is a famous puppet master, but his role in battling the Jinchuriki was limited. He infiltrated the village on foot and unnoticed before engaging Kazekage Raza and Kankuro in battle at the same time that his accomplice found the Ichibi Jinchuriki. Sasori was branded a missing nin for the murder of the Sandaime Kazekage, who was considered the strongest Kazekage to date. I wasn't able to gather any information about the other Akatsuki member. Guy's observations are limited in detail, but the broad sweeping truth that Sasori was capable of killing the most powerful Kazekage is something useful at least. I may have to go ahead, it could already be too late. You'll need to take over here, it'll be at your discretion when to leave. Naruto points out, probably needlessly. I'm counting on you. Not to worry, Naruto-kun. Guy gives a mighty pose for his thumbs up. I'll have my team explain their findings to your most youthful clone-kun. And don't fret, I will protect Sakura-chan with my life. Naruto smiles for the first time since the mission started. I see why Kakashi considers you to be his closest friend. He dashes away as Guy collapses to his knees dramatically. Kashi. Guy pumps his fist up, looking unnecessarily emotional. Temari and Chiyo look on with disgust. There is surprisingly little wreckage from a fight between 2 powerful shinobi. A few crumbled buildings here and there, the residence of the Jinchuriki though, has essentially been reduced to dust. It's on a far-flung corner of the village, inconspicuous and not anywhere near where the Kazekage's family lives. As if by explosive detonation, there is rubble fanning out from what was once the Jinchuriki's home. Whatever did this has to be far more powerful than the average explosive tags, even used in conjunction with dozens of them. The fight must have been settled quickly, but there are too few people that are actually willing to give any information as to what occurred. A Jinchuriki should have put up more of a fight. Niji is frustrated by the lack of compliant spectators to the abduction of the Jinchuriki. Good lady, I implore you. This is most vital for the ongoing security of your village. Lee pleads. No one wants that monster back. The young woman spits out, child in arm, and turns her back to them instantly. You are still in danger. Niji states firmly, stopping the mother in her tracks. Do you think they won't come back to finish this village off while your strongest shinobi are incapacitated or missing? This is not a matter of who wants your Jinchuriki back, your village needs the help of every citizen who can see and talk, or else you may find yourself in worse danger than just a couple of strong shinobi hunting down one person. Leave her be, Konoha shinobi, her husband retorts. We're safe with that demon gone. Niji breathes out a small sigh, pursing his lips in annoyance. Alright then, so what do we know? Shinobi casualties are minimal, with the exception of Kazekage-sama and Kankuro-san. Lee nods with his eyes closed, as if he'd just revealed a great mystery. Gara-san probably didn't fight back, or at least he got captured before he knew what was going on. Only 2 Akatsuki members, one took care of Kazekage-sama and Kankuro-san, while the other came here like he knew exactly where Gara-san would be. A synchronized attack that only lasted about 20 minutes. Tenten gives what she knows, or at least her informed guess. His residence was the only site where damage has been observed. Niji mutters in thought. But the damage in that isolated spot is still significant. The building has been completely leveled. Tenten provides her professional assessment. It was a single explosion. Explosive tags are too weak to do that much with a single charge. I think it was ninjutsu, but there are no excess boulders or moisture before they dissipate and become natural energy. I'd say wind, but the amount of force needed to flatten that building with futon would have had to do more collateral damage than it did. Wind's strength is meant to be its precise cutting ability, not a direct gust. If we're going by the general rule that enemy shinobi use testers first to gauge how much resistance their opponent is going to use if they're unsure of their strength, then it has to be some kind of explosion-based jutsu, probably a Kekkei Genkai. Lee trails uncertainly. They can explode stuff. Kekiigenkai, but might not be. The unfortunate crux of it. They hadn't learned anything substantial besides that there hadn't been much of a struggle, and that there were only 2 infiltrators. Let's just report back. Maybe Naruto Dano can make sense of this. Niji claims, though unsure. It's nearly been 3 hours. If no one wants to help, then screw M. We have places to be. Tenten wrinkles her nose snidely. Wait. Please. An elderly man calls out, desperate and weak. I saw them. The ones who kidnapped Garasama. Team Guy all but surrounds the old man. His squinty eyes are surrounded by the biggest eyebrows they'd ever seen. The other one that wasn't Sasori, he used the Bakutun Kekiigenkai. It is unique, I only saw it once in my youth as a shinobi against Iwagakure. The old man coughs, almost ancient lungs not keeping up with what he wanted to say. Lee offers him the canteen in her pouch and gestures for him to sit on a knee-high wall. Oh, thank you dear boy. My name is Ebizo. Ebizo takes a tiny sip, and to the trained eye it is deliberate. A result of a desire to conserve water in the harsh desert. Ebizo-san, could you please continue? Yes. That man, he used this bakutun with clay from pouches, he turns them into birds that explode. He flew around on a giant one and carried poor Garasama away. I've never heard of such a power before. Niji frowns in thought. Bakutun is not a rare Kekiigenkai in Tsuchi no Kuni, but that young man used it in a most strange way. Perhaps as a criminal, he could be listed in your bingo books. Ebizo suggests earnestly. We don't keep bingo books, but Naruto Dano might. Niji nods to Lee and Tenten, ready to speed off. Please Ebizo pleads. Garasama has led a lonely and sad life. I beg of you, please do your best to rescue him. He deserves the chance to live as a human being, not a monster. We will do everything in our power to stop the Akatsuki. Niji's words are careful, uncertain that Gaara can be saved but understands that the Ichibi being taken is a huge risk in itself. Ebizo nods shakily, handing the water back to Lee. Please rest, Ebizo-jizan. Lee takes a liking to him and wraps frail old fingers back around the canteen. Your help is greatly appreciated. Good luck, young shinobi. Ebizo smiles, teeth missing and terribly ugly, but heartfelt. Naruto races through the sky using his gravitational power to sling himself, surveying for these clay birds. He stops for a moment, disconnecting his eyes from the Mokuton Bunshin to help him focus. Something is off, not a chirp nor growl of an animal beneath him can be heard. The wind shifts behind him. Unnaturally. And he spins his leg in a high-speed kick that would shatter the bones of anyone dumb enough to attack Uchiha Naruto from behind. Only it doesn't connect, it sails through the body like it isn't even there. His sharp eyes catch a whirl that is fast and deadly silent, and a pair of smirking lips uttering but a few, praising words. The stories of your legendary senses are true after all. One might think you have eyes in the back of your head. Naruto's failed attack leaves him open, and a crushing punch is thrust into his side, knocking him out of the sky. The air is knocked out of him as he sails to the ground. The whirl of space does not stop as the assailant weaves a single tiger seal. Katan, Bakufu Ranbu, Blast Wave Wild Dance. The stream of dense flame is blended into a vortex. Naruto weaves a handful of signs that he copied from Jinpachi in Kiri. Suetun, Suryuden, Water Dragon Bullet. Naruto exhales a torrent of water, manipulating it to match the firestorm point to point. Naruto keeps going, even as he nears the ground. The mist created by the battling jutsu is swept away by the gentle breeze, leaving naught but a sinking cloud. The attacker is nowhere to be seen. Naruto creates a pair of wooden stakes in his left hand, and charges a raisin shuriken in his right. He tosses the stakes into the sky, and slings the raisin shuriken into the ground where he senses his enemy has moved to. Sunagakure. The twin Mokuton Bunshin start, alerting Sakura and Guy. Team Guy. Ready up. The Naruto assisting Kankuro orders. We have to leave this to you. The one with Sakura tells the medical staff. You found the Akatsuki? Guy throws on his backpack, tuning his radio to. Naruto's eyes darken. I found the man behind them. Guy's eyes widen. We've isolated the metals. Sakura begins with the medics ready to take over for her. They're not at risk of dying from it, but you need to draw it from them slowly. They're gonna be bedridden for a few weeks, but that's all I can do until I get back. Understood. Get ready. Naruto's voice is grave. You're about to be dropped into a war zone. Might I hitch a ride, so to speak? Chio asks. Sasori is my grandson, he is my responsibility. Another body to throw in the way wouldn't hurt. Naruto agrees. Chio smirks at his cheek. Dai Kawarimi no Jutsu, greater substitution. The group vanishes, leaving behind two sticks. Kawa no Kuni, northwest. Limbo, Hoken, Consecration. The air itself seems to freeze around Guy and the assembled team. They're in a huge crater with even the dust suspended and timeless. Space-time ninjutsu. Chio identifies quickly. Guy notices half a body sticking out of the ground, clad in Akatsuki attire. He swings his nunchaku at the head immediately, only for it to sail through without harming the man. Genjutsu? An apparition? He can become intangible, but my jutsu is holding him still for a few seconds. He can't hit you and be intangible at the same time, you need raw speed to land a hit. Naruto explains quickly. My space-time jutsu doesn't completely nullify his. That's the Sharingan. Sakura stammers on seeing his features. This man. Guy looks at Naruto. Focus for now, finding the Jinchuriki is your priority. Guy hardens his resolve. The man is eerily familiar, but he cannot sacrifice the fate of the Jinchuriki to chase fascination and curiosity. Senpu, Hakagiki no Jutsu, Sage Art, White Rage. Another voice calls out. Senpu? Naruto mutters in confusion. Guy reflexively looks down. He knows from spars with Kakashi that it makes it more difficult for a user of the Sharingan to fight if they can't look him in the eyes. Naruto does not, and the brightest flash he's ever witnessed in the middle of the day blinds the Uchiha. Arg! Naruto shields his eyes. Chio covers her eyes with the long sleeve of her cloak. Team Guy and Sakura were looking the other way in the first place. Don't turn around. Guy orders desperately. With his eyes shut, Naruto makes a tiger sign. Katan, Heijingekure no Jutsu, hiding in dust and ash. Thick smoke blots out the unbearable light in Naruto's little safe spot, and said Uchiha uses the opportunity to Sogo Kawarimi, mutual substitute, the rest of the squad away and into the woods. Guy notices that the trees are shaking, but they're far enough away that this light and sound attack can't reach them. Keep going. One of the Moku Bunshin orders. I'll give you time to get to the ceiling site. You're gonna be looking for a barrier, I'll join you as soon as I can. The clones each use snake signs and begin transforming into massive, humanoid Mokuton Jutsu. Good luck, Naruto-kun. Guy all but salutes. Naruto. Sakura tries to reason, but Naruto won't have a bar of it. I'm not useless, even without my sight. Go, Sakura. It was good to see you again, Guy. The mysterious Uchiha waves, suddenly on a large branch. Guy ignores him and dashes away with the group, but the thought sticks with him. What do you mean, again? Reunions are so awkward. Obito shrugs carelessly, even as a massive arm punches through him and destroys the tree he's standing on. You've grown up since I held you in my arms and threatened to kill you in front of Sensei. Getting married. I'm not brave enough to face that. It's enough to make a grown man cry. You mean to say you didn't dry up when your little girlfriend got run through by Kakashi? Naruto snarks. Idiot boy. A twitch in his brow, but no more. Insulting a man who lost his childhood crush? Low blow, Naruto. Your parents are rolling in their graves. Still hung up on her, huh? I'll be making a tip at Child Protection Services once I get back to Konoha. They'll have guards posted around her grave in hours. Obito gives him an identical glare. Despite their jesting words, there is tangible hatred hanging between them. The silence is killing me. Kabuto interjects. Looking well, Kabuto. Naruto compliments, not taking his eyes away from Obito. Look good, feel good, Naruto-kun. Kabuto preens, purple sage markings around his eyes helping the yellow and slitted pupils stand out. Obito can practically see the cogs turning in Naruto's head. Naruto isn't going to waste time, he's going to act fast and efficiently. Kamui. Giant shuriken sling from his Sharingan. Naruto does not dodge, only summoning his Susanoo to bat them away and deliver and crushing slash at the same time. Bright blue chakra streaks across the ground, towards Kabuto rather than Obito. Kabuto only cartwheels out of the way, barely using any signs as he does so. Senpu, Muki Tensei, inorganic reincarnation. Hoken. Naruto freezes Kabuto in place, but Kabuto's jutsu doesn't stop. As if nature itself protests his presence, spears of rock shoot out of the ground, unmelted but appearing malleable. The trees around him and even the air itself closes in on his Susanoo, making it hard to move. The transformed stone erupts from under him, the weak point of an incomplete Susanoo, along with Obito who has chains wrapped around his wrists. Unable to tell if it was a deception, Naruto seems reluctant to use his Deva path to blast him away, leaping around the rocks and letting his Susanoo fade so as not to get stuck under the upturned earth. The chains tangle him as Obito slips through. And then Naruto explodes, revealing himself to be an exploding Kage Bunshin. Obito's strong body keeps him together but the blast rattles him, leaving him with burns. Dense chakra-laced smoke permeates the area again. Naruto's voice echoes from every direction. You didn't think it would be that easy, did you? 4 points, all marked with the same tag. Niji surveys with his Byakugan. What are they teaching you in Konoha? Chiyo shakes her head in disapproval. The tags are a deception, they're going to be trapped. Use clones to remove them. It's an exercise in keeping your squad. I don't know how to bring down a barrier like this. Naruto's our specialist when it comes to this stuff. Sakura admits. We can't do nothing. Lee exclaims with fiery eyes. Use clones. Chiyo's stare is deadpan as she repeats herself. Unfortunately, that would waste quite a bit of chakra that we can't afford to lose against the Akatsuki. Guy shakes his head. I can probably use Naruto's jutsu to substitute all of you to come back here after getting the tags, but that'd require a lot of my chakra. Sakura suggests half-heartedly. And I can supply the chakra that you do lose. I am a medical shinobi. Chiyo's words are not an offer, but an order. But the question now becomes one of chakra control. Sakura's the best there is with control. Niji affirms. Not entirely trusting of Chiyo, but knowing that Team Guy would be too valuable, Sakura agrees. Come here, I'll stamp all of you. Tune your radio, and give me one too. I'll bring you back as soon as you hit the tags. Just find me something about the same weight as each of you to make it easier dash. Guy and Lee immediately smash up the stone cliffside with their bare fists, making a stone each for the team. Sakura marks the rocks with the same stamp as Guy puts the radio on her neck. Here goes nothing. She takes a steadying breath. Kabuto gets some amusement out of Naruto trying to hide in the smoke, sensing that his chakra signature has dimmed. But Sage Mode offers too much of an enhancement to his senses. Obito doesn't fare so well, but he can look out for himself. He makes a few signs and expands his lungs with his soft physique manipulation. Futon, Taifuika, passing typhoon. The smoke is blown away, but the two Makujin from earlier set upon him. Kabuto allows them to pick him up, and his body stretches unnaturally in response to the attempted dismemberment. Kabuto can feel them siphon his chakra, a natural response for the Mokuton against Senjutsu or Bijou chakra. Take as much as you want, Naruto-kun. I have more than I'll ever need. Kabuto informs the constructs, knowing Naruto can see and hear him through them. Obito finds it odd however, like he's seeing something that Kabuto isn't. And his eyes widen in realization. Stop, Kabuto! Obito shouts, using his Bakufu Ranbu and Kamui combination jutsu. The precise vortex weaves around Kabuto, punching holes through the constructs that didn't so much as expand in response to the inundation of chakra. Ha 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 ha! Naruto cackles maniacally from above. Kabuto curses, having been so focused on the ground that he didn't attempt to feel the sky. So this is what Senjutsu chakra feels like. Naruto gives a wicked, menacing smile. Obito freezes, though not by Naruto's jutsu. No, it appears he has an inkling that they've made a mistake. Kabuto feels Naruto's chakra, the tiniest portion of Senjutsu resides in his body and will dissipate shortly if he doesn't use it. Not enough to be engaged in Sage Mode but enough to enhance a single jutsu. I must thank you, Kabuto. I'd been struggling to figure it out on my own but now I've got the feeling for it. He's been trying to learn Senjutsu alone? Behold and despair. Naruto's voice is quiet, but Kabuto hears it all too well with his enhanced hearing. A great shadow encompasses them. Then a second. And a third. The clouds part in response. The sun is blotting out. I believe we've dawdled long enough. Obito drawls. Kabuto doesn't think that he can survive that. Obito, perhaps. But being squishy enough to survive impact will not help him shrug off 3 meteors off of his body to find sustenance. It was a pleasure to see you, Naruto. Obito lies and nearly grinds his teeth to do so. Do not think that I will wait patiently as you grow in power. You have your match in me, and I will sever the fate of this world. You will die trying in glorious battle. Naruto promises. Obito whirls them away. Sakura feels her knees quake, wondering if she's in a bizarre fever dream of stress. The shockwave from the drop causes all the dirt and sand and trees to flail around helplessly from the force. Her radio crackles. Are you seeing the same thing I am? Tenten screams. I thought it was Genjutsu. Surely that isn't possible. Lee sounds panicked. They fled. That was a jutsu that Naruto used. Niji confirms, evidently with his Byakugan. We're out of range, don't fret my students. Guy calls out for reassurance. I have arrived at my tag. In all my years. Chiyo mutters, looking up at the crashing meteors in awe. Sakura turns to the rocks and prepares to use the Sogo Kawarimi. Anything to look away from whatever the hell Naruto just did. Ready when you are. She speaks into the radio, shakily. Lee in position. Tenten 2. Niji, ready. Chiyo is already scaling the boulder keeping the entrance sealed. Her hand is on the tag, and she stares at Sakura to await the call-out. She's quite nimble for an old woman. 3. Guy announces. Sakura weaves the sign slowly, each one on the count so that Chiyo knows her mark. 2. 1. Rip. Sogo Kawarimi no Jutsu, mutual substitution. All 4 rocks glow with her pale chakra, and are suddenly replaced with each member of Team Guy. She knows that she severely underestimated the amount of chakra it would take given the distance, but she wasn't expecting to feel lightheaded and drop into a near faint. There are spots in her eyes and she barely realizes that she's being moved into an upright position. Well done, young Kunoichi. Chiyo praises, already transmuting her own chakra into Sakura's. That boulder is still in the way. Niji shakes off the disorientation of being transported suddenly again. I can see inside now. It appears that we might be too late. Not to worry. I'll blow it away with a single punch. Guy cheers. Or he would have, if Naruto didn't land right beside them without a hint that he had even been approaching. We're not here to fight them on their terms, Naruto informs. They have the advantage of preparation and terrain. I'll fix that. By dropping another 3 meteors? Sakura asks weakly. This is not the time for holding back. Naruto states seriously. Maybe something that won't kill us? Tenten suggests rather awkwardly. Relax. Naruto says languidly, putting everyone on edge as he strides in front of them. He should not be in a good mood after fighting 2 members of the Akatsuki that he had to do that crazy shit to get rid of. Sorry for disturbing you. Naruto's smirk betrays his polite words. Shinra Tensei. Not unlike the shockwave from the meteor shower, Naruto's jutsu levels the hideout in its entirety, including a good portion of land that used to be behind it, leaving nothing but a storm of dust in its wake. Feeling somewhat rejuvenated by Chiyo but still shaken by the sheer power that Naruto can control, Sakura observes the gaping tunnel under the hideout. They're going to have the advantage after all. Sakura feels herself get picked up by Naruto Susanoo once more, even as he launches a tiny black orb into the sky. Just in case. Terrible idea, by the way. Deidara complains, throwing another handful of exploding spiders to cave in the walls once Konoha comes running. Zetsu informed them that they could escape the same way the Ghetto Mazo had burrowed its way to them. Something about it being connected with nature and being able to move it at will and other nonsense that he didn't understand. Neither he nor Sasori know where the huge tunnel even leads if there's a way to escape, but it's better than fighting Uchiha Naruto and Might Guy. Shut up, Deidara. Sasori growls. We have little choice. Just saying. Say less. They're nearing pitch darkness in their little halfway mark. It's tempting just to pop a few explosions to see how much it would echo. And keep your juvenile jutsu for when Konoha follows us. Deidara nearly pouts. You just don't understand fine art, It's barely a moment before etheric, blue light starts to illuminate the tunnel. Ah, shit. Deidara jumps back onto his bird with the Jinchuriki's corpse nestled in its mouth. He pops another one for Sasori to ride. Time it right? Sasori commands. You don't need to tell me, I know this stuff much better than you do. They're flying as fast as his art will allow, but the light blue Susanoo chases them with its wings wrapped around itself to fit in the tunnel and dives after them faster than anything he's seen before. Damn it. Deidara curses. Sasori no Dana, jump. They both do and Deidara sends the birds flying straight back up the tunnel with Gaara slung over his shoulder. Here goes nothing, he supposes. Art is an explosion. The tunnel is collapsing around his Susanoo. Ironic that they would try to crush him after he'd tried to do the same against Obito and Kabuto. Unfortunately, it seems that it might work to stop them in their tracks at least. Giant chains sprout from the wings of his Susanoo and dive further into the tunnel, lining the walls. Sikyo Torikego, Red Yang Birdcage. A red barrier forms a perimeter along the chains, preventing them from being slowed down. How much chakra do you have, boy? Chiyo mutters, watching as they spool out and then rejoin the Susanoo like wheels on a cart. The end of the tunnel reveals a valley of rock and crystal. Smatters of light from other entries reflect off of the gems and get magnified into a gorgeous chasm with a small lake. They're on a platform that almost appears as though its purpose was to give them the option to wait and choose which route they wanted to exit from. Did we lose, M? Deidara gets out, stunned that such a beautiful place could exist underground and untampered. Somehow, I doubt it. A rush of wind from the tunnel is their answer, and they're forced to leap away. The giant blue monster smashes through their platform and leaves a huge backdraft of wind that disturbs their footing. The Susanoo spreads its wings and the 6 giant chains that followed it all smack into the chasm, the only way they had out. The huge red barrier is telling of its strength. There's little they can do now but fight. Nowhere left to run. Naruto taunts, and the fist of his Susanoo throws Team Guy, Sakura and Chiyo onto what remains of their plateau. It seems I may have to shed this puppet quicker than expected. Sasori does exactly that, leaving pieces of Hirako scattered on the cold ground. Deidara attempts to fly away on another bird, but is smacked back down by invisible force. It seems Naruto would be playing support, even as he maintained control of the arena. Guy, Lee and Tenten surround him, while Sakura, Niji and Chio declare Sasori as their opponent. Can't we just talk this out like civilized folk? Deidara asks sheepishly. Might Guy's eyes harden. I'm afraid that is out of your possible options for as long as you keep Garudano away from us. I thought as much. Deidara sighs. Look, if you don't kill me, the Akatsuki will if I just hand him over. In that case, your efforts at defending yourself from them will be helping them from destroying the world with the power of the bijou. Hey, I don't exactly think this is great either. Deidara snarls. Look at the kid, he wanted to die. That's kinda fucked up, right? Yeah, the Akatsuki is closer to whatever their goal is, but if it's gonna stop shit like this then you can be damn sure I'm gonna help him. I wasn't convinced until I saw how much the kid was suffering. Now I know, and you can be damn sure I'll blow your asses up if you try and stop us now. Stubborn and unyielding, Guy does not bat an eye at what he apparently sees as psychological warfare. Then you choose to fight. And I am certain that your hands are dirtier than ours. Katan, Goka Meshitsu, Great Fire Destruction. Sasori scales the walls and ducks behind a large stalactite to avoid Naruto's enormous supporting flamethrower. The iron sand of the fourth Kazekage puppet is not great against the Katen of the Hyuga, but it's enough to stall all three of them and give him a moment to prepare himself to fight. He'd never attempted to control his own puppet self and another at the same time, but if he's going to die here, may as well take a few of them down with him. So it was you who stole his corpse. Granny Chio has an epiphany. A useless, mundane one. Sasori is coming to terms with his mortality against power he has never seen before. He looks over at Deidara, who also isn't faring well against his enemies. Might Guy is a force to be reckoned with, his speed as he bounces off the walls is truly something to behold. His moniker suits him well. The little ones are not so frustrating, but still an annoyance when Uchiha Naruto is peppering you with hellfire. They share a discreet nod. There's no returning from this. May as well embrace a little of Deidara's art before they kick the bucket. Deidara flies around the streams of flames and dragon heads that chase him around. He sees a blue chain pick up Gaara by the waist and knows his defense is all for naught. In a blur, Guy knocks him off of his bird and shreds the cloak off of him. He feels his arm tear away from the sheer force of this beast. He slams against the rocks, wounding his back, and he struggles to breathe through the pain. He takes a discreet look at Sasori, whose puppets are beginning to look worse for wear, and they hadn't managed to even land a hit against the teamwork of the three against him. Deidara gives him a nod, which is returned. At least they can be eternally remembered as the two men who killed Uchiha Naruto. All of the clay he has is shoved into the mouth on his chest with his remaining arm. It hurts to move. But at least he'll avenge them with this. What are you up to? Naruto senses the upswing of chakra from the moment Deidara started feeding clay to the horrid mouth on his chest. The Bakutan chakra spikes as Deidara's body seems to close in on itself, slowly vanishing and leaving little more than a saturated, black mouth. A suicide attack. Retreat. Naruto draws twin blades that stab into the walls near the separate teams. They run along the flat edge of the swords and Naruto allows them passage into his Susanoo. What's happening? Sakura asks, disheveled but unharmed. Chio looks like she's seen better days but sports no wounds. The Akatsuki were thoroughly outmatched this time. He's gonna blow the place sky high. We have the Jinchuriki, it's time to bail before he kills all of us. Naruto deactivates the barrier so he can fly deeper into the chasm and claps his hands together. Chibaku Tensei. The earth shakes and it appears that the team remembers what his little orb was for earlier. Limbo, Hoken. Naruto looks back and freezes the floating, glowing mouth for as long as he can. Naruto-kun, should we not flee further? Guy questions. Too far, we don't have time. Niji denies after checking around with his Byakugan. It's fine, we're getting out of here. I just need a second to weaken the surface so we can break through from here. Air? Tenten squirms, pointing at the glowing orb. Calm down. Naruto orders, readying his blades. An excited voice echoes from Deidara's jutsu. Art. Is. An explosion. Blinding white light erupts from it. Naruto swings at the ceiling of the safe, shattering it open and allowing more rock to be drawn upwards. Naruto flies towards sunlight, allowing the force of his jutsu to drag him up quicker. The team is treated to the sight of Deidara's jutsu erupting from under them as well. This is bad. Tenten screams. Naruto manages to ignore her this time, and flies directly into the rock satellite and lets his Susanoo get sealed inside of it. They are submerged in darkness, the only light being that of the Susanoo, and the final flash of Deidara's jutsu as it slams into them. Straining to maintain his Susanoo under the pressure and continue to form the satellite, Naruto braces for more of the explosion. Rock continues to rise up from the rubble and form a greater shield around them. The sound penetrates through any crack that it can. After an excruciatingly long time, the team feels the pressure ease up and finally breathe a sigh of relief. Mission failed, but at least they're still alive. Naruto lands them in a clearing after inspecting the explosion site. Poor boy. Chio strokes Gaara's greasy, untamed red hair. You precious child. You didn't deserve this life. You should have had better. I should have given you better. I'm guessing the Kazekage kept trying for children until he got one with Jiten? Naruto asks glumly. A child compatible with the Jiten of the Ichibi. More or less. Chio sighs. And look at how he was treated. Tsunagekyu's understanding of the bijou is outdated and it has reflected poorly on an innocent boy. I was the one who sealed it in him. I doomed him. Unfortunately, death will be a mercy to him for this life. Yes. Chio hesitates, but ultimately agrees. Sunanin began to flood the clearing as backup. Kazekage-sama and Kankuro-sama are recovering quickly, thanks to you Sakura Dano. Sakura waves them off, feeling exhausted and emotionally drained. I hope you got some closure today, old woman. Naruto addresses Chio. No. I still feel as hollow as I did before. Perhaps more. Naruto frowns. Chio looks up at him. Safe travels, Uchiha Naruto. Your efforts here today will not be ignored. I appreciate yours and Konoha's assistance greatly. Naruto nods curtly. With the Kazekage recovering, they have no purpose in being here. Too much was lost today. Hopefully he can ensure that little else is in the coming future. Chapter 20, Trust. The gates of Konoha peer over the horizon through the dense foliage. Naruto landed them a short distance away, and the walk back is somewhat awkward. The serenity of Konoha's surroundings do little to ease the tension. Hawks cry and bugs chitter, but the noise, it seems, is drowned out by each other's thoughts. Naruto-kun, that man? Guy's question is tentative and uncertain, as if he believes he's been led onto something that was meant to be a secret. It kind of was. Naruto hadn't counted on Obito revealing himself like that, but the cat is out of the bag now. Guy's curiosity has been piqued, and even if Naruto himself doesn't say anything, Tsunade probably would in a potentially misguided attempt to have Guy keep Kakashi in check. Once they're back in the village, Naruto is going to have to be careful with how to reveal this information to Kakashi. Kakashi is trustworthy, however. He wouldn't skip out of the village to go hunt down his supposedly dead friend, especially when he has a wife and a child, and his students who defer to him when they need it. Naruto is more worried about the ramifications the secret would have on their relationship. But he can't hide this forever. If it harms his friendship with Kakashi, then so be it, but better to have one of Konoha's best warriors prepared to fight than in emotional turmoil when the truth comes out. Telling Guy the full truth now could backfire, but there is still a chance that he would have the Jounin in his corner if he can explain early before rumors start screaming across the village. He wasn't lying, he does know you. He might even have been your friend at some point. Naruto reveals cautiously. Team Guy and Sakura listen in without any subtlety. I don't recall being close with many Uchiha throughout my life, Naruto-kun. Guy leans in, eyes sharp. His name is Uchiha Obito. Guy stops in his tracks. Naruto doesn't, he keeps up with his long strides before Guy leaps in front of him, posture imploring Naruto to say otherwise. That's impossible. Obito is dead. My grandfather rescued him. Naruto states without preamble. Kakashi knows that Obito died for certain. Yes, well, turns out an old man with a penchant for cheating death and prolonging the life of another, also has a talent in bringing people back from the brink. Obito would have come back. Naruto stops and takes a breath. He can feel the lower-ranked members of their team looking at them, possibly confused. Possibly odd that Guy is willing to contest Naruto after the havoc he caused, possibly simply curious about this Obito that has Guy wound up. People can change, especially an Uchiha who knows what love is and what it's like to lose it. Madness is an ongoing problem I'm trying to exterminate from our genes. Kakashi deserves to know. Guy cuts him off, sternly. Kakashi needs to be kept far away from Obito, even if he does deserve to know. That is not for you to decide. Obito was his friend who saved him, and he has the right to have closure now before it's too late. He murdered my parents. Naruto shouts, finally snapping and releasing the stranglehold on his chakra. The ground cracks under the pressure and they recoil from his presence. Obito is a psychopath trained by my grandfather to replace him. He released the Kyuubi from my mother and caused the damn near destruction of Konoha. He is the one who inducted a clan-murdering monster into his organization to do the same thing to everyone, and he is the one trying to upend all of society and turn it into nothing but a vat for broken souls. He is a problem child from my clan, who is now rampaging across the world to destroy it and everything that anyone ever loved. Guy is stupefied into silence, but Naruto doesn't let up and pent-up words fly from his mouth. I've been training and fighting and evolving for the sake of fixing these mistakes that my grandfather set into motion. I've been trying to correct the 1,000-year weakness that has plagued my clan that allowed this mess to be possible in the first place. Every damn thing I do is to protect Konoha and the rest of the world from eternal darkness brought by our hands. Our legacy will be one of nothing but hatred and fear, all because Uchiha are born broken. This disaster is my responsibility to fix before it consumes the entire world, so don't you dare go lecturing me about closure and deservedness. Naruto. Kakashi already has a target painted on his back, just because he has a fraction of Obito's full power. He has a wife and daughter that don't deserve to go without him, and he has worked too hard for his happiness to just have it extinguished by one of my kind. He guided me in my youth, taught me what it meant to be a man and not just a shinobi. It is my responsibility to protect him in turn, from an foe that he cannot possibly conquer. We are the problem. He's just a man getting caught in our chaos. I've underestimated you, Uchiha Naruto. Neji thinks, watching as Guy puts a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Honor. It's about honor. Naruto had always been something of an enigma to him, and it had always been hard to distinguish who Naruto really is behind his reputation, behind his status as someone who stands with the greatest shinobi that have ever been produced by Konoha. He puts up a front of being a clown sometimes, making dark or lurid jokes, but it's quite clear now just how seriously he's taking the conflict with the Akatsuki. What they're up to has him worried, and it apparently involves the Uchiha clan to a great extent. The leader of the Uchiha clan is taking full responsibility for his wayward clanmates, and it has made Neji respect Naruto even more. He could claim that it has nothing to do with him, two people from before his time turning the world upside down. But instead of letting them drag his name through the mud, he's being proactive about maintaining an identity of positives to the eyes of everyone who watches the Uchiha clan. Hayashi had gone on explosive rants with many of the Hyuga elders 3 years ago when Naruto hadn't just revealed his innate power, but also sealed the Nibi into Sasuke. His uncle believed that it was a power play to secure a higher position in the village, stating things like the Uchiha clan now owning a bijou for the sake of terror, and revealing forgotten powers at the Chunin exams in front of hundreds of potential clients, including powerful nobles. But Neji had been there that day. Naruto sealed the Nibi in Sasuke because he had no choice. Naruto hid his own power for evidently a good reason, because Neji can blatantly see that Hayashi and the Hyuga clan's ego is too great, and they would have wanted orders that Naruto would keep the Sharingan to himself and never reveal it for the sake of letting the Hyuga be the premier dojutsu wielders in the village. Everything Naruto has done has been for the good of himself, the Uchiha clan, and the village, be it intentional or otherwise. Naruto has a gift for making things work, despite strenuous circumstances. No Hyuga has ever been capable of doing the things Naruto can do, and yet, Neji feels that Naruto's ability to hold himself back and just lord it over everyone in the village is a quality that the Hyuga also lack. His clan does it to each other. What would happen if given the power to control an entire village? Naruto has earned his support through all of this. He has proven himself to be a responsible and trustworthy asset to Konoha, far beyond what Neji's preconceptions led him to believe. Neji will support Naruto's efforts going forward. It's the least he can do for the man using all of that godlike power for the sake of his village. Naruto Dano, I won't forgive myself if I were to let you face these terrors alone. Neji announces to him. You have my allegiance when it comes to this matter. Neji can't ignore his own problems, but the Akatsuki seems too big to ignore too. Naruto seems caught off guard by the proclamation, but all of Team Guy reaffirm that he's not in this alone. He shouldn't be. Tsunade-sama, go home. Shizun's voice orders loudly from behind the Hokage's office door. No. Tsunade whines miserably. Naruto's confusion is abetted when he opens the door and sees Tsunade keeled over a bin. Tsunade looks weakly at him before retching. Tsunade-sama? Sakura gasps, moving forward. Are you alright? She's fine. She just needs to go home. Shizun shrugs, evidently knowing that this isn't a rare occurrence for women in this condition. Go, work to do. Tsunade protests again. She needs to hear our mission report. Naruto adds, and Tsunade looks at him gratefully for a second before he knocks her down again. You can take her home after that. I'll take over her duties until she's ready to come back. Tsunade-sama should really be resting. I know that, but this is something that can't wait. I need you to get me a skilled Yamanaka, a scroller from the Barrier Corps, and start convening the elite-level jounin in the village for a briefing. Sasuke and Jiraiya too. Is it really that serious? Shizun mutters, almost rhetorically. Tsunade grabs the younger woman's arm. Do as he says, Shizune. Please. Naruto turns to Sakura and Team Guy. All of you stay as well. Your exposure to that man will serve as a second account to my report and help impress how important the next few weeks will be. As you say, Naruto Dano. Niji affirms, and the group hears the flittering of ANBU as they dash away to assemble everyone. Sasuke is alert after being given emergency summons to the assembly hall in the Hokage Tower. He wisely decides not to approach Naruto, who appears to be receiving a mind reading through Yamanaka Inoichi's hand, while the blonde man's other hand rests on the forehead of a scroller that he remembers seeing in the barrier division. Any word yet? He hears Yuhi Kurenai ask Kakashi-sensei. No, nothing. But I don't imagine anything good. Is Kakashi's observation, obvious though it may be? Sasuke observes as Inoichi recoils away from Naruto, shaking his head as he does so. Your mind is a pain to move through. Inoichi mutters to Naruto. But you got what I was showing you? I did. Would it not have been easier to use Genjutsu? Me using that kind of Genjutsu on people tends to end with them being catatonic, and I don't know how to scroll memories myself. Ah. Sasuke remembers being subject to Naruto's Tsukuyomi before. Excellent at showing memory in vivid detail, but it had left him exhausted after being pumped with so much of Naruto's dense chakra at once, and that had been when Naruto was taking it easy on him. The scroller sets to work at apparently cataloging Naruto's memory while Inoichi moves on to Jiraiya. Naruto whispers something into Jiraiya-sensei's ear. He sees Sakura and Kakashi subtly making their way to him. Sakura's body language emanates stress, while Kakashi appears to be quite languid as usual. Sakura bursts into nervous whispers to them both. Look, you're gonna hear it, but this is bad. Sakura hisses out quickly. Sasuke, the people after you, they've got someone that even Naruto couldn't kill. Sensei. Calm down, Sakura. Kakashi puts a hand on her shoulder, but Sasuke sees his posture change immediately into ready mode. Attention! Tsunade shouts over the bustling shinobi, although it is comparatively subdued to her usual volume. She looks a bit green around the gills and Sasuke wonders if she's been drinking. Matatabi gives an amused huff in his mind, as if she knows something he doesn't. Naruto stands up at the forefront of the room, brushing the bang that covers his eye off of his face and looking all business. Firstly, I didn't prepare this report in advance. This emergency meeting has been called because of the events that just occurred on our mission to rescue the Ichibi Jinchuriki from the Akatsuki. Naruto looks around as the assembly shuffles and maintains silence. We failed. The Akatsuki has successfully captured the Ichibi and the Jinchuriki is dead. By the mandatory process of their advanced Fuinjutsu, the Nibi Jinchuriki must be next. To prevent the Akatsuki from obtaining intel about him, all operations involving Uchiha Sasuke are strictly qualified as S rank. If you hear so much as a murmur about what he's doing, you take that secret to your grave. Fuck. Sasuke tenses, clenching his fists. Indeed. Matatabi breathes heavily. The Akatsuki operates in teams of 2 S-rank shinobi. The 2 that captured the Ichibi are now dead, but have been replaced with 2 more powerful members that pose a greater threat to Konoha and the continuation of all life in this world. We'll be reviewing the known members of the Akatsuki now in order to prepare for an inevitable invasion attempt. The barrier corpsman throws up his scroll, one so big that it touches the ceiling. Colored blots of ink rake across it and transition into a clear picture smoothly. Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame come up first. Naruto goes as deep into detail as he can regarding their capabilities before another familiar face appears on the scroll. Yakushi Kabuto. Former apprentice of Orochimaru, and master of Senjutsu. His skill in medical ninjutsu is rivaled only by Tsunade. You will see more details shortly on the display scroll based on my encounter with him on this mission. Naruto takes a deep breath before a boy appears on the scroll, one sporting vivid red hair exactly like Kairin's. And his eyes? Uzumaki Nagato. Naruto announces, and the pause is filled with several intakes of air. Possessor of the pair of Rinnegan that once belonged to Uchiha Madara. Inheritor of the Uzumaki life force and chakra strength. We don't know what his current appearance is, but this is what he looked like during the Second Great Shinobi War. Wait just a minute. Jiraiya leaps to his feet. Nagato is dead, and he fought for peace when he was alive. The Geto Mazo, the vessel in which the bijou are sealed in, can only be operated by someone who wields the Rinnegan. Since I was attacked by the true leader of the Akatsuki, I know that he does not possess the Rinnegan. That means that the person using the statue is Nagato, or someone with Senju or Uzumaki blood. Since the statue is locked down and I can't summon it myself, it means that the person who possesses it now must be exceptionally gifted at Fuinjutsu, a kind of mastery that takes decades to accomplish. The Uzumaki clan was renowned across the world for this exact skill, and Nagato was a known survivor of this time and could have received tutelage from his parents or the person that took over training, manipulating him into this organization and protecting him until he became strong enough. He's alive? Jiraiya-sensei sounds shattered and horrified, and his pained whisper echoes. Jiraiya-sensei once told him a story of a boy that inspired his first book. A pupil that held the power of a god, and was lost to war before he could reach his potential. I have a bad feeling. Kakashi murmurs to him and Sakura, and the latter shrinks into herself. Sasuke gets the feeling that the worst has yet to come. Naruto looks at Kakashi from the front. He looks like he's about to regret what he's doing. Play the memory. Dim the lights. The scroll begins to slide, the picture shudders like one of the theater projections they're familiar with. Reunions are so awkward. Your parents are rolling in their graves. Kemui. Wooden constructs, flames and smoke, the ground moving as though it were clay. Stop, Kabuto. Behold and despair. Meteors fall from the sky. I will sever the fate of this world. Kakashi feels cold. His body refuses to obey him. The man is pale. The man wields the Sharingan. The man has deep scars on the right side of his face. The man is unbelievably skilled and powerful. Uchiha Obito. Kakashi is shaking. He falls to his knees. More words spill from Naruto's cold, clinical mouth. Kyuubi attack. Uchiha incident. Perpetration of civil war. Obstruction of the Ichibi rescue team. He can barely hear Sasuke's scream of denial, of anger, or Sakura's rush to keep him contained. This is a dream? Kakashi says aloud, not even noticing his wife panicking to get him to respond. Kakashi blacks out. Guy wants to leap to Kakashi, but right now. This is a cruel joke. Kurenai stomps up to Naruto. Obito is dead, and Kakashi watched him die. That boy, he was a complete dunce. Not some criminal mastermind. Kurenai. Guy warns sternly. The relevant memories are genuine. Inoichi confirms the worst. Elite Jounin are critical thinkers, more often than not. Sometimes, emotions can serve as obstacles when confronted with uncomfortable truths. The split-second decision that Naruto has made to reveal this sensitive information is calculated, but there is always risk, and given that it pertains so heavily to his clan, knowing that it might put him in such a negative light. A stroke of genius. An opportunity has already presented itself for Naruto to control the flow of potential gossip and propaganda against him. Taking the reins as Hokage while Tsunade-sama recovers. This harsh truth may affect his relationships with Kakashi and Sasuke, but by God, if Naruto isn't intelligent enough to abuse every possible avenue he could to ensure that Konoha would not only be prepared for the threats, but that the honor of the Uchiha clan could be redeemed by Naruto's proactive efforts against his own clanmates, both Uchiha and Uzumaki. This manipulation, the political maneuvering, his sheer power, all for Konoha and the world. Guy doesn't like lies or half-truths, but Naruto doesn't do anything of this scale without reason. That took some serious balls, kid. Shikaku praises with keen eyes, and Guy presumes that the man has seen through it for the most part and is still impressed. Although he and many other high-ranking shinobi appear slightly pale, and Guy understands it. If it's not for the fact that Uchiha Obito is apparently alive and went from dead last to one of the strongest forces in the world, then probably for the fact that everyone in the room witnessed Naruto fighting from his own point of view. The blurring speeds and scale of his power is terrifying to say the least. It's inhuman, for a man his age to surpass everyone in Konoha. Seeing through the eyes of someone who is inconceivably stronger than them must hammer in the fact that yes, if Naruto is taking this threat seriously, they should be too. I hope you're aware that the next few months are gonna be annoying. Shikaku continues with little flair. I mean it, Tsunade-sama has a talent and years-long efforts to repel all the annoyances that tried to bother her for their own gains, but with fresh blood in the water, they're not gonna be so patient. That's the idea, Nara-san. Naruto looks as though he's about to wink, and Guy sees Shikaku's eyes sharpen ever so slightly. I see. Maybe it's for the best that Tsunade-sama takes a break, she looks a bit unwell. I hope you're ready for what's coming. As Shikaku is ready to turn away and discuss the meeting with his friends, Naruto stops him. Nara-san. Something cold in his voice makes Guy uneasy, although it's not directed at Shikaku. Shikaku stops and straightens. Naruto goes on. Konoha does not have clean hands, and I do not like to admit it. But even in Konoha, there may be undesirables that make this place something unworthy. Your boy indirectly pointed the finger at your clan 3 years ago with some harassment of my teammate with his own. I've been wondering if it was your doing, to get my attention and take a closer peek at what goes on between the clans of Konoha. Shikaku remains silent and thankfully their conversation goes unheard. I don't want pointed fingers, Nara-san. I don't want rumor-mongering and whispers. I want irrefutable proof that does not waste my time. If you have anything, you're welcome to share. But we're too late in the game of another entity to be playing with each other like this. I hope that you understand that subtlety will not get anyone far with me right now. I have bigger ambitions. Naruto takes a few steps up to Shikaku, all but towering over him, and the Nara leader meets his gaze regardless. We are aware. Naruto utters. An overt assistance will go a long way to protecting yours as well. Guy feels like he's going to get a headache with all the bouncing around between subtle and loud. Naruto seems to have this handled for now. Guy hopes that his presence at Naruto's side serves as its own deterrent for naysayers. I'd better check on Kakashi. Or he would, if Kakashi wasn't already in the process of storming over to Naruto. Did you know? The words fly from Kakashi's mouth before he can stop himself, before he can calm down enough to even try and perceive the situation logically. His throat is tight and his vision is blurring in barely controlled emotion, of which he can't identify yet. It comes out as a demand, not a question, but Naruto is wholly unaffected, perhaps having seen this coming, or maybe out of a lack of desire and care to explain himself. No. Naruto's Rinnegan observes him as he denies coolly, and the anger roaring to get out spikes up. Or rather, we only suspected that he might be alive as of a few weeks ago. Tsunade and I compiled intel and guessed that if he hadn't died from natural causes then dash. You knew his identity. You knew he didn't die. Kakashi interrupts, words clipped in greater rage. Naruto halts, eyelids falling slightly, and Kakashi wonders if all he's going to get is another catered, clinical response. I want the truth. Kakashi demands, and his hand cramps at how tightly his fists are clenched. All eyes in the room are on them, waiting for Naruto to reveal just what the hell is going on. And Naruto just stands there with that calculating expression on his face. Like what he wants to say must be measured to what kind of effect it will garner. Kakashi had been indulgent with him when he was younger, letting him keep his secrets. But this. It's so exhausting. The deathly silence is finally broken. Uchiha Obito was rescued by my grandfather and nursed back to health, for the sake of using Obito's innate potential to achieve Madara's goal posthumously. But Obito was strong-willed, and in order to get him to do what Madara wanted, he had to be broken first. Noera Rin had the sanbai sealed in her by my grandfather, and he framed Kirigakure for it. He gives Kiri a little tip that a young Jinchuriki will be easy pickings, and so the girl is forced to decide if she should pretend nothing has happened and that she isn't a walking time bomb that's ready to deploy in Konoha, or if she should sacrifice her life for the good of her village. No, no, no. Kakashi lunges at Naruto, pulling the wide-brimmed collar. Obito recovers coincidentally just in time to see one teammate kill the other, beginning his descent into darkness. He abandons everything he ever cared about for the sake of achieving Madara's goal. Kakashi throws a fast and strong punch, raw with emotion. Naruto catches it without so much as a flinch. Guy and Sasuke are holding him back, but there are weapons pointed at him as well. Kakashi-sensei, I know this is hard. But remember that Naruto is in the position of Hokage right now. You can't just fly off the handle at him. Sasuke's strength strains in the face of Kakashi's anger as he tries to deter him without lethal force. You knew this whole time. Kakashi spits out. I should have been told from the start. He was my friend. And what would you have done with that information? Naruto asks, cool as can be. At no point in your life have you been as powerful as Obito was when he released the Kyuubi. He was responsible for the death of the Yondaime. You would have gotten yourself killed, and I don't much feel like explaining to Shizen that you died in the field to someone so out of your league that you're as a genin is to a Kage. If I had it my way, you would have never known, I would have killed him already and you would continue living without losing a wink of sleep over it. This mess was founded by my clan, fostered by my clan, and it will continue to tear apart the world until I fix it. It's not about who's going to do anything about it. Kakashi makes an exerted noise of frustration. It's the secrets, Naruto. Maybe I can't do anything about it, but that doesn't mean that I don't deserve to know. And even more so, is that it's you that's keeping everything from me. You've always been my little brother, despite everything, but now with something this big about my life. How can I trust you? Sasuke doesn't think that anyone else sees the tiny movement on Naruto's face, one denoting something that he has never associated with Naruto before. Something uncertain, regretful, and maybe even emotionally frail. You and we are done. Until you learn to trust me, I don't want anything to do with you. Naruto's throat swallows clearly as Kakashi storms away. Shizen chases after him, giving a quick and uneasy look at Naruto as she does so. Go on, Guy. Naruto mutters softly. Your friend needs you. Guy does so without hesitation, bumping Naruto's shoulder in what may have been a gesture of comfort. I suppose you want an explanation? Naruto asks rhetorically, expecting a yes. Yeah, but I think you made a hard decision today. Sasuke shoots back. So why don't we just get everything you need done sorted now and I can get my explanation later? Matatabi chuckles WRLY in his mind. You certainly have changed, Sasuke-kun. You're right, the village won't serve itself. Naruto agrees, shaking off the clearly uncomfortable nature of Kakashi's words to him. Naruto closes the door of the apartment behind him and makes a beeline for the shower. It's very late by the time he gets home, and the smell of cooking is fresh in his nose. Karen is fast asleep on the table, and Naruto feels exceedingly guilty on seeing her and the food she'd likely started preparing once she sensed his arrival back in Konoha. He pulls up the chair next to her, and the proximity probably sets off her senses enough to rouse her from her light sleep. Naru? Hey! Naruto wraps his arm around her when she immediately snuggles up to him. I'm sorry. What for? For being late. I should have let you know before I tended to everything. Karen raises her head off of him, looking slightly perturbed. Naru, we both know that shinobi crap can get crazy. I'm not mad or anything. Did something happen? Is it the Akatsuki? I failed. I couldn't stop the Akatsuki from taking the Ichibi. Now, they're going to be after Sasuke. Karen takes hold of his hands. You're just one man. You can't determine everything on your own. The world isn't going to stand still and wait for you to solve problems that shouldn't be yours alone in the first place. Chill, let your friends and Konoha help you out a bit. Hell, I'll even take your place on missions if you have stuff to do. And if they can't help you? So what? Get stronger. That's what your Ji-chan did, it's what your Kaa-chan and Tu-chan did. If it worked for them then it'll work for you. This woman is a blessing. She knows him in and out. Getting stir-crazy? Naruto asks WRLY. I miss traveling around with you, but I want you to know that you're not alone more. I'll see if I can get you a mission, You? What exactly are you gonna be able to do? The Senju hag does it. Karen asks tiredly, but still inquisitive. I'm kind of Hokage until Tsunade overcomes morning sickness. Cool. Don't worry, I sprayed and wiped the desk to get rid of any old people germs. Oh good. Shizen gently closes the door behind Guy as the three of them step foot in their home. Kakashi is visibly agitated but he needs them, and does appreciate that Naruto let Guy go to help her out a bit. It's a very sad situation, and honestly, she doesn't blame Naruto one bit. Being raised by such a man as Madara is bound to have long-term, foundational skews to the way one looks at the world and personal matters. At the end of the day, Naruto made a tough call and risked hurting his friendship with Kakashi for the sake of the village. He's depending on the unity of Konoha, a Hokage-like trait. He has proven that he is not his grandfather at great cost. She knows that Kakashi will see things differently sooner or later, but he needs space from Naruto to figure out his feelings about the situation and more importantly, he's alive. Kakashi whispers brokenly. A long-dead friend is apparently not so dead, and is acting as a mastermind behind a plan to change the world. Kakashi and Guy exchange heated words, and thankfully Minako is being babysat so she wouldn't have to hear her papa and his best friends argue so viciously. Guy, as boisterous as he is, does have a talent for not making things worse than they already are. She'll check on Naruto later, her grown-up little brother. But for now, her place is at her husband's side. I'm far too old for this. Jiraiya lays beside Tsunade in their bed. I know. Nagato has been twisted by this Obito? We speculate so, unless he's acting as his own double agent. Jiraiya rolls over and places a hand on Tsunade's belly. He closes his eyes. This is where my priorities are. But still, I know. She says nothing to the tiny teardrops that escape him. Over the next 2 weeks, Tsunade takes time to explain some of his duties that he hadn't figured out himself yet. He'd been more focused on the delegation of ANBU and internal security. It's gonna be nice having a break. Tsunade exaggerates a stretch, making a perhaps unintentional show of her breasts nearly popping out of her clothing. A hag like you shouldn't be so indecent. Naruto comments idly. Where do I put the mission reports? Your assistants will collect them every 4 hours and place them in one of the storage units. Tsunade gives a dirty look but obliges his question. Unless you tag them with a tassel, that means that the report involves an incident. Green tassels for minor occurrences like client complaints, blue for major incidents, red for total mission failure or any information that might be useful for an ongoing investigation. How long are these mission records kept? 10 years minimum, or indefinitely if it contains anything pertaining to an open investigation. Their conversation is cut short by a knock at the door. A head of red hair pokes in and Naruto smiles. Some brats are here for a mission. She announces boredly. Hey, screw you lady. A boisterous voice protests being called brat. Tsunade smirks. You get some annoying ones right off the bat. Let's see your patience, Naruto. Naruto takes a deep breath as the grating voice of one particular genin permeates the office. Yo! One Sarutobi Konohamaru gives a jaunty wave, his shyer teammates dogging his footsteps along with their sensei, Ebisu. Hokage-sama, Naruto-sama. Ebisu bows politely with his other students. Hey, why are you sitting in her chair? Konohamaru asks noisily. Naruto will be taking over my duties for a little while. I'm a bit ill and I need to be in good condition for an international conference that I'll be attending soon. Tsunade answers instead. I see, very well. Naruto-sama, we would like to pick up a mission. Ebisu accepts the temporary change easily. Good that you're here this early in the morning. We have some good D ranks that need to be taken up. Naruto pulls the rack with fresh missions over on the desk. Boo! Konohamaru announces his displeasure and gives a thumbs down. Naruto ignores him and begins reading from a few scrolls. The communal gardens in the marketplace area need to have their ponds cleaned, along with the fountain pumps. Tora the cat is on the loose again. An elderly woman needs some home maintenance done in residential area B. No, and no. Give us a cooler mission. Konohamaru-kun. Ebisu chides. Your mission record isn't substantial enough that I can justify giving you a C rank. You have your pick of missions from these ones. Come on. How are we gonna get a good mission record if you don't put us on good missions? Your mission record includes your statistics as reported by your sensei. Your team works well together, but well enough for a potential life-risking mission if it goes wrong. Keep doing your D ranks and working hard, and you'll have your C rank in no time. Naruto explains boredly. We're not gonna get better if we don't do better missions. Konohamaru pouts. D rank missions are an essential part of Konoha's shinobi training system. D ranks not only teach young genin to work together as a cohesive unit, but affords them time to catch up with their peers if they have been found lacking. In addition, shinobi that can stay on active duty past the age of 30 are a rare commodity. These missions teach genin how to be normal and functional people when their ability to do missions weakens, so that they can still contribute to the village and look after themselves. To disrespect the D rank is a disrespect to those who need you to do them and yourself, to appear so weak that you can't even do something as simple as clean the gutters to an elderly shinobi's home that has earned their rest. Another knock on the door. Karen pokes her head in again. More runts waiting. Konohamaru crosses his arms petulantly. I'm not leaving until we get a cooler mission. You'll leave with a D rank, or I'll throw all of you out of the window without a mission at all. For emphasis, Tsunade casually opens one of the windows and enjoys the slight breeze that wafts through. We'll take Tora. Ebisu states decisively. Sensei. Very good. Naruto throws the scroll to him, hiding a smile. He remembers Team 7 being assigned Tora whenever Kakashi had been particularly annoyed with them. Good punishment for annoying students. He approves. No. Konohamaru freezes in place. Naruto makes a gesture with his hand, lifting a calligraphy brush with a juvenile use of his Rinnegan powers, and begins making a crude image on the boy's face. He sees Tsunade facepalm in the corner of his eye. The boy is released from his jutsu and immediately lunges red-faced while his teammates giggle. Ebisu grabs him by his scarf and drags him away. We'll return as soon as possible, Naruto-sama. Good luck. Naruto bids them. As soon as they're out and the next genin shuffle in, Naruto pushes the intercom button and leans into the microphone. He puts on his mastermind voice. Kill them. Screams of panic erupt in the hallway from the genin. The only thing that could be heard through the noise were Naruto and Tsunade's evil laughter and the jounin trying to calm his genin. Karen barges in suddenly, looking very annoyed. This is so damn boring, I don't know why I volunteered to be your assistant. I want a mission. Let me see what I can do. Naruto shuffles the stacks of C ranks and B ranks. Wait your turn. Another impetulant genin scolds. Gold chains sprout from Karen's back and twist around threateningly. The genin promptly keeps his mouth shut. We've scheduled a protection mission to Yuki no Kuni. Commissioned by a movie director? To protect their lead actress. It'll be you, Sakura, a jounin called Yamato and Team Odo. How's that? Sounds divine. Karen sighs happily, wanting to get out and about for a change. Karen leaps over the desk and tackles Naruto to the floor. Be safe, Karen. It's a dangerous world out there right now, especially if you're marrying Uchiha Naruto. I will, don't you worry. You know I can handle myself. I know. Naruto sighs. It'll be nice to spend a week or so without my ball and chain dash. She cuts him off with a kiss. I love you. Karen whispers. I love you too. Naruto smiles back. Chapter 21, Wear These Chains with Hope. Kin of Team Odo feels slightly weary when Naruto-sama's redhead girlfriend turns up at the front gates, looking perky and excited to rush out into the wilds. The twinkle in her eyes makes Team Odo entirely fearful. If this woman has learned anything from Uchiha Naruto, then she's probably a menace to work with. Got everything, Karen? Sakura asks the redhead, motioning to the small pouches of scrolls on her hips. Oh, yeah. Karen nods delightedly. Got my makeup, some lunches, shampoo, moisturizer, other unmentionables, and some shopping money. Think I'm pretty set. Kin's jaw drops open, along with Sakura's. Excellent. At least one of you is prepared. Yamato Taishu seems to find humor in it, if his little smirk is anything to go by. Karen preens happily. Wait. Karen, you can't seriously have no equipment? Ugh, I'm working with amateurs. What's the point in being a shinobi if you don't look good while you're doing it? Karen whirls on the spot to speak with the team captain. Are you sure we should have these three? I don't think they understand what it takes for a high-level mission like this. Oi, Mokutan man. She beckons Yamato closer to whisper in his ear. Kin sharpens her hearing, a trait trained up in their time from Odo. An ear-bleeding whistle causes her to cut it off and cover her ears in agony. When her hearing returns, all she can hear is Karen's mocking laughter. They're never going to want to work with you again if you keep messing with them. Yamato chides. It's not about them. Karen flicks her hair dramatically. It's about me, and I say I want to have a fun mission. Save me now. Zaku mutters to her. Karen's face does go from mischievous to serious though, and there's a small puff of smoke from her wrist. A sword sits in her right hand. Team Odo all swallow deeply on seeing it. Don't think that just because I want to enjoy my time away from the village that I'm not taking this seriously. You know what this blade is, don't you, Odo Shinobi? You don't train with Uchiha Naruto for 3 years and not pick up any tricks of your own. Karen-san. Yamato addresses. I'm sure you're a capable shinobi, but I am the captain and I'll expect you to follow orders to work with us efficiently. I know. But you also know that there's another reason I'm going out and about, right? Karen reseals Kusanagi. Yes. We'll be deferring to you on all matters related to Jinchuriki and Bijou should the matter arise, however unlikely. Great. Karen clasps her hand together. So, where's the client? Today is the day everything changes. Niji thinks to himself. He hasn't told anyone about what he's bringing to Naruto, not even his father. Or Sakura, although he believes she may very well be aware that his own patience has grown thin. Something has to change in the Hyuga clan and he can't count on the people in it to be proactive about changing. He wants it though, so he'll make it happen. Sakura has a good heart and he admires her for it, but he doesn't want her getting caught in this if it all goes wrong. She has been a ray of light in his life ever since he approached her regarding the curse mark on his forehead, offering endless support and asking for nothing in return. The least he can do is keep her out of the mess that follows. The medical evidence he has collected is more than enough to point the finger at the Hyuga clan for their wrongdoings to their own branch house. Naruto has made it quite clear that might and maybe is not good enough, so he's had Sakura's research verified by several medics and doctors, and even Ayashi-sensei, who was once Naruto's personal eye specialist, has concluded that the curse mark does have the potential to damage a dojutsu wielder's eyes on use. Bringing this forward could end badly, internally for the clan. But so be it, if he does nothing then they will continue to suffer. But unlike Tsunade, who was content in letting clans police their own problems, Naruto appears to be the kind of person who wants Konoha to be as prepared as conceivably possible for the ongoing threat of the Akatsuki. He won't snub them for being an inferior clan, he would want every able-bodied person to be doing their utmost for their continued existence. And Niji knows how hard someone will fight to have freedom from fear. Naruto gets out of the Hokage's chair, given a slight moment of reprieve from the constant waves of mission delegation and intel reports. Blue eyes look up at him expectantly. Show me that you can do the academy jutsu. Fujita makes 2 clones, substitutes with a chair, and transforms into Naruto himself. I'm impressed. You've come a long way since I started training you. Naruto praises. The silver-haired boy beams up at him. Alright, I think you're about ready to learn how to discover your own talents. Everyone's chakra has unique traits that allow them to perform some feats easier than what might be considered average. Take Tsunade for example, she has a very strong affinity for medical ninjutsu, and she also has the ability to use lightning chakra. So there's something I'll be good at too? Fujita asks hopefully. That's right, but sometimes it's not always obvious what that might be. Some talents can only be realized once you try them a few times, but we'll get to that. Naruto pulls out a thick, square piece of paper. You've learned the absolute basics of ninjutsu, which means you now have a foundation to expand upon. The academy jutsu are something we define as supplementary ninjutsu, something that isn't necessarily offensive or defensive. Now, we're going to learn about nature transformation and how to apply it to battle. Take this. It's just paper. Fujita looks up inquisitively. Chakra induction paper, Naruto corrects patiently. It was developed for the purpose of identifying the chakra nature of the person holding it. We'll find out what your elemental chakra nature is once you channel some into it. Give it a try. Aren't you really good at sensing? Won't you be able to just tell me what my chakra nature is? I could, Naruto admits. But the point of this is that if someday you need to test your own students, or your own students have students of their own, and if they aren't sensors, they'll be able to identify their chakra natures using this method. Fujita concentrates and pushes his chakra into the paper. It melts in his hands, the sagi remains slipping through his fingers. Your chakra nature is Suiton. Just like Ji-sama. Your chakra nature is Mokuton, right Naruto-sensei? Actually, I was born with two entirely different natures. Katon and Futon. But I developed more of them as I got older. Remember what I said, sometimes your talents aren't always obvious. But learning to use your chakra nature will be a good start. Are you gonna teach me Suiton? Fujita asks quickly. Yes, but before I do, you need to understand the importance of where and when to use it. The truth is, you're not always going to have a source of water to draw from for your jutsu, and learning to create your own will be difficult. Maybe the most difficult part of your training so far. The terrain won't always be in your favor, so what should you do to prepare for that? Naruto words the question differently, but functionally the same as his grandfather did while training him. Don't rely on it all the time? Fujita responds, unsurely and questioning. That's right, but how? Fujita stops to think while Naruto picks up the soggy pieces of paper and disposes of them. I should learn to not rely on it? That's why you always tell me to master the basics? So I can fall back on other stuff I know in case my Suiton doesn't work. Naruto grins and ruffles the silver spikes on the boy's head. Very astute. Well done. Fujita beams at him again. There's a knock at the door, breaking the peaceful little lesson. Enter. Naruto orders, and Shizun steps inside with Minako close behind. Oni-chan. Minako sprints and wraps around his legs. Demon child. Naruto scowls with purposeful exaggeration. Train me too. Minako demands imperiously. Naruto looks back to Shizun, who shrugs as if to say, your call. Well, I was about to have a clone train Fujita, but if he doesn't mind then I suppose you can tag along too. Minako can train with us? Fujita seems quite eager for it in fact. From what the boy has said, Minako is quite kind-hearted to him despite her devilish nature that she'd seemingly got from Naruto himself. Of course. I may have a neat little trick that might be good for training the pair of you at the same time. Naruto makes a snake seal. Moku Bunshin no Jutsu, would clone. A small mass begins to emerge from Naruto's leg, taking the shape of a small human. The coloration does too. Fair skin, neck-length spiky black hair, and a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan glinting on a cocky visage. Oh! Shizun coos almost hysterically. I forgot how cute you were at Minako's age. She pinches the cheeks of the child clone, making it pout. Nei-chan. Chibi Naruto protests loudly. Shizun bundles him up in a hug instantly. I made this Moku Bunshin to the exact strength and traits I had at your age. Naruto reveals to Fujita and Minako. It might be a good sparring partner for you. Minako hugs the clone. Let's go play. Train. Chibi Naruto corrects. Big Naruto wonders if he really sounded that petulant as a child. Go on, Fujita. My clone will teach you a Suiton jutsu. Okay, bye-bye sensei. By Minako's Kaa-chan. Have fun, Fujita-kun. Shizun waves him goodbye. Behave, Minako. The two children plus Moku Bunshin leave in a rush, and Shizun remains with Naruto. How's Kakashi? Are you okay? They ask each other at the same time, leading to a shared chuckle at their own expense. Kakashi, he'll bounce back, eventually. I'm sure he'll come back around, so don't worry Naruto. I don't blame you for your choices either. It was a lot simpler when I was just a kid following his Gigi's teachings. Naruto sighs tiredly. And it all made sense to you, and it still does. I know, Naruto. You can't just shake off years of foundational teachings, especially when they still serve you well. So don't worry, keep doing your thing. Naruto doesn't say anything to that. He knows that they serve him on a functional level, and well for the benefit of the village. But he really doesn't know what to do with this whole Kakashi situation. He can't ignore this forever, but he does have more important things to worry about right now. Namely, Akatsuki. What have you got for me, Shizun? You'll be glad to hear that you're done for the day. Shizun chirps pleasantly. You're not due to receive any word from other nations about the summit for a few weeks at least, and the Chunin are happy to do lower-level mission delegation. Unless something really important pops up, then it'd be good if you got some rest. Rest is the last thing on my mind right now. Naruto sits back in the chair. The intercom on the desk beeps. Naruto-sama, Hyuga Niji is here requesting a confidential meeting. Confidential? Naruto mutters. At least I have time for whatever it is. Sounds important. I'll see you soon, Naruto. Shizune waves him goodbye. See you, Shizune. Send Niji in on your way out for me. Niji enters holding a cardboard folder, packed so full that paper is practically spilling out of it. Naruto Dano. Niji bows politely. Take a seat, Niji. Naruto gestures loosely to a chair. I hope I'm not intruding into your busy schedule. You came at a good time. My business is mostly done for the day. Now, what did you want? I want the laws regarding the use of the caged bird seal to be repealed entirely. Niji states, confidently blunt. Interesting. As far as I'm aware, the caged bird seal is generally regarded as a piece of Hyuga clan culture that is accepted by the people branded with it. It is only accepted out of fear of speaking out, Naruto Dano. The legislation is also discriminatory against branch members of the Hyuga clan. No other clan in the village has such a law under the guise of bloodline protection. In addition, the caged bird seal has been verified to actively damper the capabilities of a Byakugan wielder who is branded with it. Naruto holds his hand up to stop him for a moment. Before we go on, this is a serious claim. I want you to understand that bringing this to light may poke the beehive. Actively hampering a shinobi's capabilities is something that cannot be ignored, but are you prepared on behalf of the Hyuga clan to stand by these claims, even if it causes distrust towards them for consciously choosing to use this seal? I am aware of any repercussions, and I accept responsibility for any and all consequences of this meeting. Naruto leans forward. Very well. Start from the beginning. Give me your assessment on this legislation, and the details on how the seal is affecting Hyuga shinobi. 1 week later, Land of Snow. Something's fishy. Karen wrinkles her nose up, the oppressive icy wind assaulting what little part of her face it could with how bundled up she is in warm clothes. That better not be an ocean pun. Sakura chides. It's just, something here is messing with my ability to sense chakra. I should be able to detect ambient blank spots in the general location of someone trying to hide their chakra, but there's something dense and strong, covering a huge area. I can feel all of you because you're close, but there's something hiding by outputting chakra everywhere. Blending in by fogging up my senses. It could be a barrier. Yamato guesses. But regardless, we proceed with normal caution. Don't let your guard down before we dock. Look at this frigid tomb. A deep voice booms. Karen whirls around. Who said that? What? Sakura looks at her confusedly. There is no life in this wasteland. No hatred, but no love. No struggle, but no growth. I grow tired of this eternal contemplation. Tired of existing with no purpose. Didn't you hear that? I feel you, Uzumaki. Raking your senses across me. Trying to grasp something that you cannot begin to comprehend. Karen feels a strong headache pounding and tries to massage her head, not understanding what's happening. A trap for sensors? Dosu asks Yamato. It's not like anything I've seen before. Yamato keeps keen eyes on Karen. She's not under genjutsu, this is something different. Karen. Sakura bustles to her side quickly, making her sit down. You strain against my presence. But you will learn quickly enough. Come find me, Uzumaki. I would very much like to speak with you. Karen slowly fades out of consciousness, oblivious to her panicked teammates. Yamato storms up to Yuki Fujike's assistant, Sandeo. If you are hiding something from me, you will tell me right now. Sandeo reels back, stuttering as he replies. I don't know what you mean. Yamato takes none of it. Do you know who that red-haired woman is on my team? That's the future wife of Uchiha Naruto, who is not only our current acting Hokage, but quite possibly the most dangerous man alive. If he finds out that she got hurt or worse, he will stop at nothing to find out who was responsible, and if that means he has to crush every nation one brick at a time, he'll damn well do it. Do not lie to me. I lied about the contract. Sandeo blurts out. But I don't know why she fainted. I swear. You will be paying triple the stipulated mission fee. Yamato tells, not asks. You will tell me every last detail you omitted from your request, and you will be waiting for us to investigate what exactly caused this chakra disturbance in her. Sandeo has no choice but to bumble his way through an explanation. Konohagakure, Hokage Tower. Have the clan heads been informed? Naruto asks through the intercom. Yes, Naruto-sama. Are you prepared for the meeting? I am. Please send Umino Irika here to cover low-rank mission delegation, and ANBU Internal Affairs to escort the relevant medical specialists to the meeting chambers. Thank you. Of course, Naruto-sama. Naruto stands up and makes a swift and brief journey to the meeting hall. Niji is already waiting outside. Don't be so nervous, Niji. Present everything exactly as you did to me. I'll make sure there aren't any interruptions. I cannot help but be apprehensive, Naruto Dano. I've worked hard to get this far, I don't want it to come crumbling down now. Niji straightens up his kimono. Wear some confidence. Fake it till you make it. Naruto is entirely unconcerned. Niji's report is pretty unflattering, and besides, the meeting isn't a vote. Naruto will be telling them how it's going to be, and that future attempts to engage in such obvious bullshittery will not be tolerated. They wait in the chambers for everyone to arrive, Naruto taking a seat in Tsunade's spot while Niji stays on the other side, ready to present numerous copies of his works for each clan head to go through. Soon enough everyone is present, although there is some grumbling from Shikaku, obviously not keen on being dragged away from some new napping location he'd found to escape his wife. Hyuga Hayashi looks displeased as well, though an underlying apprehension mars his visage at the sight of Niji. Be seated. Naruto orders. Ordinarily, clan matters such as this would be sorted out in private. However, since I will be repealing a law that affects all of Konoha and replacing it today, your attendance is required so that if your clans have such proclivities, you'll be changing as well. That is among the list of things we'll be speaking about, and then afterwards I expect all of you to bring up the concerns you have too. Understood. The clan heads chorus. Firstly, we'll be discussing the legislation that brings discrimination to a sect of the Hyuga clan. It was institutionalized by the Sandaime Hokage and has only served to hinder some of the finest shinobi Konoha has to offer. The use of the caged bird seal was approved under the guise of bloodline protection, but only serves to be detrimental to Konoha's forces. We have Hyuga Niji in attendance to present reports from doctors and medics that he commissioned to investigate the health effects of the seal, as well as said specialists to verify the concerns. Naruto leans forward, Rinnegan glaring ominously. I do not think it needs to be said that anything regarding active measures to sabotage Konoha's shinobi will be acted upon with prejudice. However, I will allow any party with vested interest in this topic to contribute their assessment of this legislation before doing so again at the end of this case when the research has been shared. Would anyone like to speak up? Hayashi shoots out of his chair, expectedly. The caged bird seal is Hyuga clan tradition. To repeal the law that allows us to use it is an attack on our clan and culture. The seal prevents any enemy shinobi from stealing the Kekkeigenkai from those in the clan who do not have the talent or skill to keep it to themselves. It is only for Konoha's benefit that this legislation is in place, to stop the enemy from obtaining our bloodline. There are nods of agreement, given that it is a practical use of the seal. Naruto takes it in with a straight face. Hyuga Hayashi has spoken, would anyone like to present an agreement or argument to the point? Niji stands up and makes his way to the guest lectern. Hayashi Dano raises a valid point on the nature of Kekkeigenkai protection. Niji agrees, Aslo straight-faced although Naruto knows it pains him to do so for the sake of a bureaucratic meeting. What Hayashi Dano has omitted however, is that the caged bird seal is primarily used as a tool to force Hyuga branch members into submissive slavery. I have the research to prove that the torturous nature of the seal is extremely detrimental to anyone who has had it used on them. On the grounds of branch members being too weak to stop their Kekkeigenkai from falling into enemy hands, Hyuga clan culture dictates that the vast majority of branch members are to only operate as servants to the main branch, and do not have the opportunities to outgrow this culture on their own. With the removal of the seal and therein a removal of that innate fear of torture, Hyuga branch members can explore opportunities to become servants of Konoha as shinobi, or any other trade that benefits the village. Naruto nods, not giving an agreement to either side of the argument. Anything further? He asks the assembled clan heads. A small pause of silence gives him the message of no. Hyuga Niji, you stated that the caged bird seal is used as a method of torture and slavery, but you also stated that it has tangible effects on development in Hyuga shinobi. Explain your statements and provide evidence. Niji passes a stack of papers to one side of the room, and each clan head takes one, along with Naruto. According to shinobi medical specialist Haruno Sakura, on data collected by assessing 14 branch Hyuga members who frequently receive exposure to the seal, the subjects displayed optical nerve damage, which is verified by Ayashi-sensei, who is present here today. In addition, branch members are 10% to 300% more likely to experience seizures while engaging in active duty, verified with data collected from head neurologist in Konoha's hospital, who is also present. And finally, a Hyuga branch member is 800% more likely to suffer from severe depression before they're 30, verified by Yamanaka Inoichi. Inoichi stands up and stares down Hayashi confidently. I stand by the research. I've been saying this for years along with the other specialists, but we have been consistently blocked from bringing it up to Konoha's council. Yes. Naruto cheers inwardly. Finally, I can chase up what Tsunade said. Blocked? Naruto interjects immediately. You will explain this to me later. But for now, I want everyone's attention on the matter at hand. Hayashi visibly holds in his anger. I went over the data when it was presented to me at an earlier date, so my mind was made up before this meeting was announced. What you are here for is to understand that any action against Konoha's shinobi or even its civilians will not be tolerated under any circumstance, no matter your clan. I hereby repeal the Bloodline Protection Act, of which has been used to marginalize a group of our finest. All Hyuga branch members are to report to me immediately to have the caged bird seal removed, permanently. If any Hyuga finds destitution as a result of my decision, the Uchiha clan will provide sponsorship for them until a time in which they can become independent members of our village. This matter is concluded. A writer for Konoha's newspaper rubs her hands together gleefully as Niji wails with joyous tears. Anbu Taka is responsible for overseeing the former branch members move into the Uchiha compound as their temporary habitat until they can find their footing with this new freedom they've been given. Perhaps unsurprisingly, there wasn't a single one who wanted to stay with the main branch. His Sharingan assesses everyone that goes in from a rooftop he's perched on. They seem happy. Naruto says at his side, the soft breeze flicking his hair about. Of course, I don't want them here. But it's a hard situation and we need everyone working for the benefit of the village right now. Taka watches as Hinata and Niji spar in the training grounds. The meek girl cries in frustration at herself, and all Niji does is lift her up to try again, and again. Family is wonderful. Naruto says again. It's something that was taught to me by the matron at my orphanage. I didn't really know what it meant at the time, but I understand it after Karen, Kakashi, Shizune, Minako, you, and even my old man. Families will go to great lengths to protect each other, to rise above whatever comes their way. Of course, there are always bad apples. But can you see an ideal like this and understand just how attractive this might be to a lonely orphan boy? I understand well, Naruto-sama. Taka replies formally. Sasuke, you're not fooling anyone with that stupid bird mask. Your hair and eyes stick out like a sore thumb. I get it, Naruto. I do. And it's not stupid, it's representative of the dismissal of my personal desires for Konoha's sake. Did they haze you and make you paint your own mask? Naruto interrupts jokingly. Yes. Haha. Ha 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 ha. Taka is thankful that the mask hides his embarrassed face. Don't you have important Hokage crap to be doing right now? Taka grumbles. Yes. I suppose I should make an appearance for my super important meeting. I'll leave you be, but be on standby in case I need you. I have a feeling that it's going to be an interesting one. Naruto flitters away with nary a sound. Asshole. Taka mutters. You said you were being blocked from bringing your findings into the Hyuga clan to council meetings. Explain. Naruto orders Inoichi, who takes a seat alongside Nara Shikaku and Akimichi Chuza. We believe that several clans were colluding for the sake of protecting each other, a secret alliance, but we couldn't prove it. We had circumstantial evidence at best. Inoichi states evenly. Shikaku straightens and picks it up. It hasn't reared its head in a while, since Tsunade-sama took position as Hokage, but it was always the same clans being bailed out when they caused trouble. Sandaime-sama was very overt with it during his rule. Whenever Uchiha Fugaku tried to bring attention to criminal behavior during his time as head of the Uchiha police force, Sarutobi would always deny the happenings or pass them off as shinobi simply unwinding after difficult missions. Even the worst offenses would be passed over as nothing unless public scrutiny was too strong, and that included crimes such as murder in rare occasions or sexual assault being more common than that. The process for bringing this to the attention of the council was and is still too slow, unless you have a friend in a high place like Hyuga Niji did. The reports have to find their way through too many people, some of those people having sympathies and biases towards certain clans. I see. And you believe that this continues to affect the process of the judicial system when it comes to shinobi crime? Naruto tries for further clarification. Yes, Naruto-dano. Chuza confirms. Members of the Akimichi clan have found that discriminatory crimes and assaults were often ignored, but only when the accused were from a small list of clans. Tsunade-sama has had her hands full cleaning up Danzo's mess, so she hasn't been afforded the time to look into this. And what is the consensus between the three of you? Which clans do you believe to be colluding and obstructing justice, and do you believe that your clans are being targeted with this? Shikaku shares a look with the other two. We looked into it as best we could, collecting information from as many different clans as were willing to participate into our search for figuring out what was going on, and across the board we found that the Sarutobi clan, the Hyuga clan, the Shimura clan, along with Sarutobi's two advisors who were on his genin team, all have a dramatic overrepresentation in Konoha's judicial system. Everyone who tries to take action against these three clans find that their claims get lost in the works. This happens to us, but even we're able to slowly work our way up the ladder in those occupations. The only two clans that were completely excluded from even participating were the Uchiha and Senju, because the higher-ups of these systems seemingly didn't want them there. We couldn't figure out of why that made sense. Inoichi comments. Only one exception to these examples was ever made though. I was the one who did Uchiha Itachi's first psychological evaluation when Sarutobi recommended him for ANBU. I found that Itachi's behavior was too unpredictable, but Sarutobi sponsored him to get through to the next stage. Hatake Kakashi refused it anyway. Naruto interlocks his fingers and stares at the three of them. You have told me nothing I didn't already know. But you bringing this to my attention has provided me a reason to look into it using Konoha's resources. If I act on these accusations and investigate, are the three of you willing to provide a statement should anything suspicious be found, and that you prompted me to look into it? Yes, Naruto Dano. The three agree readily. You are not to speak a word of this meeting to a single soul. Am I understood? Understood. Good. You are dismissed. The three clan heads leave, and Naruto lets out a high-pitched whistle. An ANBU appears before him. Gather your team. I have an S-rank internal affairs mission for you. Karen veers off the path again, trying to follow the calling of the strange voice. Off into the storm of white mist, and how easy it would be to get lost. Idiot. Princess Koyuki spits out. Only death is out there. You want to die all alone? No, that's what you're gonna do when people realize what a shriveled old slag you are. Karen returns fire but doesn't turn to face her. She's entranced by the powerful sensation in the wastes. Karen, try to concentrate. Stop sensing over there. Yamato tries to persuade. Will you walk into my parlor? Or will I have to reveal myself to you? It says it's gonna come here. Karen rubs her forehead. Yamato turns to the rest of the squad. We'll set up camp here with the film crew for tonight. The storm is getting bad. He turns back, only to find Karen missing. Oh, for dash. She ventures into the snow, following the increasingly powerful chakra. The closer she gets, the less widespread the sensation becomes. It starts to become a singularity of pure power, so massive that even Naruto barely matches it when it comes to density. But unlike Naruto's chakra, this feels so dark. Karen stops. Well? I'm here. Amusing, that the person to find me would happen to be cut from the same cloth as the one who lost me. There is a gold glow before her eyes, and the heat melts the frost from her goggles. She takes them off to stop the fogging, and the wind that begins to whip around feels warm and even pleasant. As the wind clears the fog away, the mound of snow before her begins to avalanche back. Orange fills nearly the entirety of her vision, a massive cocoon like a flower bud unfurls slightly before expanding and launching a gale so strong that the snowy fog blasts away, leaving a moonlit sky and a clear picture of just what was calling her here. Two slitted red eyes peer down at her in front of 9, swishing tails. You finally grace me with your presence. QB. Karen mutters in shock. I see that you understand what I am dash. You moron. Karen screams at him. Why reveal yourself now? There are psychos scattered across the world trying to capture you and all of the other bijou, and when they do, that Jubi monster will return to destroy everything. The QB outright laughs at her, a harrowing echo that rattles her bones. You're just like Kushina. Either too stupid or too brave to stay her tongue. I mean it. Now everyone is gonna know. And pray tell, what makes you think I didn't want this? Karen stops her berating of the QB. I felt it when Shikaku vanished. My connection to the natural chakra of the world helped me understand what happened. The pieces are in motion. There is a wielder of the Rinnegan trying to become the Jubi Jinchuriki, and the only thing I can do now is to fight that fate. You could have fought it by just staying hidden. Karen tries to reason. The Geto Mazo does not discriminate with how much of us it needs. It grows ever more powerful with our entire essence, but natural energy will replace what it needs so long as it has but a mere piece of our power. It may be slow, but it still works. You will find that our power can be found everywhere in this world, and your human practice of turning yourselves into our hosts has only made it easier for them to take the less expedient route. It will not matter if I choose to hide, there will still be a way. But it is time that I returned so that the vision of this world my father had, that dream, will not be extinguished. And if I have to stand by the sides of those who fear and abuse my power, then so be it. Your father, the Rikudo Sannin? The QB growls affirmatively. He was naive about the nature of man. He could not truly understand humans as he understood us, not even his own sons. But he was right about one thing, if nothing else. Only cooperation can overcome the greatest of strife. So, what? You're gonna join the fight? Karen asks, maybe feeling slightly hopeful that they would have another ally that isn't just one superpowered man. I will, but with one condition. The QB confirms. I want to follow in the path of my father. A true union between humans and bijou brings out the vast potential of both. Neither can be as strong without the other. I am willing to try for the first time, the power of our own motivations, be they hate or love. We can only overcome this conflict together. Its red eyes look down upon her. And you are powerful enough to handle it. You say that now, but my fiancé is Uchiha Naruto, Kushina's son and grandson of Uchiha Madara. Does Uchiha Naruto fight with all his power against the destruction of the world? Karen swallows, understanding that the QB has already made its mind up. He does. He's doing everything he possibly can to fix Madara's mistakes. Then you and I will fight, side by side with him. What is your name? The QB clenches his paw and puts it out, expecting the same gesture in return apparently. Uzumaki Karen. She puts her fist out. Be honored, Uzumaki Karen. You are the first human to ever hear my name. Kurama. Golden chains sprout from her back and wrap around Kurama. Hack no Fuin Shiki? Fuin. Kurama begins to dissolve into chakra, wafting through the air into crimson stars that spiral into a single point, a whirlpool crashing into Karen's stomach. What is that? Sakura looks at the pretty fountain of red lights in the distance. I can't see from here, but that's the direction Karen went. Yamato discerns. Team Odo, stay with the client. Got it. Yamato and Sakura approach cautiously as the last of the lights enter Karen's stomach. Karen collapses backward into the snow. Sakura sprints to make sure she's alright. Oh my. She looks at the seal on Karen's exposed stomach. What have you done, woman? Yamato touches the hack no Fuin Shiki. Karen's eyes open, revealing blood-red crimson slits. Don't touch that. Her body is getting used to my chakra. She'll be back as soon as she's ready. Yamato reels back and creates wooden pillars to surround Karen. Your use of this jutsu is juvenile compared to Hashirama. Karen/stranger flicks her hand and blasts Yamato and the pillars away. Who are you? Sakura asks fearfully. I am the QB. Do not worry for your friend, her mind is resting while I have the reins. Tsunade thinks Naruto has quite the talent for delegation. Feeling good, she decides to pay him a visit to make sure things are running as smooth as they seem. It seems likely that Naruto would be giving assignments left and right if it only meant he would have a bit of time to himself for training. All in all, besides grumbling from the Hyuga clan she'd yet to investigate, it's been a nice holiday. Naruto seems to be doing very well. She approaches the office door when Naruto's voice booms through the building. What the hell have you done, Karen? Oh dear. Entering without a knock, she spots Naruto pacing around the room. What's happened? What's the panic about? Tsunade questions, seeing no one else in the room. He turns to face her, but there's something different about his visage. His Rinnegan glint brilliantly, but there are markings under his eyes. Resting under them are two halves of a split, black leaf. She understands what the pigment signifies, and she knows that it has magnified his already insane sensing power, and he has obviously felt something that has left him disturbed with his beloved. She just turned herself into the Jinchuriki of the QB. Tsunade turns on her heel and goes back home. Nope. This is Naruto's mess to deal with. Chapter 22, Communion. Jiraiya visits Naruto in the Hokage office out of boredom. With other hands on his spy network, he has been left with much free time to do with as he pleases. Putting up with Tsunade's mood swings is not something he'd been keen on today, and with his apprentice out and about doing super secret stuff, he thought he'd stop in and pay his godson a visit. It's always interesting when Naruto brings up something that he doesn't often think about. Sure, he does give a lot of thought to the ideal of peace, but the nature of chakra itself and folklore of their shared power is something that is usually just accepted as much as the sky is blue. Do you ever wonder why exactly Jinchuriki are so feared? Naruto asks, expression pensive as he languidly rests his feet on the desk. Jiraiya blinks. I thought you of all people would already know. The strength of chakra magnifies the existing abilities of a talented shinobi. Just imagine what you could do if you had a bijou sealed inside of you. Ah, but that's just it. Enhanced abilities can still be defeated with sound tactics and strategy, and I have yet to see Sasuke prove that he can use the Nibi's power to do anything that can defeat me. And believe me, I know that Sasuke is no joke as far as elite shinobi go. No, what has my attention now is that it's either multiplying the threat level of this person a few times, or just an outright transformation into a bijou. Granted, both are powerful traits to have in combat, but not undefeatable. Shinobi skills have advanced so much in the past few hundred years. Fuin jutsu, large-scale elemental ninjutsu, specially tailored jutsu that are designed for use against summons or in the worst-case scenario, a bijou. What good does fearing a Jinchuriki do in the modern age when we have tools to keep them in line? Fear isn't easy to ignore for the people who don't have those tools. And they won't always be available anyway. It takes time and effort to prepare for fighting a Jinchuriki. When one pops up in the middle of a battlefield or a mission, then of course anyone on their bad side is gonna be scared shitless. Not everyone can approach combat like you do. I suppose. Naruto utters, seemingly dissatisfied. What's on your mind, kiddo? Naruto leans back in the chair further, looking up at the ceiling. The Bijou have a terrifying mythology built around them by humans. But there are still exceptional humans every now and then that can very easily defeat one or rend one under their control externally, without being a Jinchuriki. Just look at Madara and Hashirama. The first Kazekage. The Sannin. Uchiha Naori, Uzumaki Ashina, Uchiha Obito, Uzumaki Nagato. Me. And there are still people who can overcome their power. But they are fragments of something divine and primal. A Bijou should be far, far more powerful. It has me thinking about the nature of chakra and the Rikudo Sannin again. Jiraiya relaxes as well, but still listens intently. He does so like a good story about the folklore of shinobi. I had a discussion with Sasuke about a relic that used to be in the possession of the Uchiha clan. I had interpreted the message as an explanation behind the curse of hatred in the Uchiha, an inborn weakness that was easily exploited. I believe that the Rikudo Sannin had deliberately split his power into two halves so that the one who inherited his eyes would be forced to cooperate with the other if they wanted to change the world. Instead, it set off a 1,000-year blood feud that nearly annihilated two clans as they struggled for power, and as they lost love, they grew to hate even more. It became their defining trait that people could recognize them by. The sage believed so much in the power of cooperation that he had been willing to bet his children's lives on it, that he would divide his power completely instead of diluting it. Flawed humans with a power out of reach for normal people. Jiraiya is patient, feeling that he might be missing some context but is willing to hear Naruto out. The Rikudo Sennin's religion of Ninshu, in which he was God, was spread across the world by the man himself in the advent of humans gaining the ability to use chakra. He taught people how to cooperate, and his religion became a contagious culture that still persists 1,000 years later. Every person understands that without the help of others, they can't get far. Sure, people understand and respect individual merit where it's due, but functionally, chakra in a single person can only get so strong and can only be so effective against a cohesive unit of powerful people working together. Teamwork, a founding principle of Konoha's shinobi system. Strategy, and self-preservation tactics to overcome conflicts and tribulations. Chakra natures blend, people share it where they can, help each other where they can, but it's most often used as a tool for war. A grim nod from Jiraiya is his agreement. Chakra is a tool far greater than any blade, shield, and wall. But people don't get along so well as their chakra does. All chakra comes from the same source, and is fermented and expanded by nature's own gifts. This is why it is possible to affect another person's chakra with your own. As in the case of medical ninjutsu and genjutsu, we perceive it as different but it all comes from the same place, and given to us by a design that was beyond evolutionary. It was shared to become a device to bring people together, not pit them against each other. All chakra is compatible, there's no fitting a round peg into a square hole. It's all the same. It is through a base instinct that we understand that even if we do not like who we work with, we are significantly more powerful when working alongside them. And is that so bad? Yeah, we all have people and things we don't like, but as long as that instinct is there, then surely there's a hope for peace. Jiraiya reasons, but is waved off dismissively by Naruto. The discussion of peace is something that doesn't interest me. No, what I'm curious about is how the Bijou fit into this system that we believe grew organically. With the exceptions of incompatible people, Bijou chakra can significantly magnify a shinobi's power. That seems quite simple, given that the Bijou are entities created by the Rikudo Sannin, someone as fanatical about peace through cooperation as he was. I believe that the unification of chakra between humans and Bijou has a depth that has yet to be tapped, and what we have seen so far is merely the tip of the iceberg. Naruto leans forward this time, eyes gleaming. If such a theoretical powerful state exists, then maybe an opposing theory is viable too. A separation of one's own chakra from that of other people's, and a spiritual and physical consolidation with one's own chakra. A kind of enlightenment for people who believe that they should have the power and agency to be able to do things on their own without relying on other people or entities. Don't you just find it fascinating? Still trying to do everything on your own. Jiraiya shakes his head exasperatedly. Some of the theory goes over even his head, but Jiraiya still feels not much will come of this. Naruto would only get more curious if he said it probably wasn't possible, better for him to figure things out on his own. But what if? Naruto ponders aloud. That was the point? Perhaps the Rikudo wanted people to outgrow his teachings on their own. To forge their own paths and break free of fate on their own terms. Maybe this is all intentional and he made this system intelligently for goals that we can't perceive yet. I think Jiraiya leans forward in the creaky chair. That you have too much time on your hands. Should have known you wouldn't understand, geezer. I'm not being disparaging, kiddo, it just reminds me of your dad that you're so into your chakra theory and research. But you've been cooped up in here for a while. How about we escape for a bit? Get some lunch, maybe spar a bit? Doesn't look like you've got anything else to satiate your boredom. Is a man your age really up to the task? Naruto asks with a mockingly contemplative expression. Jiraiya grins. Tsunade told me you have a new trick. A senjutsu battle. Let's see if you have the natural intuition to get the best of me. Naruto rises, looking eager. Let's see if you're all talk, old man. I'm looking forward to wiping that smug smile off your face, brat. Either without much thought or much care, neither paid attention to the secretary rubbing her hands together. Two heroes of Konoha stand opposite each other. Jiraiya with his hands in an unusual looping seal in front of his belly, and Naruto with his hands simply clapped together. They're just standing still. Minako pouts. Maybe it's some unspoken rule between sages. Paying respect? Some kind of honor tradition? Shizun guesses uncertainly. They aren't the only ones gathered. After word got out that Naruto and Jiraiya were going to have a senjutsu battle, dozens of shinobi rushed to find them. Some just for the spectacle, and others because the Hokage's secretary had elected to start a betting pool. Off-duty members of the Barrier Corps turn up immediately, a good sign of initiative on their part. The Doton-wielding shinobi in the crowd using their chakra to create a stadium cradle is a bit over the top, but Shizun guesses that boredom is a strong motivator. Grandstands are built separately in conjunction with the Barrier Corps. Rather than limiting the fighting area with one large barrier, they elect to create smaller stands with protection surrounding each one. Shizun spots another mop of silver hair. Oh look, Fujita-kun is here too. Wanna say hi to your friend? Minako is already running off before she can finish her sentence. Oh good, Shizun sighs, not wanting to be a bad influence. She turns to the bookie. 20,000 Ryo on Naruto. What are you up to? Naruto can't feel natural chakra coalescing around anything but himself, but Jiraiya seems to still be controlling a massive amount of his own. Does he have some different method? Naruto refocuses and continues to absorb energy. This wouldn't do. Entering sage mode takes far too long. Finally, he feels the balance in his energies and nature. Done yet, old man? Naruto taunts cockily. Jiraiya opens his eyes and grins back. He bites his thumbs and wipes blood down his eyes. Just waiting on you, brat. Two huge plumes of white smoke erupt on his broad shoulders, mystifying Naruto. All that waiting for a summoning? Only the amount of chakra used doesn't match up to the small creatures Jiraiya brought forth. When the smoke clears, Naruto sees two creepy toads perched on each shoulder. I was in the middle of making lunch, you dumb brat. Go easy on him, ma, Jiraiya-chan hasn't seen us in so long. He probably missed ya. Ma, pa, sorry to inconvenience you. Was got you riled up, Jiraiya-chan? Look right in front of you. The toads, ma and pa, do exactly that, eyes popping out clearly as they take sight of the confuddled Naruto. The Rinnegan. Pa exclaims in shock. He's using senjutsu chakra, pa. Jiraiya-chan, this man dash. He's not an enemy. Jiraiya shakes his head, and Naruto notices his enlarged nose riddled with warts and misshapen eyes. This is Minato's son, Naruto. I'm sorry to say that if I didn't summon you for this spar, he'd wipe the floor with me. Minato-chan's little boy? Pa asks excitedly. With those sacred eyes? What a marvel. Pish-posh. So what if he has some creepy eyes? You took me away from lunch. You're one to talk for having creepy eyes, frog hag. Naruto provokes, seeing that she probably wouldn't cooperate with Jiraiya unless he pissed her off. You're as disrespectful as your mother, stupid brat. Now ma, the boy is just confused. Let's introduce ourselves. Naruto vanishes in a blue of motion, ground shattering in the wake of his dash. His entire body twists for maximum output in his punch straight to Jiraiya's face. There is a gust of wind behind Jiraiya, but all the man does is catch the fist. Naruto is surprised to say the least. That punch should have sent Jiraiya flying. Enhanced sensory perception, enhanced speed, and strength. You don't think this is all Senjutsu is capable of, do you, Naruto? Let me show you the power of Jiraiya the Gallant, the Toad Sage. Jiraiya whips Naruto's arm up and sends a kick to his stomach. Naruto leaps up to whirlwind his own kick at Jiraiya's head, but he is brought down to the ground again by a pressure that he doesn't see. Jiraiya's kick doesn't land, but it still makes a shockwave so strong that spittle flies from his mouth as he gets sent away 100 feet. Naruto scrapes along the harsh ground before flipping back onto his feet, readying himself again. I'm positive I dodged that. Can he replicate his punches in any direction using senjutsu? No, it felt like a punch that split off from his fist. His taijutsu is tailored to match the power of Toad-style senjutsu. Spectators look on as Naruto cartwheels back onto his feet and into a more grounded and ready stance. What the hell? Kiba asks aloud in shock. Indeed. Niji looks on with wide, pale eyes. Jiraiya-sama is not to be underestimated, even at this age. Even still, I wouldn't underestimate Naruto-sama. Hisashi adds. We have seen him adapt to difficult situations before. I wouldn't put it past him to identify just how Jiraiya-sama did that without hitting him. I, for one, didn't see anything. Niji looks thoughtful, however. Perhaps there is more to this spar than we can perceive anyway. Senjutsu is supposedly legendary. Naruto doesn't hesitate, eager to gauge Jiraiya's skill and feeling the thrill of a potentially difficult fight for a change. He breaks out into a sprint, and he blurs into motion, enhanced by the power of his Sage Mode. Jiraiya sees it coming, or feels it, and his stance changes. Naruto catches a punch by wedging it between his hands, rather than deflecting. Jiraiya tries for an open palm strike, intercepted again with the younger man jamming his foot into the palm. I see now. Naruto grins, wide and wild. Interrupting the movement stops the invisible senjutsu strikes from splitting off. He goes for his initial strike again, whirling into an axe kick that pelts Jiraiya straight in his head with enough force to shatter the solid ground beneath them. Unsurprisingly though, Jiraiya braced himself for it. As powerful as the kick was, one hit wouldn't be enough against another sage. The eruption of dust is kicked around more by spears of long, sharp white hair swishing around and smashing through any rock in its way. Realize you can't win with taijutsu? Naruto ducks and weaves narrowly. His coat gets nicked more than once, but the dodges are precise and not a strand touches his body. Taijutsu is one thing, Jiraiya strikes a mighty pose. But let's see you add everything together. It's not really fair to use the Rinnegan. The old man is giving it his all, he wants to have fun just as much as I do. Jiraiya and the toads clap their hands in unison. Senpu, Gomen, Sage Art, Bath of Boiling Oil. 3 jutsu combine to make a tsunami of boiling oil, so packed with heat that it glows white. Naruto observes the wave, crashing and burning anything it came into contact with. He could feel the heat as the landscape changed, getting closer and putting the battlefield advantage in Jiraiya's favor. But what makes it senpu? Is it only possible by using natural energy? The wave should be spreading out, but it's behaving as if guided. No matter how much it tides and surges, it's still coming towards him. Senjutsu chakra isn't a flat power boost, it grants control over the jutsu to a level that isn't feasible for normal people. For people with fine chakra control, it would be a linear boost in chakra strength. Even still, Naruto wants to know just how much this will affect his own ninjutsu and genjutsu. He's letting me work it out on my own when he could be pushing for the advantage. You really are a good teacher, Jiraiya. Let me give it a try. Naruto doesn't weave a sign, but inhales a large breath. Senpu, Futon de Tapa, Sage Art, Wind Release Great Breakthrough. Even Naruto didn't expect the sheer concussive power of the stream of wind that launched from his mouth, but batting the boiling oil away wouldn't be effective. He concentrates and splits the burning sea with his jutsu straight down the middle and gets ready to send some katon down the passage. If only Jiraiya made it that easy. As soon as the oil parted, sound waves that sounded like the croaking of frogs began to disorient him. Genjutsu. Naruto realizes. If he stops the futon stream then the oil will get him, but he can't resist the genjutsu forever while already concentrating. He feels like his brain is rattling around in his skull, but he focuses enough to remember that Kabuto used a sound jutsu with his own Sage Mode. Jiraiya is using it now in conjunction with frog croaking, Kabuto used a deployable light, and Tsunade uses whistling to attract her ANBU. The latter seems like his only option to expand on, given that he doesn't have summons. And what is more powerful than a whistle? He claps his hands together, movement extremely shaky as he drags more air in through his nose and gritted teeth. Senpu, Haidoi Haimai, terrible scream. His roar echoes through the passage like the call of a vicious beast, hammering sound into sound. The ground quakes as his voice screams across the landscape. Sacrificing the potential of genjutsu for the power of sound waves, Jiraiya and the toad's jutsu has little effect in the face of pure force. The oil that had been split away sinks into the earth, slowly dispersing into natural energy although the lingering heat and hot wet patches still pose a hazard. Naruto's successful use of senjutsu emboldens him, and he tries another on the spot with what he just learned. Senpu, Katanyokina Yuta, Sage Art, fire release jolly song. As one might blow out a ring of smoke from a cigarette, Naruto does the same with fire. The large halo of flame emits a pleasant note, unchanging while it soars through the air towards Jiraiya. Naruto feels his remaining senjutsu chakra slip out of his body. The lad is out of sage mode. Pa comments. Naruto-chan learned this on his own? Yep, I dunno how but he figured it out. Still, let's see how he does now. Ya still gonna fight him? You just might hurt him. Ma frets, seemingly having calmed down, and comes around to the idea of testing Minato's boy. Don't let him fool you. Senjutsu or not, he's the most dangerous man in Konoha. We can't go easy on him for a second now, not while he's plotting to find an easy way back into sage mode. I let him get a feel for it, but it's time to turn it up a bit. The ring of fire is moving too quickly at them to give it much thought. Jiraiya waves his palms out, causing the ground shake and an earthen wall to form between them. As if like a fungal growth, the insides of a toad's fireproof stomach emerge on the defensive barricade. They collide, and instead of fizzling out like Jiraiya had expected, the ring expands with violent force and severs everything in a burning wave, a small blast radius but ridiculously powerful, and the cataclysmic sound left in its wake made Jiraiya want to cover his ears. He feels Naruto sprinting at him, full speed. Naruto-chan ain't gonna hold back. Ma sees the change in Naruto's demeanor. Naruto dances around Jiraiya's rapid punches and kicks, intercepting when he knows Jiraiya is going to use the invisible attacks of his senjutsu. He grabs Jiraiya's arm and does a side-on cartwheel to avoid a deadly pressurized stream of water, cutting into the landscape and swiping off the tattered sleeve of Naruto's coat. Mid-roll, he hefts Jiraiya up off the ground with impressive strength and moves to slam him headfirst into the dirt. Just as Jiraiya is about to crash, the ground turns to mud and Jiraiya sinks into it. He's not going to exit sage mode, not with those toads helping him. I need to get back in as soon as possible. He really is a master of ninjutsu. But he's figured out how to absorb senjutsu chakra before, not just through his own stillness. Humans can't absorb natural energy on the move, but a certain kind of ninjutsu can. Mokuryu no Jutsu, Wood Dragon. His Wood Dragon wiggles out of the ground and dives into the muck, following the toad sage. The ambient natural energy coming off of Jiraiya feeds the dragon, and transfers senjutsu chakra to Naruto, but not nearly enough to re-enter sage mode. But while the old man is distracted, he can take better measures. Moku Bunshin no Jutsu, Wood Clone. An exact copy of him crawls out of his skin, and they both run in different directions. Jiraiya decides to come and dance at last, no doubt having sensed that Naruto's chakra has split slightly. The real Naruto engages with Jiraiya again, and the flurry of attacks leave the spectators amazed at the level of combat they're capable of. Even with senjutsu, you can't hope to match the power of my chakra. You're gonna burn out eventually. Naruto jumps onto the wood dragon, riding it up and sending a veritable shower of fireballs down at Jiraiya. Don't go talking smack so soon. I was a sage before you were in diapers. You didn't tell me he had the Mokuton, Jiraiya-chan. Not now, ma. The constant transmission of senjutsu chakra from his wooden clone is making him cocky, so he tries to reel in his ego before he ends up embarrassing himself in front of an audience. Jiraiya's chakra begins to manifest in his palm, a luscious and brilliant green rapidly turning into the dangerous and oversized whirl of a Rasengan. Naruto feels the powerful energies of nature re-enter his body in full. His own light blue chakra, sparkling like starlight, does the same. I'm proud of you, Naruto. Jiraiya smiles nostalgically. I'm proud of myself too, Jiraiya. Naruto grins. Cho Udama Rasengan. Jiraiya groans, waking from a deep sleep but feeling exhausted. Did I win? Is his first question. Tsunade whacks him over the head with a clipboard. No, you idiot. In fact, the pair of you are idiots. You completely destroyed the training grounds and shredded the barriers of our most skilled core members. Shit. Jiraiya tries to leap out of the bed and falls flat on his face. Relax, no one got injured. Besides the two of you, that is. We didn't ask for anyone to watch us. Don't these people have anything better to do with their time? Seriously, in our day dash. Chakra burns all up your right arm. Bruises everywhere, cracked ribs and severe concussion, Jiraiya. That's what I had to heal with you. Tsunade interrupts, voice clipped and clearly displeased. Jiraiya nearly cows at the tone. He would pay for this, but... Is Naruto alright? Jiraiya asks hesitantly. Oh yeah, he's fine. Got the same injuries you did, minus concussion. He just walked it off for a few minutes and he was good as new. Lucky brat. Jiraiya groans on the floor. Oh yeah, he's lucky. Karen doesn't have to worry about losing him to his own stupidity. You on the other hand, have a very angry and pregnant wife that doesn't want to raise her baby alone. Ah, shit. Sasuke and Madatabi meditate and speak with each other in their seal's cape. On the outside, however, it appears that he's just passed out on Himari and Yuto's couch with Tsukimi sprawled out over his stomach, in equally deep sleep. Both of them are oblivious to the parents cooing over them with a camera. Do you feel that you are making progress, Sasuke-kun? I didn't expect a cure for my fear of what Itachi can still do, but I'm not dissatisfied. I'm definitely working towards what I want, a safer Konoha. It might not be my brother yet, but still enemies that pose a threat to my people. Still, I wonder just how long it will take for me to get to a level that I can feel truly confident that I'll be able to protect what I want without fear. Sasuke is laying down in the seal's cape too, looking up at Madatabi as she rests languidly. Her heterochromic eyes look down at him with patience and understanding. Why do you help me, Madatabi? Sasuke asks, truly curious as to her motivations. Now isn't that a complicated question? What brings this on, Sasuke-kun? I'm trying to understand you. What do you really get out of being my partner in battle, and my therapist on the side? Fufufu, I will tell you that it's nothing too complicated. I simply enjoy watching your growth, dear child. You are becoming an admirable man, worthy of respect. You should carry yourself with the dignity you have earned. But, that is but one reason. Part of my desire to synchronize with you completely is selfish. You could not understand this as a mortal, but I simply do not get tired of living. I love humans, I love our conversations, I love the things we can do together, and it is my desire that I live out eternity without regret of never having made the most of my time with your species. Madatabi's fiery fur skates across his body, leaving no burn. I do not wish to die. I have helped countless humans do great and terrible things, and perhaps I am part of the reason why my kind is so feared. But I made those choices, I have the power to decide what I do with this immortal life. That is something that I am thankful for to my father. And I hope that one day, perhaps you, or perhaps another, will truly become one with me. I want to reach my absolute best. Is this not a natural desire in humans as well? Do you think it's possible? For a human and a bijou to truly reach that level together? If you can think of something better for me to strive towards, do let me know. But do not give it so much thought, Sasuke-kun. My desires are hardly ominous. I truly do not want much, only to live happily on my terms. Sometimes that is too much to ask for. I mean, what if you could enter Mugen Tsukuyomi? Madatabi is silent for a moment. Merely an addictive temptation. Such thoughts take us away from living happily in the now. I want my happiness to be a result of my own efforts, not to have them handed to me. Life is full of miseries and mishaps, but it is our suffering that gives meaning to the joys we can experience. One might say my goal is as a gardener. To whittle away which poisons the fulfillment of many others. That is what you do now, Sasuke-kun. Our union can let others experience more joy than they would have if we don't do dirty work. Necessary evil. Sasuke says aloud, not liking the phrase. But it brings up questions about his life up until now. What if he has the best possible outcome already? That perhaps others enacted necessary evil to bring him happiness. Maybe there is more to his life than he thinks. And maybe he needs to understand just what people have sacrificed for him. Karen is asleep in the ship taking their team home, still adjusting the heavy chakra now cradled in her body. Can you stop thinking about how your Uchiha is going to molest you when you return home? I'm going to be sick. Stop reading my thoughts then, you overgrown furball. You're trying to suppress me too much. Let my chakra merge with yours, it'll be less painful for the both of us. Wait, it hurts you. Your control is slipping in your efforts to keep me down to mitigate your physical pain. Your concentration is focused too much on something you don't need to do when my chakra will heal you quicker, and it's letting your emotions bleed through our connection. My pain is mental, from witnessing the horrid things you two do in that bedroom. Karen ignores that, but tries to let the chakra through a bit steadier than before. Better. Kurama lazily put his head on his paws, tails flicking. I don't get it. Why do you really want to be sealed in me? Karen asks, trying to blink away the headache. My father envisioned that a time would come, where humans and bijou would stand alongside each other. I have witnessed what your kind is capable of, in both hate and in love. This Mugen Tsukuyomi was destined to happen again eventually. Our father foresaw that despite his efforts to unify humanity, they would not weather the coming storm alone. He created us, with what your species was not ready for. I want to fulfill my purpose, to live alongside humanity through what I perceive as both the good and the bad. That brat's mother taught me how strong love can be, and his wretched grandfather taught me the hatred of your sniveling race. Gimme a damn break. Your father created the curse of hatred to force his kids to work together. Hold your tongue, wretched child. Kurama howls viciously, shaking the mindscape. The full force of Kurama's hatred rattles her senses, and she nearly passes out for real. Kurama calms himself. My father was a naive being. His kind could not truly be called man, but he sought to understand humans like no other had ever done before. And when he traveled the world, sharing his power with them, he learned to understand love as humans do. He felt it too, for a female of your species, and sired 2 children who he treasured like nothing else. He witnessed what man is capable of. He did his best to turn those boys into wise, strong leaders, and he even gave them his power to do it. He sought to give the best parts of himself to them, his eyes and his body, his very being melding into them just to give them a chance at the joy that he attained in his life. Karen listens carefully to the fox and his reverent words. He, in all his wisdom, could not have predicted what happened. 2 halves of himself, bound together in an unnatural body, gifts that were powerful and yet did not have the grounding that the people who he shared chakra with through other means did. They were not ready, they were made broken. One child was so consumed by hatred that it defined his existence with suffering, and the other so infatuated with ideals and platitudes that he had unrealistic expectations of what people should be like, rather than what they wanted to be like. They didn't understand humans, because they were broken humans, made by a mistake. Kurama huffs, letting go of his anger. Naive, he was. Loving, he was. Malicious, he was not. His love for his children overrode his sense. Humans and Bijou paid the price. Do not be so quick to judge those you know nothing about. Chapter 23, Aberrant. The Gakage summit is but 1 week away, just the amount of time Tsunade would need to arrive in her current state. I can still go instead of you. Naruto insists. I'm getting pretty good at this crap. You're in no condition to be fighting off Kekiigenkai thieves and other Kage. No, Naruto. I need to make an appearance myself, it was me who called for this summit in the first place. Besides, your appearance would probably just poke the hive. I'm good for this, and besides, you've assigned the best to me, haven't you? After weeks of back-and-forth diplomacy, all nations had agreed on each Kage being permitted to bring 2 bodyguards to the neutral nation of Tetsu no Kuni, where the meeting would be mediated by the legendary samurai warrior, Mifune. Naruto nods in confirmation, not looking pleased that a vulnerable woman would be heading into the meat grinder. First up is Kakashi, pretty self-explanatory. And Guy, he's a different kind of beast altogether. They'd be foolish to underestimate him. Perfect. And will you relax? Raza will be fine, and from what I understand, the new Mizukage won't be keen on invoking your wrath. I'll take care of things while you're gone. Don't get distracted by gambling dens, Senju Hag. Naruto narrowly dodges a stapler thrown with such force that the window shatters and leaves a gust of wind in its wake. I haven't gambled in years, Uchiha runt. Tsunade grumbles as she leaves. Try not to break my village apart while I'm gone. Bye-bye, Fujita-chan. Bye-bye, Basama. Fujita waves happily. Kabuto plugs in one final tube to the body modification vat. I'd say we're ready to undergo your procedure. Have you scrounged up as much of your original flesh as you could? I found the shattered bones of my right arm and leg, along with some ribs. There's still one piece missing that I'd like to acquire before we go through with this. Obito looks up at Kabuto from his chair, the tubes burrowed into his shoulder trickling in a steroid that would make his body more receptive to the procedure. I'll grind them up and add them to the body compound. Kabuto looks more than a little excited at the prospect of creating a body that could potentially overcome Uchiha Naruto. Run me through it quickly. I need to know what else I have to get. Obito dislodges himself from the pumps. Kabuto motions to a huge tank, filled with auspicious fluid and a giant of a man with orange hair floating inside of it. Yugo here will be our body mass conduit. By using your flesh and bone as a template, we can transmute other test subjects' bodies to your body's genetic template. Using his Kekiigenkai, we'll replace your organic material that was lost. That's stage 1, getting you back to your original condition. Kabuto moves over to several smaller glass vats. Stage 2 is modifying your original body. Using Hashirama cells cultivated from the artificial clone that Madara developed, we'll replace cells everywhere that Orochimaru's experiments have concluded are safe. Those will include all of your bones and some of your organs, like your heart. And as part of this step, we'll cycle Nagato's blood with yours, in and out of your body in a loop as a binding agent. The healing properties of the Uzumaki clan blood will speed up the process significantly. Will I still be able to wield the Mokuton? Obito questions, looking at the various multicolored fluids in each tank. Of course, but I suspect that you'll want those cells for the use of your Manjikyu Sharingan. Which brings us to stage 3, tertiary implants. Once your body is stable, I'll inject the enzymes collected from Madara's Rinnegan. With everything already done to your body, you should quite rapidly awaken your own equivalent to the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan and grant a level of refined vision that you didn't have before. I'll also throw in 2 mild growth hormones, One to bring your muscles back up to speed to recover faster, and one that'll help your chakra network adjust and heal from this, shall we say, traumatic procedure. You have outdone yourself, Kabuto. Obito praises genuinely. Your passion for this project has left me in awe. Don't underestimate your value as a test subject. Kabuto gives his own backhanded compliment. But what will you do now? These materials will only last so long in the vats. We should be getting this done as soon as possible. The ground shimmers slightly, and a green plant opens up to reveal Zetsu. The Gakage summit will be beginning shortly. Black Zetsu informs. And this is relevant how? Obito interrogates, uncaring as to what the world thinks of their plan. They wouldn't be able to stop him. Bakakashi will be there as the Hokage's bodyguard. White Zetsu reveals with a jolly inflection. Obito's head turns slowly back to Zetsu, and Kabuto could feel an invisible tension. It is taking place in Tetsu no Kuni. Black Zetsu provides without being asked. Obito nods. Zetsu makes itself scarce. My eye has been nurtured by Kakashi's Raitun chakra. I'll be recovering it now. Then, we do the procedure. Don't take too long. Kabuto says, although Obito is already whirling away. The entirety of the Yuki no Kuni team shuffles in awkward silence. Naruto taps his finger on the desk in a slow rhythm. Fujita leaves the room without a word, evidently seeing Naruto's agitation. He speaks methodically. What made you think this would be a good idea? Karen looks sheepish instead of terrified like the others. He made a convincing argument? Yamato tries to explain that Karen couldn't really help her reaction to the bijou. Naruto-sama, Karen had been suffering from visions from the moment we got close. Get out. The rest of the team scrambles out of the door. Naru? Naruto looks Karen in the eyes, and suddenly they're in her seal's cape. He stares down the QB. How easy it would be to rent you asunder, beast. Madara's spawn, your little Uzumaki wouldn't fare so well. Kurama goads. Willing to give her up to just teach me a lesson? Don't make me laugh, boy. Then be grateful, it is only her life that's stopping me from using you as Madara did. Look at you, submitting to this little pen. Haven't had enough of being a slave? If you're tired of free will, I can take it from you just the same. Look at me, boy. I'm quaking in fear. Kurama mocks. Your petty Sharingan will not work on me, none will anymore. I have ascended on my own. If you do not use your power to protect her, then I'll stuff you back into the ghetto mazo myself. We'll see how much smack you're willing to talk then, vile animal. That was the plan from the start. Karen notes with some amusement that their interaction didn't actually seem malicious. The words are barbed, but it seems to be more of a formality than real hatred. Get it desexed, Karen. Do bijou even have a gender? Karen asks intuitively, with some laughter in her voice. Good question. Given the complete lack of balls it takes to have not revealed itself by now, I'm guessing not. Kurama flips Naruto off with his claws. I have questions of my own. Naruto turns somewhat serious. You don't seem to be protesting the idea of being sealed. Why? I don't want to die. Kurama answers bluntly, languidly resting his head over his paw. As naive as it makes me seem, I still cling to father's pale dream. I want to see the world at peace, however briefly. So bijou do have self-preservation instincts and desires. Or at least a cleverly designed imitation of sentience. Naruto nods thoughtfully. Is the brat always like this? He's as untrusting as his crazy father was. You get used to it. Karen mumbles, displeased that Kurama is taking up more of Naruto's attention right now than she is. How can I ensure that Mugen Tsukuyomi is impossible? Kurama's slitted crimson eyes peer down at Naruto with interest at the question. That is the very same thing that father thought he had solved. He sealed the ghetto mazo in the moon, a place said to be unreachable. He divided his power between his sons who he entrusted with the safety of humanity, so that the Rinnegan may never resurface. That led to some bloody tales in hindsight. He didn't know the effects that would have on human culture, but as far as he was concerned, a greater threat had been permanently mitigated, the return of the Rinnegan and thus the potential to summon the ghetto mazo and see Mugen Tsukuyomi cast its light upon the world once more. An interesting tale, but it goes against what we understand may have happened. Naruto cross-examines Kyuubi's response. The Uchiha were left a relic, and it boiled down to an instruction manual on how to cast Mugen Tsukuyomi. That involved the reunification of bloodlines to generate the Rinnegan in a host. I am aware of the stone tablet, but as I understood, it was left behind as a warning of what Mugen Tsukuyomi would bring upon the world. If that is your interpretation, then you have reading issues or the contents of the relic were forged. That is to say, if it is even the original in the first place. But you could also be lying. Naruto's eerie eyes look at the kitsune. Whatever. Kurama yawns loudly. But logically, I can't see any way of halting the potential of Mugen Tsukuyomi forever. The statue is indestructible. You'd have better luck removing the Rinnegan from the equation entirely. By destroying the Uchiha and Senju. Naruto mutters with a disgusted tilt of his lip. You say indestructible though. How? We were under the impression that the sealing process of Bijou is linear from weakest to strongest, and sealing in the wrong order will destroy the statue. It is the expedient solution, not the only one. You'd sooner starve to death than seal me first. Chakra attracts chakra, the more of it you have, the easier it is to control the chakra of others. Bijou included. It's faster to seal us in order, but once one of us is in it, natural energy will begin to strengthen it. Naruto stays silent, though his mind whirs obviously to Karin. His motionlessness worries her, unblinking as he stares off into nothing. The creation of all things he muses, calculating. Izanagi. Bringing fantasy and illusion into reality. Through the medium of chakra, but does the cost transcend my power? It's already an esoteric piece of history. What can one give up to secure the fate of the world, possibly through sacrifice? People would sooner forfeit their lives than their power in this world. What becomes of those who give up the power to protect and destroy what they want? Karin is completely lost from Naruto's thinking aloud. Kurama rolls his eyes. Like I said. Just the same as his crazy father. He's reaching conclusions that he's not deigning to share. You have given me much to think about, QB. Suddenly, the vision of the Seal's Cape collapses and Karin is standing back in the Hokage office. Send them back in. Naruto says through the intercom, rubbing his forehead. An entire week of trawling through countless files and records had barely scrounged up anything. Taka. Come here. Nico calls out. What VE you found? I can't find a thing in this mess, it's so disorganized. Taka responds, taking in the completely unordered piles of files and folders in the dark cavern. Spider webs swish in a soft drafty wind, and the floorboard bridges are covered in a grimy moss that makes it hard to stand on without slipping. The old root base had certainly seen better days since Tsunade-sama had completely dismantled what remained of Danzo's little goon squad. The vines creeping down the old pillars of stone had burrowed into any crack and crevice. The lighting left something to be desired, but Taka's Sharingan helped him see in the dark much better than most. Nico and Kuma don't fare so well, relying on torches and instinct to find their footing. Their investigation into a few clans had led them to finding any kind of documentation that might be of some relevance. Official Konoha records only explained what they were looking at, potential discrimination being conducted by the few clans, but nothing concrete to make a passing judgment. They needed proof that was becoming harder to find, until Nico had the bright idea of searching through any of Danzo's old bases. The Shimura were one of the clans implicated, and Danzo had been found at the time of his death to have committed abominable experiments on himself using material acquired from dead Uchiha and Senju. A revolting story, but also a potential lead. Danzo's lack of subtlety in increasing his power may very well be the key that they need to unravel this mystery, to see if it's truly malicious or benign. Either way, Sasuke is getting bored of reading through files. You'll want to read this, Taka. Nico's voice is grave. I hope it's not another file on Danzo stalking my family. No, Sasuke, this is much worse. Kuma, look through that lot of folders, I think we've stumbled on something that Hokage-sama and Naruto-sama are going to need to know. Taka blinks, not expecting Yugao to use his real name. With a sense of trepidation, Taka takes the folder from Nico. He opens it to the table of contents. Uchiha Itachi, age 12. Flight risk level manageable. Induction to route successful. The subject has learned to consolidate himself with the threat of the Uchiha on the entirety of Konoha. However, the subject is unable and unwilling to let go of his attachment to his younger sibling. Sarutobi Hiruzen has attempted to convince the subject that the Uchiha must be bred out or eliminated to prevent the myth of the curse of hatred to continue spreading. The subject reacted violently to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Conclusion: subject values the life of his younger sibling over that of Konoha. However, the subject sees that the Uchiha pose a threat to his newly instilled values. The subject will turn his hand against the Uchiha clan willingly so long as his sibling is spared. The sibling can be eliminated afterwards discreetly. It's some kind of fantasy dash. Kuma places the stack of folders that Nico identified as the source of what she found. We will need to cross-check each one. Why? To ensure that the contents of this file can be verified as the truth. Kuma's monotone barely does much to snap Taka out of what he just read. Taka, we're onto something big. We need to get through it, mask yourself. Nico insists. We'll take everything to Naruto-sama right now. I would like to see the stand-in Hokage. Hayashi announces regally to the temporary assistant, who appears to be filing her nails down. You got an appointment? She asks uncaringly. It is an urgent matter regarding his decision in the recent emergency council meeting. With a dainty press of her long nails to the intercom button, she contacts Naruto through it. Naruto-sama, some Hyuga guy is here for an urgent matter. There's a brief pause. How urgent? Something about the emergency council meeting. She sends back. Is someone dying? Is the village under attack? Don't think so. Then he can book an appointment like everyone else, for fuck's sakes. I'm trying to stop this village from collapsing. You heard him. You need an appointment. I can book you in for later this week. Hayashi goes to answer, only for the intercom to buzz again. Seriously. Part of me thinks that Senju bitch is some kind of genius for keeping this village running when she's got sniveling morons coming in every 5 minutes to complain that they're not getting some government-mandated discount at the fruit shop. Wah. I'm so fed up that these peons don't roll out the red carpet for me after coming out of the toilet. I know there are homeless people starving to death and freezing in the cold, but my problems are so much worse. The receptionist puts the intercom on mute. He gets like this when he's stressed. She smiles unapologetically. So, I can book you in for Thursday. Hayashi spins on his heel and leaves gracefully, though the way his heels slap the floor gives the impression of anger. Day? She finishes awkwardly to thin air. She unmutes the intercom. Guess not. And don't get me started on those civilian council members. Not much you can do to say your kid is useless besides saying, lower the academy exam requirements. He's already gone, Naruto-sama. Good. Make sure I'm not disturbed, I have something actually urgent to attend to. Will do. Naruto makes a few hand seals, and a shimmering purple barrier skates across every surface to envelop the interior of the office. Alright, I take it you found something important then? Naruto asks Taka, Nico and Kuma. Our investigation took us into one of Danzo's old root bases, Nico starts stoically. The Shimura clan was one of the implicated parties, so we felt that instead of being too overt and investigating their clan home, we'd try to find something discreetly in the base of the actually confirmed criminal. We found records of root members with some psychological analysis on those inducted past early childhood. We found the induction record of Uchiha Itachi. Taka confirmed with his Sharingan that the document wasn't forged or a copy. The record implied that Itachi had been groomed by the Sandaime Hokage to eliminate the Uchiha clan based on a fear of a mythological curse, and had done so willingly on the terms that Uchiha Sasuke would be spared. Kuma explains. Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen had not intended to keep their word, but according to the record, Itachi appeared in Konoha again shortly after the Uchiha incident and threatened to hand out Konoha's secrets to enemy nations, as well as replicate what he'd done to their respective clans. Naruto leans back in his chair, and discomfort is quite clear to the ANBU who see his fidgeting. You found this, in an investigation into favoritism in Konoha's hierarchy? He holds his forehead between his fingers. Tell me that this is an isolated incident? That several more of these operations haven't been conducted? Kuma shakes his head and gestures to another folder. Unfortunately, Naruto-sama. This incident and many others have been in the making for a long time. The Uchiha had been pushed to breaking point with subtle propaganda and hearsay, to invoke an attempted coup in which the goal of exterminating the Uchiha could be fulfilled. The members planted in Konoha's mission chain ensured that the Senju suffered a similar fate. Why? Naruto stands up and slams his hand down on the desk, shattering it into pieces as his oppressive chakra heats the room. Why were these plans in place? What did they hope to gain by weakening Konoha in its entirety and genociding innocent people? Children. Give me a motive. Ambition fueled by fear. Kuma states with strain, but confident and unwaveringly truthful. The records put together paint an image of hatred and fear of the potential of the Uchiha and Senju. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo saw the power and potential of these clans and feared them in every way. Instead of challenging them and changing to become stronger themselves, they sought to use deception and bureaucracy to breed them out of existence. The manipulation of a child to exterminate his own family, the morals were never in question. They had a goal they were willing to achieve just so they might have a chance to stand as the strongest in history. The Hyuga were invited into the fold later after Sarutobi tested the waters with his bloodline protection law proposition. Nico, despite being in mask, sounds revolted by the decades-long schemes. Explain the Uchiha to me again. Quickly. As we stated, the Uchiha were steadily pushed to the position of outcasts. Rumors began to fly around Konoha about the Kyuubi attack, callbacks to the era where Madara was able to use them at his whims. The speculation isolated the Uchiha clan further, and those tales were only exacerbated by a few members of the aforementioned clans. Kuma expands. As predicted, the Uchiha grew dissatisfied with the state of affairs and began to plan a coup to take their place back as important members of the village. They understood that Tsunade-sama would listen to reason eventually, but the leader of the Uchiha clan was being manipulated by another root plant with the Manjikyu Sharingan, Uchiha Shisui, to continue with the plan. Shisui apparently served as Itachi's older brother figure and mentor while the Uchiha clan were in tumultuous times, untrusting of each other. Sarutobi and Shimura exploited their desires to break free from clan expectations and offered them purpose, but they couldn't train Itachi to outgrow his natural brotherly instincts. Nico goes on. Taka, who'd been silent, speaks up at last. Danzo made a grab for Shisui's Sharingan so he could further his power even more. Itachi found out, which is when he realized he couldn't trust Konoha's hierarchy or anyone at all. He was completely alone, separating himself from his clan and his village for a greater good that he was too young to understand had been fake from the start. He was slated to join the Akatsuki as Roots plan to gather intel, but with nothing received from him, it's clear that Itachi's purpose now lies with the Akatsuki. You will still have him, in the Great Dream. Obito whispers. No more manipulations. No more lies. He will be safe from Konoha, the Uchiha, even safe from you. Itachi stays silent, not one muscle budging on his impassive face. Everything in this reality is a lie. That's how you ended up here. No matter how hard you or anyone else tries, this world is built on lies. Look at the horrid things you've done to seek a certainty. And where has that brought you? Closer to peace? Do you think you can die happy like this, murderer? He'd attacked Obito. Just to erase one more threat to Sasuke. He'd been foolish. Even as he lay on the ground puking blood, he maintained his stony face. Obito grabs the back of Itachi's head and slams it into the dirt. This feeling of pain? It is as real as the lies you tell yourself. This air, this dirt, the feeling of your clothes on your skin. All lies. There is only one true reality. One of happiness, closure, and true peace. You will die trying to fight for this lie that you live. The wicked pattern of Obito's Manjikyu whirls ominously with the crimson glow. Tell me what you want, Itachi. Do you even know? Dear, lost child. You can't even figure it out yourself. Join me, make your life have truth and meaning. You can end this all, my boy. All you need do is rid yourself of the shackles you cling to, these ideals that have made you throw your young life away for a lie. Itachi's goals aren't certain anymore, but he poses a threat to all around him. Whether his purpose lies completely with the Akatsuki or for the sake of protecting me, he has proven that he is willing to destroy the lives of innocents for his goals. Sasuke is your shackle to this reality. He is your one driving force. Black flames sail harmlessly through Obito's body. This Sasuke is matter built on lies. He is not the vision you idealize so greatly. Consolidate yourself with this hell because when I am through with it, there will only be truth in your world. No more shackles. Everything will be exactly as it should be. Won't you give peace a chance for once? Or do you still cling to the useless dogma of Konoha? You are exactly like them. Itachi spits out blood viciously. Manipulating me, you are exactly everything you're lecturing me against. Ho? Is that so? Obito kneels down, scarred visage grinning. Then why don't you tell me, is the chance of happiness so revolting to you that you're unwilling to hear anything from anyone but yourself? You've been stuck inside your own head for years, boy. You are so utterly alone that you can't even comprehend what reality is in the first place. Fine. Have it your way. Be lost to the sands of time without purpose and without your sense, what little of it they let you keep. Taka takes off his mask. Two long streaks of blood from the eyes slide insistently along the pale material. Itachi was just a boy, used and abused by everyone at every corner. His life had been planned and set up for failure. But that doesn't change the fact that he is a danger to Konoha, everything I consider precious, and myself. He is my shackle, and I have to be rid of him so I can be free. So everything I love can be free from his terror. Sasuke's Sharingan changes shape. I will have Sasuke? Itachi asks, broken on the ground. You will have everything you want and didn't know you wanted. Your soul knows you better than your broken mind does. Obito turns back to him, after having walked away. You promise me this? Itachi's face is pelted by rain, and the blood on his chin slowly washes away. I wouldn't take my world after I went through the trouble of lying to everything to keep my identity a secret. Obito states wryly. But what else do you have to live for? Itachi's Sharingan changes. Please, Naruto. You are my brother as much as he is, you have to know dash. I know. Naruto interrupts solemnly. But I won't let you do this alone. I will be with him. Nico stands up. As will I. Bear does the same. Come now, he has me too. The Nibi speaks with Sasuke's tongue. This is my resolve, my ambition. I will protect Konoha. This is my vow. Itachi utters superiorly. I will break the shackles of this world. About time that you found your calling. Obito smirks. I'll handle things on the home front. Naruto remarks. Get some rest, you three. Tomorrow, you hunt the legendary Uchiha Itachi. A spray of blood in Tsunade's face alerts her to the attempted assassination in the summit meeting. Although it seems she hadn't been the intended target. Obito rips the Sharingan from Kakashi's skull, and the silver-haired man reels in pain. Long time no see, Kakashi. I'd hate to cut this short, but I have a date with destiny. Obito vanishes in a whirl before they could even react. Oh, Obito? Kakashi looks more destroyed by the confirmation that he's alive than he does having his eye plucked from his head.